Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button if you guys are enjoying the content that we're throwing up, and make sure you guys hit the like button if you enjoy the video. And yeah, let's begin. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we're kind of in the midst of Swords of X, right? This great big huge 22-part series. And one of the things that I realized is that we never really finished up X-Force, right? So we're going to kind of run through X-Force really quick today, finish volume 1, and then run through volume 2, and then kind of continue on with Swords of X. And with some of the series like Wolverine, for example, Wolverine picks up with Swords of X with issue number 6. So when we get around to that point, we're just going to cover the first 6 issues, kind of call it a day. The whole idea here with this X-Force comic is in the first couple issues, we had this scenario where Xavier was killed, if you guys remember that, right? Xavier was taken out, and it was just by some individuals who managed to infiltrate Krakoa, right? So we're kind of going a little far back, right? We're going towards really the end of last year and the beginning of this year, right? So we're a little behind on this. I would say we're probably about 10 months behind on this. The idea here is that with these guys having breached, the notion behind this is that first, they're trying to figure out who these guys belong to, and then two, how they managed to get in, right? It's kind of the continuing talking point that's going on in this little bit of a story. But what they end up doing is kind of teleporting to a particular location, at least traveling there by way of one of the Krakoan gates, and then using a kind of mind sketch to a degree, right? Which basically they take Sage with them. Sage, of course, having what's essentially a computer for a brain, but it allows Jean Grey to use her telepathy to kind of analyze the digital imprint that was left there, and to kind of figure out, kind of retrace these steps of these guys, right? To kind of follow them from the point when they arrived on Krakoa and sort of trace their steps back, right? Trace them back to an eventual location. Now, this ultimately leads to the Quiet Council itself meeting and then kind of discussing and asking, like, what do we do here? That when it comes to this strike that was launched on the X-Men, that what it looked like is it was designed for the purpose of accessing their computer systems and basically acquiring or taking their wealth, right? That seemed to be the goal that was going on. It seemed to more or less be a heist. And that's kind of the question is, why would they launch that attack, right? Like, why launch a heist against Krakoa? If they're looking for information or they're looking for resources, whatever the case happens to be. Now, you had a lot of pharmaceutical companies and a lot of companies that were basically, owning governments essentially that didn't really want to innovate. But with X-Men popping up and the mutant population creating pharmaceuticals that were basically outshining anything that the rest of the pharmaceutical companies in the world could produce, then in turn it was like, okay, well, let's try to sabotage them or steal their technology, right? And that's kind of where they are at the moment. It's kind of like, okay, these guys are implementing a heist, these guys are trying to take what we have, what do we do here? Now Xavier takes more of an approach in saying that this is something very similar to like the 12 labors of Hercules, right? In the sense that we as the mutant population were Hercules in his early years, meaning he remained in hiding. He was afraid that people would try to come after him or something along those lines. But when he learned his true goal, when he learned his true purpose, the son of Zeus, when he learned what he was really about, then in turn, he stepped out there into the world and started undergoing the 12 labors and became the Hercules that we know today. And Xavier kind of takes that sort of scenario and applies it to themselves and says, for years and years and years, mutant kind was hiding. We tried to stay out of the limelight. We tried to stay away from conflict. We tried to move away from those things. It ultimately led to us basically falling victim, right? We were still being chased. We were still being hounded. We just believed if we took the peaceful approach that we could somehow talk them into believing in a better thing. But the issue that you have here is, this is what's so interesting about Xavier's philosophy now. The fact that you don't believe that guns are okay doesn't change the fact that a person standing at you or standing in front of you with a gun pointed to your face, right? Like, they're going to pull the trigger. So what are you going to do? The days of trying to use words and talk people into believing what you believe and to try to get them to understand, those days are gone. That now it's the X-Men and really it's the mutant population's job to either drag humanity into the light or leave humanity to its fate and just let it suffer and conquer the world, right? Like, just kind of take things over, say, if you can't lead this world into a better place, then we will. And that's when he kind of says, what we need here is a team that basically is going to serve as the intelligence arm of the X-Men. With that being the case, they in turn say, we're going to reconstitute X-Force. And X-Force is going to basically be our CIA type team, right? They're going to be our intelligence gathering apparatus. The first thing they do is they go to visit Forge, right? And Forge is, again, the guy who makes weapons, all kinds of arms and armament technology and suits of armor, things like that. And they basically hit him up and say, like, we need your help in developing weapons. What he's been doing here is he's been taking Krakoan biology, right? So pieces of Krakoa and then basically hybridizing it, which is to say blending it with weapons technology. And what he's kind of done here is he's actually created a kind of device that bonds itself to the hand, and it can do any number of things. It can shoot energy, right? It can turn itself into like knives and stabbing weapons. It's a pretty powerful piece of technology. The other thing that was going on here is that somehow, and we don't really know how, but somehow Krakoa got its hands on adamantium in a liquid state. Now, the reason why I say this is a big thing is because it's very difficult to do. The formula for adamantium isn't readily available. Somehow they managed to get their hands on it, but the idea is that if they ever have to bring Wolverine back, they can bond adamantium to his skeleton. But this is kind of a big deal, because what it also means is that if there are other mutants out there that have the ability to heal, right, they have healing factors, you could bond adamantium to them if they're willing to undergo the process, right? So it's actually a really awesome concept. But one of the first things they do is they basically kind of have this mission they go on to a place called the Point, or at least it's kind of a reference for where Beast is operating out of. But they end up realizing that this location, this kind of strike that's taking place, with regards to this heist that's going on, is a chance for them to basically track these guys down and find out why it is they attack Krakoa in the first place, right? And so what you have here is basically a place where you've got human allies, right? They're basically called, Xavier scholars. So people who study the philosophies of Xavier, his views, and just kind of see what merit there is, but they're not enemies of the X-Men, right? They're just trying to understand the mutant population. Of course, with this heist showing up and with them having, different Krakoan, bits of Krakoan technology at their disposal, you end up having them basically break into this place, kind of reach the Krakoan gate, and then shut the gate down just as X-Force is getting in. And it leads to Domino basically kind of bailing out, right? Her not really experiencing any kind of a shut or anything like that. But with the gate shutting off the way that it does, it cuts Wolverine in half and it kills Quentin Quire. But the whole thing behind this is that with the gate basically shut down and no real means to access this facility outside of getting into an actual vessel and flying there, right? So however long that happens to take, you end up having Black Tom Cassidy hit up by Domino, and then Black Tom Cassidy, of course, talks to Gateway and says, like, we need you to teleport Domino to a location. Now, the other part of this, and kind of a plot thread that's beginning here, and is going to sort of pick up later on in the next story that we do, is that Domino is actually losing her power over luck. That's kind of the nature of Domino, is that she can kind of bend luck to her favor, right? So if Domino is walking along a whole bunch of slot machines, her power will tell her, play that slot machine and you'll win $1 million, right? I mean, it won't say like you'll win $1 million, but it'll just kind of pull her towards that slot machine, and then she'll play it, and then she'll win like $50 million in progressive slots, right? Which nobody ever does. But the other part of this is that with her arriving there, of course, she's also met by the arrival of Forge, right? Forge is like, look, I'm not like sitting this one out, right? Like, I got all these arms and all this technology and something like that. I want to destroy stuff, man. I'm tired of sitting in the lab. That's basically the whole stance of Forge. Now, once they get in here, kind of jumping back to this facility, of course, Wolverine being cut in half immediately still starts killing people. But one of the guys ends up turning their gun on Wolverine, kind of spraying him down, and at the moment he kind of looks to be dead, right? But that, of course, gives time for Domino alongside Forge to show up here, right? Now, once these two show up, Domino uses her technology, which actually proves to be highly effective, and then, of course, Forge using his suit and just kind of showing up here. You got a few guys who kind of show up, try to launch an attack. They're all subdued pretty quickly. Domino's a little harsh on him, but the funny thing about this from Beast is he's like, look, okay, these are the only guys that we have that can give us information on the original heist, right? They're the only ones that all kind of work together, or at least know what was going on with that heist. So don't kill them. Like, you can beat the crap out of them if you want to, brutalize them all you want to, but don't kill them. And when it looks like Domino's going to, that's when Beast steps in and says, you have to stop. The whole purpose of X-Force is to serve as an intelligence gathering apparatus. We can't gather intelligence if the people with that intelligence are dead. You have to save at least one of them. The other cool thing that kind of happens here is Forge actually ends up grabbing Wolverine's pieces and just kind of smashing them back together, and it's like, now heal yourself, right? Like, now heal back up because we need you out here. And so what you end up getting here is once it's all kind of said and done, right? Once you have the mission more or less proving to be successful, the other guys have basically retreated, they've aborted. You have Domino who walks up on one of the guys with the intention of looking to kill him, right? The whole kind of device she has on her arm basically creates, something that looks like Wolverine's claws. It's not really adamantium, but something similar to it, a pretty durable material. And it looks like she's going to kill him. And that's when Beast is kind of like, you have to stop here, right? And it's a truly fearful thing. One of the other things that we kind of found out in their various investigations is that one of the things this kind of secretive organization had been doing was basically removing pieces of Domino, right? That's what was going on with her in the first two issues and why she looked so scarred. They had been cutting off pieces of her and then basically seemingly to attach them to like what looked like assassin robots or something like that, right? These kind of hybrid beings. But in her mind, she looks at this guy and says, this guy's probably not human. He's probably not actually human. He's probably one of those weird looking hybrids that they cooked up in a lab somewhere. We can kill this guy and it won't really matter. But this guy is like, no, I'm definitely human. And one of the laws of Krakoa is you can't kill humans unless your own personal life is in danger. This guy's begging for his life. And so ultimately, she basically ends up sparing this guy. And initially you have Beast who does a bit of interrogation here, kind of asking a few questions and saying like, who are you working for? What's the whole deal? The guy starts sobbing, telling the story about like his dog and how his dog's at home. Somebody needs to go check on him, that kind of a thing. But the torture methods of Krakoa are not inhumane, but they are somewhat somewhat brutal, right? Depending on how you perceive it, right? Where he kind of spills this story to Beast and says, like, we just get our orders from the top, right? Like, this wasn't any kind of a political maneuver. It wasn't a political job. It wasn't like a hit job or anything. It was designed to be a heist. The response of Beast is, well, one, you guys killed Xavier, so how much of a heist could it possibly be? And then two, you attacked a political nation that's new to the world in the face of the world being afraid of it. How could this be anything but political? Enter Jean Grey, who uses her powers and basically starts to, attack this guy's mind. And that's where that kind of violation begins to come in, right? Like reading this guy's mind in a way where he can't legitimately fight back, but at the same time, he also kind of asked for it. And so that's when we end up finding out that this mysterious guy that we saw at the end of like the first and second issues is the guy this thief is basically working for, right? That they get their orders from this guy. He doesn't know their name. The whole purpose was for them to go into Krakoa, to steal some stuff, to go into that facility, steal some stuff there, and then we're going to sell it to these guys, right? Part of it was, we're paying you for this heist, and then you're going to bring these different, these goods and so on to us, but they don't know the guy's name, right? All they know is he has like a peacock tattoo, and that's it. They don't know his name, they don't know what his face looks like, or any of that stuff, or they simply just know this guy is there somewhere. But from here, we pick up with the final mission of X-Force in this first part of the story, and we end up joining in what's basically a place called Terra Verde. And Terra Verde is a nation that's looking to sign a treaty with Krakoa for, in order to access those various Krakoan seeds that Xavier has at his disposal. But the idea behind Terra Verde, and this is kind of important here, the idea behind Terra Verde is that they were at one point the world leader in what was called telefloronics. And telefloronics was basically it's kind of this weird, wonky word to describe the idea of creating a means of healing people, to create what are essentially nanobots, right? So super microscopic machines that were not really machines, but were plant-based in origin. And these could be used for a number of healing, healing factors and different things like that to heal injuries and so on. The problem with this is that while they were leading the world with this kind of research, it was still pretty far off from being something that could, one, include human trials, and then two, be mass marketed and then controlled and so on and so forth. But the relative early days of their experiments, relatively recently, you suddenly had Xavier who popped up with Krakoan seeds on Krakoa. And so basically all this technology vanished, right? Like any funding they had just disappeared overnight. But within Terra Verde itself, you also had a guy named President Como. And this was a guy who basically kind of stabilized the region, stabilized this country, which had been warring for quite some time. And so it was really pushing towards more of a plant-based society. But the funny thing about this is that with this treaty being signed, you end up having, of course, Black Tom Cassidy, who attends with Charles Xavier in order to keep him protected, right? Since Black Tom Cassidy can control the earth. And so you end up having these guys who show up and start kind of manifesting these tendrils of sorts and immediately start going after President Como. And with that happening, you have Black Tom Cassidy who kind of implements his power that seems to kind of shut these down when you have the attack going after the president himself. Black Tom Cassidy, of course, saves Xavier, is also able to kind of stave off the attack from the invaders, which largely happens off panel. We don't really see that. All we really get is the statement of Black Tom Cassidy in the sense that like they basically ran away, right? They seem to get scared and sort of flee. But the response of Beast is, if these guys are going to be brave enough to launch an attack against the president as well as Xavier at the same time, then why just run, right? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. And so Beast's response, you really tell Sage, go back and pull up all the information that you can and all the camera feeds that you can of this whole thing, right? Like Kokam, the president himself, has gone through a whole bunch of different attempts to remove him from power over the years, but somehow this seems a little bit different. And so what you end up finding out here is that the attack itself was not designed to go after President Kokam, it was designed to go after his son, which is the smartest move to make. If you're going to try to control the president, take his son. And any president, anybody who's worth a damn will do whatever it takes to keep their kid alive, right? Unless their kid's really just that far of a lost cause. And so ultimately, when he came out and said he's not going to sign the treaty in the aftermath of this incident, the immediate response of Beast and all them is, okay, it's because they have his son, right? It's because they took his son and they're forcing his hand. And so what you end up getting is basically Beast and Jean Grey and them who show up on the doorstep of President Kokam and don't really have any intent of harming him. Instead, Jean reads his mind and says, okay, tell us everything you know. What we end up finding out is that these weird looking wonky guys with these tendrils are basically telefloronic scientists who were taken over by their own experiments. Now, the indication here seems to be that these experiments are almost kind of like Venom in nature, in the sense that somewhere along the line they developed some kind of sentience and then basically became hostile in and of themselves. They kind of became parasitic and basically latched themselves to these guys. The other part of this is that if these beings really are operating in the realm of self-preservation, then it wouldn't be that far out of the realm of possibility to create the argument that with research drying up, that there was no more attempts by this group to, to create these guys. More so than that, the research was probably being killed off. And so it was these telefloronics basically being killed off themselves. This is really seeming more of an act of self-preservation than anything else. But regardless of how you try to slice it, the response of Beast is, we have to go basically launch this strike against these guys. The other part of this is really more heavy-handed by Beast, is to say that in his mind, telefloronics are a massive, credible threat to the mutant population. And the reason for that is if telefloronics are a kind of organism that exists out there and it bonds itself to people, then it can bond itself to almost anything else. More so than that, if it bonded itself to these guys and they started evolving over time, then what would happen if we had a telefloronic who's powerful enough to reach into the world and control it? Then at that point, you have a being that could basically go after the mutant population by targeting their own island, meaning humans or mutants would have to like take to the skies in order to escape, you know, the surface. They can never go back to the surface world again. But it basically creates a scenario where the mutant population could legitimately stand on the realm of complete and total eradication, right? Because at that point, then suddenly this being could start producing different kinds of pheromones or producing different kinds of substances from plants that specifically target mutants, and then basically make the entire atmosphere of the earth poison for the mutant population, and it would kill them. That's the kind of thing that we're talking about here. It's far-fetched, but the idea of Beast is it's not that far-fetched, right? That's really his biggest fear. Like this kind of hybrid fusion between these plants and these humans. These human beings could lead to some kind of future version of these, you know, telefloronic beings that could basically turn the entire weapon or the entire Earth into a weapon against the mutant population and then wipe them out, right? The entire population would go extinct. And so the response of Beast is do what you have to do, right? We cannot leave behind any witnesses and we can't leave these things behind, kill them all. And that's the crazy thing, is because the response of Beast is they're not really human, right? When Jean asked the question, what happened to kill no human? The response of Beast is they're not really human beings in the first place, not anymore. They're like Omega Sentinels. They're more machine than man, right? Twisted and evil, consumed by the dark side. But that's basically what they are, right? And so Jean basically eradicates these things using her powers, and then they basically start going after and attempting to find the son of President Kokam. And once they locate his son, they end up finding out that he's a telefloronic himself, and that he is one of the individuals out here who's trying to bring down his father, right? The whole thing was staged. It was all planned by him. He staged his own kidnapping to force his father's hand. The idea behind this is that it wasn't really as though it was like an acquisition of money or power or anything like that. I mean, it was to a degree, but the whole stance of the president's son is that with Terra Verde being on the verge of telefloronic breakthroughs, that if they had succeeded, it would have put them at the forefront of everything, right? They would have been like the Wakanda of the healing world. Everybody would have come to them, right? From the pharmaceutical standpoint, everybody would have come to them, and it would have taken them from a small little nation that barely just achieved stability to being like the center of the pharmaceutical world. The other crazy thing that comes out of this is that Beast kind of looks at the situation and says that had this technology gotten out there, right, had telefloronics gotten out there, that humanity would have realized there was an alternative to Krakoa medicine and that they would no longer recognize mutant sovereignty. If that was the case, then in turn, it would have caused massive problems for the mutant population. And so in an act of maintaining the mutant population's stance as to where they are in terms of maintaining their power, you end up having Beast basically wipe this guy's mind. Like, and not even in the sense of him just like wiping his memories, but in the sense of him basically kind of recoding the telefloronic substance in his body to essentially eat his mind alive. And all it does is just kind of leave him in a feeble state, right? It leaves him in a vegetative state, and it leaves his father there. You know, it's like your son's here, albeit, you know, Beast basically saying like, which of these was the two evils, right? To kill this guy's son or to tell him his son was a traitor. Which of these were the two right things to do? Keep in mind, Xavier was behind this as well. And that's kind of the nature of these things, right? It's what had to be done in order for the mutant population to maintain its role in the world and to achieve its level of power. And so what you end up finding out here is that this kind of telefloronic substance inside the body of the president is actually sentient, right? That he's wholly telefloronic, not just in terms of it impacting his body or anything, but just on the biological level. It is merged with him in its entirety. He's not just wielding it as a weapon, right? Like he is this. And so basically it kind of breaks down and literally leaves the hospital room and then reforms itself. Okay, so from here we jump to the next part of the story, and this is one of the things about Benjamin Percy's X-Force run. Benjamin Percy's a good writer, but the biggest issue with his X-Force run is it just kind of feels like it's all over the place. The idea here is that we kind of jump back a little bit. There were a couple things going on with the idea of Domino. Honestly, in order to keep things simple, we can largely skim over it. Basically, like, Domino ended up enlisting the help of Colossus, who had kind of left Krakoa and the X-Men for the Savage Land in the aftermath of everything that was going on, you know, in the sense of his attack when he was in Russia, I think it was, and helping to liberate people, you know, the injuries he suffered. They ended up, of course, finding out that the reason why Domino's portions of her skin were being removed is that because this kind of secretive organization that existed out there basically served the purpose of trying to create more versions of her for whatever their goals happened to be. Ultimately, Colossus kind of jumped in front of like a moving train, which was their base, or at least part of their base of operations where their research was. The train was destroyed, all the samples on the train were destroyed, and Domino ended up dying, and of course they resurrected her from the dead, and then Colossus went back to doing his thing. And that's basically it, right? That's basically all that happened in that little segment. By no means as any of that overly important, right? And it's kind of weird, but the X-Force team is kind of sent on another mission by Beast. But this one's kind of a follow-up to the events of Terra Verde, where basically this Terra Floronic that had escaped President Kokum's son, kind of going out and manifesting on its own, has basically taken over the country on its own, right? Taken over the country in its entirety. Now, the fact that Beast was the one who made that call and did those things that kind of screwed up that guy's mind and all that leads him to kind of running this mission on his own, right? So it's him, and he's the one basically talking to Quentin Quire, to Wolverine, and to Domino. Now, this is kind of a big deal because the entire nature of X-Force, because it is so clandestine, relies heavily on trust. That you trust the guy next to you to keep your back, and you trust that the people who are giving your orders aren't sending you into like sending you on a suicide mission. And they have trust in Beast that Beast is not going to get them killed. But Beast is in a lot of ways trying to cover his own tracks here. That when he kind of sends them in there, that it's like, okay, I need to know what's going on, right? I need to know everything that's going on inside there, and I need you guys to meet with the president. And the problem with this is that with President Kokom, he's dead, right? Like he was literally taken over by these plants and kind of bonded to a wall. It's a pretty screwed up way. The other thing here is that with these, with the whole country basically being taken over in such a rapid amount of time, it shows us one, what these telefloronics are capable of in the sense that Beast was right with their ability to tap into Earth and then manipulate it for their own ends. And that two, they have no regards in killing people. Like this is basically a dead country. Beast killed everybody here, and Beast is kind of trying to keep things quiet. The other part of this is that it's kind of formed its own kind of society in a lot of ways. In the sense like its own kind of plant life. You have what looks like basically a kind of leopard or a tiger or whatever it is that kind of like manifests out of the ground, right? And then just kind of starts going after them, sort of walks into the temple where all this seems to sort of be emanating from, which looks like the base of operations for these guys. The other thing that kind of goes on here is Black Tom Cassidy has had a kind of existential crisis, right? He's trying to be a good guy, not been doing very good at it, trying to turn over a new leaf, turning to alcohol in a lot of ways to kind of get himself put together. Beast ends up kind of enlisting his aid and saying like, we need you here. And with Black Tom being hungover, Beast ends up just basically taking him and saying like, we're going to get you sober and we're going to get you out there into the field. This is your lucky day. You want to be a hero? Go out there with X-Force and go be a hero, right? Like go fight the good fight. The other thing that goes on here is you have Quentin Quire who tries to chime into Beast and telling him like, this whole nation is a living organism now and has killed everybody here and is taking us out. And it grabs Quentin Quire and then snatches him off. Now, once Quentin Quire's pulled in, you end up having Wolverine and you have Domino who basically follow him in there. And of course, Quentin Quire just kind of responds to them with like telekinetic weapons and different things like that. But he's got like a bandana tied around his head, right? So he looks kind of cool. But once they're in here, there's a couple things that go down. One is that this plant life looks like it's been growing for eons, right? Like it's been growing for centuries. That's kind of the statement that's given. It's Wolverine who kind of gives it. So what it looks like is that these things have been growing for quite some time. This kind of landscape's been here for a while. There's some sort of kind of toying with the idea that this is how the telefloronics were basically engineered, by using organic, like living plant life that existed out there in that temple, and then kind of bringing it to the world and then trying to engineer it. So basically like they tapped into what were basically like evil plants, for lack of a better word, and now they're pissed. That kind of seems to be the case. The other part of this, and something that I would say is probably the most knowledge, or probably the most reasonable, is that the plants really have existed here for quite some time. And in fact, Benjamin Percy basically tells us as much. But there was a kind of balance of nature that existed here, right? That you had the plant life that was there, and presumably over time it would feed on people, but it was a kind of balance in this sort of ecosystem. But that with Beast basically tapping into this, well, really not even just Beast and the attempts to utilize telefloronics, for their own purpose, that they created a kind of imbalance. That with Beast cracking the code of the telefloronics and then trying to find a way to engineer it for his own end, literally playing Dr. Frankenstein with this kind of plant life he didn't know anything about, that he shifted the balance of power. And that what it's done is it's made the plant life more, like really kind of elevated it, right? So it's kind of taken on the form and become more human-like and elevated it above its post, right? So basically it's kind of achieved a new level of power. And so that means that that's how it was able to kind of take over the entirety of the nation. And that answers the question why it never did that before. Presumably because it never occurred to this plant life, or this plant life wasn't previously capable of that. But whatever the case is, Beast literally altered it in such a way to where he changed its genetic structure and made it something wholly evil. Or not really evil, but something just wholly twisted, and kind of moved it up along the food chain. And so with that being the case, you have Wolverine and you have Quentin Quire, who are both snatched up, right? They're both basically taken away. And what these telefloronics are doing is basically consuming humans, right? Consuming organic matter, and then like literally eating it for, and kind of forming their own society in that way. It's kind of interesting here because Wolverine's one of the ones they take. They already took Quentin Quire. They already kind of sacrificed and consumed him, right? So he's kind of being converted basically into plant life, and Wolverine's kind of undergoing that conversion process. The real kicker here is whether or not Wolverine's healing factor can overcome that. And it kind of seems like to a degree it can, but it's not something that works against his healing factor, right? It's not considered to be a kind of invasive, pathogen that his healing factor would immediately attack, right? It's not like a cold or a flu or something along those lines. What it does is it modifies their body on the genetic level. And for the most part, that kind of seems to sort of operate under the purview of his healing factor, and his healing factor just doesn't really seem to notice it, right? And so either that or his healing factor doesn't know what to do with it, so it does nothing. But whatever the case is, it basically points to the idea that Wolverine is susceptible to this and could be taken over just like everybody else. Now, the other thing that goes on here is Jean Grey realizes what was happening, that with Beast basically leaving her and Sage in the dark, not really even telling them this mission was going on in the first place, that Jean had basically probed his mind and realized what was happening. And that's when she shows up here. And she's like, you basically lied to everybody. You engineer this whole circumstance, one, just to see what could happen. Two, you're trying to find a way to bring this place into Krakoa to use it for our own ends. Like, you're making the argument the ends justify the means, but the reality, Beast, is that you killed a whole country. You killed an entire nation of people. So yeah, like, sure, what they were doing would have put Krakoa at risk in terms of our place in the political and social hierarchy of the world, right? It would have possibly slid us down the pole in terms of our ability to maintain our dominant place, with the various medicines and stuff that we have, but you sacrifice a whole nation of people to do it. And we as people, like we as mutants, have to be better than that. We cannot adopt this philosophy that the ends justify the means, but the reality is that it does, right? The ends really do justify the means, because the stance that Jean seems to be taking here is that if Beast had done nothing and kind of allowed things to unfold, then everything the mutant population had worked for would have failed. In her desire to do the right thing, she would have killed their success, right? And at the end of the day, that cannot be allowed to happen, right? That cannot be allowed to take place. That mutants have struggled long enough that because of her caring and her cold-hearted nature, she'd killed everything they worked for. And at the end of the day, Beast is like, no, like we're not playing that game, right? We're not doing that, right? I did what I did. I make no apologies for it. And yes, I sacrificed a whole nation of people, but what's this nation of, 100,000 people in comparison to the millions of mutants that will be here over time, right? Through just procreation and so on, and the mutants who are here right now, right? Basically, the argument Beast makes is our need is greater than theirs, and the experiment is worth the loss, right? And it's a legitimate statement, and it's an accurate statement to make, right? It is. It really is worth the loss. And so because of that, of course, again, Quentin Quire, he's dead. Wolverine kind of ends up popping up and manages to make some measure of an attack, but even then he starts to be overcome by these vines again, and that's when you end up having Jean Grey kind of working together alongside Sage, with Sage kind of analyzing this, taking the information of Beast and realizing how all this is, how their entire genetic structure, for lack of a better word, how that works. The response to Jean is we can combine our powers, right? We can basically use the power of Sage, like her mind, and we can use the power of Jean herself to kind of anchor everybody together, and the power of Black Tom Cassidy to essentially introduce a kind of virus into their genetic code. Effectively, they give the plant life cancer and break it down and kill the plant life at a rapid state. That's all it is, right? Just mutated cells, right? Free radicals, right? But in response to all that, with everything that's happened and this whole conflict, ending pretty fast, Jean Grey quits, right? Because her whole stance is X-Force is supposed to exist on a basis of trust, but Wolverine kind of calls her on it, right? And says, like, you were never really meant for this, right? Like, the nature of X-Force isn't to be this kind of altruistic group that does good things because it's the right thing to do. The whole purpose of X-Force is to be as bad as the bad guys, right? Because that's how you win. You win by becoming as bad as they are. That's just what you have to do in order to win. Now, there's no arguing that point. Jean is too kind for that. And so she can't be with X-Force because she can't really do what needs to be done. The other thing that kind of goes on here is she's sharing a bath with Wolverine. It's good to see that the whole kind of love triangle between Jean Grey and Cyclops and Wolverine is still there, right? That's a cornerstone of their character. But the whole thing about this is it kind of switches over to a degree, in that in the aftermath of all this, that you kind of have autopsies that are done on the various bodies that were taken. And what you end up finding out here is that what these telefloronics had done was actually managed to achieve the exact same process as Krakoan technology, in the sense that when you have Dr. Reyes who goes to cut one of them open and perform a kind of autopsy, this smaller body jumps out out, cuts your throat, and takes off. What telefloronics have managed to do is find a way to resurrect themselves. That's basically what they've done here, right? That in the event that the main person dies, right? So say you're infected by one of these telefloronics, you basically become wholly that plant life, right? You lose your own real identity here. But in the event that you die, what would happen is you would basically kind of reconstitute yourself inside your own corpse and then emerge at some future point in time, right? Almost like a butterfly out of a cocoon, except, you know, not really pretty, like pretty ugly and nasty looking. But that's what happens across the board here, right? It's very similar to the xenomorphs from the Alien stories, but they kind of start popping up out of all these corpses, right? Just kind of popping up all over the place. And that's when things start, you know, sort of pop off, because from their perspective, they do what is inherently in their nature, which is to spread across Krakoa, right? So it's the events of Beast kind of getting continually worse. Now, the other part of this is you have Domino, who shows up to Colossus. And for the most part, for the character of Colossus, with him being out, right? With him being in the Savage Land, down in Antarctica, and being out and away from Krakoa, that he's at a place of peace. He's removed from all of this, right? He's removed from everything. He wants to be left alone. And so when Domino shows up and asks him to come back, his response is no. Like, I began as a farmer. I'm going to stay here as a farmer. I'm just going to enjoy this time that I have. Go away and leave me alone. I don't want to be part of this whole X-Men thing that you guys have anymore. The problem with this is that as things begin to pop off in Krakoa, the various Madroxes that that Colossus had on his farm, who were basically farmhands, immediately start bolting towards the gate of Krakoa. And that's when Colossus realizes something's going on here, right? And so of course he basically, you know, activates his osmium skin and goes taking off towards the gates as well, leaving what looks like his girlfriend Kayla behind, or his sister or something like that. I don't think we're really given a whole lot of information about this character, but he basically leaves her behind. And when he gets in there, everything's popping off. This sentient island is literally going nuts, right? Like, these little things are like little evil pixies, right? They're like running around with these little guns. They got little knives, stabbing the hell out of people. And these things are maybe like 2 feet tall, but they're causing all kinds of havoc on this place, right? Like just little evil pixies just ripping the whole place up. Now, of course, this leads to Black Tom Cassidy showing up to Xavier and basically saying, like, we're locking you away, right? So it's like taking the president to a bunker. While that's happening, one of these little guys manages to kind of sneak away and basically accesses one of the swords from Swords of X, right? Basically accesses the Cerebro sword. And so he effectively takes off with it. And then from there, like, Colossus shows up, helps to overcome this great big huge thing, kind of saves the day, and then leaves, right? It's just like, I'm done, right? And, you know, and that's the crazy thing, is you kind of have this sort of conversation between you know, Domino and Colossus, where he's like, after I'm done with this, like, do not come back and find me. That's kind of thing. They had a little bit of a romance to a degree, but now he's done, right? He's done with her, he's done with the X-Men, the whole 9 yards, you know, and he's like, do not come and find me, right? Like, do not come back, leave me alone. And so he basically just ends up leaving, right? He just ends up kind of going off and doing his own thing. Switch over to Quentin Quire, right? Quentin Quire is kind of making out with Sophie from the Stepford Cuckoos. It's good to see that he got one of those girls. Or the funny thing is, as soon as that happens, he's immediately stabbed, and then he's knocked through the portal by one of the guys. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people who are fans of Quentin Quire, right, like all 30 of them, they'd probably be pretty pissed off that Quentin Quire is being killed and kind of thrown away like this. Honestly, I'm a fan of Quentin Quire, but I'm biding my time, because here's the thing. I feel like Quentin's gonna have this ridiculously OP moment, right? I feel like it's kind of slapping him around a little bit and then just giving him this ridiculously amazing moment later on down the line. Because remember, he's an Omega level telepath, right? He's not easy pickings. But when he's knocked through here, he's immediately met by the arrival of Mikhail Rasputin, right? The brother of Colossus. And we end up finding out that the brother of Colossus is the one who's leading this whole secretive organization, or at least involved in this whole secretive organization. Now, Mikhail Rasputin is strange because Marvel has never fully fleshed out what his powers are. We know that he can kind of transmute matter on different levels, but it happens in different ways, right? He can travel through time and space, or he can like change a person's body structure, right? To change them into something else. It's one of these things where it's kind of like matter manipulation, but only as it pertains to like another person's physical body and like his ability to move through time and space. But it's one of these things where Marvel kind of keeps him in kind of this gray area where it's like, could he become a reality manipulator, or is he kind of confined to this thing? We don't really know, because we don't really care, because we've never taken the time to tell you. Like, that's kind of what it is. That's kind of what's going on with this character. But regardless, he ends up dragging him into what looks like the Kremlin, right? So like the capital of the Russian government. And that's when you get this sort of switch over where the main henchman, right, of this guy, of you know, the leader, who was at one point defeated by, you know, the Xeno group, basically, who was defeated by Mikhail Rasputin, is basically brought back, right? He's kind of resurrected. He doesn't really matter. It's not really a major talking point. He's kind of enhanced a little bit, right? Like each time he dies, there's modifications that are made to him to improve on the way, you know, to improve on him, so he doesn't die that same way again, or that he can stand a better chance. But as soon as Mikhail Rasputin walks in here, like, one, he's been attending all these meetings. They've been holding this meeting from Mikhail Rasputin, right? So they kept it hidden. And then in turn, you also have like Omega Red, who's on Krakoa as well, right? Kind of a quick little thing. But like this big attack kind of happens, this kind of big assault happens between Mikhail and this henchman guy. This henchman guy is overcome pretty easily. But the important thing that kind of comes out of this is that one, Mikhail Rasputin turns into stone and destroys him. And then two, you have this conversation where because it's Mikhail Rasputin and because the X-Men learn about this, that Beast goes after Colossus again and then brings Colossus back to the island. But what's happened is Beast seems to have kind of told everybody what was going on. And that pisses off Wolverine, who basically attacks Beast. And it's just kind of like, dude, you dick. He chases everybody out of there and they end up taking Colossus to kind of a sort of, not really an interrogation space, kind of an interrogation space, but basically says like, look, we have some questions that we need to ask you about your brother Mikhail and about everything you can tell us, right? Like what you can tell us about him, his involvement, your familial ties, what it is that he's doing here. The important thing is that we kind of get an answer from Benjamin Percy on this, that Mikhail Rasputin basically hands this weapon over to the head of Xeno and says, look, the time has come for you guys to accept the way things are. For the longest time, you and the various organizations who have existed out there, the ones that came before you, have fought against mutant kind on your own. You fought against the mutant population by yourself, but that doesn't work, right? You've built me an army, you've given me everything that I needed, but my resources are also now your resources. If we are going to take down the mutant population, we have to work together. You have to accept help from mutant kind. And so what this means is the brother of Colossus has allied himself with an organization that seeks the purpose of bringing down the X-Men. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with X of Swords. We are getting into part 2, right? And it's one of the things we talked about in X of Swords creation. This is a massive storyline, right? It's 22 parts, and it spans the entirety of the X books, right? All the X-Men related books, Excalibur, and well, I don't know if it's Excalibur, but I think it includes Excalibur, but like X-Force and X-Factor, which is what we're covering here, Wolverine, all that kind of stuff. So what we end up doing here is picking up in the direct aftermath of X of Swords creation, right? Like Apocalypse basically being impaled and Richter, you know, more or less being killed, right? And Richter's not really dead per se, but like both of them are severely injured. And Apocalypse showing up here, he's still somewhat alive, but it's kind of a weird thing because Apocalypse's powers, when it comes to his abilities, really kind of wax and wanes depending on who's telling the story, right? Technically speaking, Apocalypse should and historically did have total control of the atomic structure of his body, right? I mean, he could heal himself from anything. In this instance, he can't or he's unable to. We're not really given a clear explanation as to why this isn't really happening in terms of him just kind of healing himself super fast and going back to normal. But the idea of Apocalypse healing himself also kind of ran counterintuitive to the nature of Apocalypse in the sense that every some period of time he would go into like an incubation chamber and he would basically kind of restore his energies. Now again, that was one of the conflicting aspects of his character. Marvel played it fast and loose, right? They said like Apocalypse is a guy who's just super powerful. Then you get into like the early 90s, the late 80s, early 90s, and it's like, well, Apocalypse has to like jump from one host body to the next because his powers are too extreme. And then you go into like the early 2000s and it's like, actually he doesn't. And it's just, it's weird the way that Marvel's played with his powers over the years. But the idea here is that once they arrive, you basically end up having like Siren who just calls out, right? Just calls out for help. And you have like a whole host of X-Men who show up. You've got Beast who shows up here. You've got Rachel Summers. You have what looks like Dr. Reyes. You have like a whole bunch of people who are just showing up here, right? And the first thing that Apocalypse tells Richter is not to die, right? That a mutant always fights. And in this instance, Richter has to continue basically fighting for his life. The other part of this is that with Polaris showing back up, she comes with the unwelcoming news that of course, Rockslide has been killed. And that's one of the things that kind of takes her in a pretty rough way is because one, she watched him die, two, she brought his remains back, and three, that Rockslide is one of the younger members of the X-Men team, right? And so in a lot of ways, it makes Polaris feel as though she personally failed. And so what ends up happening here is that in response to everything going on, one of the things that Saturnyne does, and a lot of people say it's Saturnyne, no it's not, it's Saturnyne. So what ends up happening is Saturnyne basically like waves her hand and ends up destroying the external gate that allows people from Krakoa to enter into Arakko. Now remember, this was not supposed to happen. That Krakoa, the island itself, did not want to see this gate destroyed under any circumstance. The fact that it's been done pisses the island off in the most extreme, right? Now, of course, the rationale that's given to Krakoa is we weren't the ones who did it, right? It was totally Saturnyne, it's on her, she's the one that made the call. In Otherworld, there's nothing we can really do, right? The power that she possesses there by virtue of the magic she used is beyond our ability to overcome, right? She's more or less almost kind of like a goddess in her own realm. And so in response to that, what you've had here is you've had a couple people who have tried to enter into the subconscious subconscious mind of Polaris in order to access the riddle, right? The prophecy that was given to her by Saturnyne. And the first person to do it, of course, was Monet St. Croix. She tried to enter into Polaris's mind. It didn't work. Then came Rachel Summers. She tried the exact same thing. Every time they do, it triggers this kind of automated telepathic trap where Saturnyne basically pops up and says, nope, you can't do that. And then she takes him away and throws him out of her mind. And it happens every single time they try. Now, this in and of itself is a pretty astronomical feat, and it's something that'd be easy to dismiss, right? It's something that'd be easy to throw away. But something to understand here, Rachel Summers is an omega level telepath. She's not small beans. She's not someone who's just kind of coming along and reading surface thoughts and just managed to muster enough power to get into the subconscious mind of Polaris and then try to find a way to crack this riddle. No, she's super powerful. She's been a host of the Phoenix Force. She fought Galactus to a standstill and actually like forced him off. I mean, it's kind of crazy some of the things that she's done over the course of her history, and to be overpowered by Saturnyne, especially on the telepathic level where she's at her most powerful, actually pretty incredible. Like it's kind of nuts the way that happens. But again, from there we kind of switch over to Richter and Apocalypse. And the crazy thing about this is that you end up having Richter, who's not quite dead and who could potentially be healed by Healer himself, but ultimately Healer chooses not to. Instead, like when Apocalypse tells Healer, like, tend to the boy, the response of Healer is, I have to help you both. And Apocalypse is kind of like, this guy's dying, right? Like Richter doesn't have the same kind of power I have. Richter's dying. Take to him and then worry about me. But at the end of the day, the Healer, Apocalypse kind of picks up on what's going on and says, like, you're gonna let him die? And the response of Healer is, he'll be resurrected swiftly. And then Apocalypse responds, then join him. And he in turn goes to attack the Healer using his telepathy and telekinesis. Now, the fact that he's gonna shut this guy down, he's gonna kill him in his entirety, he's immediately attacked by basically a combined forces, right? A telepath ends up like attacking him. Now, this initially takes on the form of his four horsemen, right? Kind of using his own experiences against him. And then it takes on the form of Richter. But the crazy thing is that once that's done, we end up finding out, of course, that it's Rachel Summers who ended up doing that, right? Rachel Summers ended up screwing with him and basically ended up being the one to kind of take Apocalypse down. Now, from there, you end up going directly into Polaris, who kind of has this conversation with Charles Xavier and these guys. And you have the attempts of Xavier, really, and even the Five, to kind of bring back Richter and to bring back Rockslide. And the problem with this is that with Richter returning and Rockslide returning, Richter seems to come back without a hitch. Rockslide, on the other hand, there's this kind of crazy massive surge that goes on, right? This kind of thing where it's almost like a psychic attack across, all the telepaths inside Krakoa, and even attacks the little, the various gates that are there, right? Those little resurrection pods and, the different points, right, that kind of pick up on Charles Xavier and so on. But Xavier passes out, Rockslide starts kind of going nuts and babbling a whole bunch of nonsense, and basically the Five end up shutting down all the resurrection eggs and destroying them all, right? Because in their mind, there's something wrong with the resurrection eggs when they brought Rockslide back. And their initial kind of, look here, when Polaris kind of looks at Rockslide and is like, you're not Rockslide, the initial indication here is that he brought something back, right? He was contaminated with a virus, so to speak, and that when he was resurrected, that virus kind of spread itself toward, into the eggs. And so when those were all destroyed, Xavier wakes up and he starts freaking out. He's like, what have you done? And the response is, that's not Rockslide. And so what you end up getting here is this idea of Xavier reading the mind of Richter to figure out if that's actually Richter, right? To make sure the problem with Rockslide doesn't repeat itself. And they're all kind of panicking on what they do, because they've never had a situation where they've resurrected someone and then all hell broke loose and they had to destroy the little resurrection eggs. They've never really had that before. And so what it does, at least what it kicks into, is it leads to a meeting of the Quiet Council of sorts, right? And what we end up learning here is that we learn a couple massive things that go on. And it's actually cool to see this, and it was really only a matter of time. But when it comes to the idea of X-Men or mutants resurrecting each other, there's kind of a hitch in the giddy up here. That previously we kind of looked at this as though, resurrection was like an infinite thing. You could resurrect somebody an infinite number of times, and you can, but in this instance, there's a catch. The idea is that if you are in the main Marvel universe and you're a mutant who dies on Earth somewhere, you can be resurrected an infinite number of times. There's no limit there. But if they die in Otherworld, everything changes. And the reason why is because Otherworld is a nexus of realities, right? Any possible reality can be reached from that nexus of realities. It's always been that way, right? Ever since the introduction of Saturnyne and the old, the old Marvel Tales, whatever it was, number 380, the introduction of Roma, Merlin, it's always been established as being that way. The caveat to this is that because it is a nexus of reality, if you die in Otherworld and you're resurrected, there's no guarantee that they'll resurrect the person who died, right? It could be any one of those possible versions of yourself out there throughout the entirety of the multiverse. So an example here is if we take somebody like Wolverine. If Wolverine were to go into Otherworld and he were to die and they were to resurrect him, they may end up resurrecting the version of Wolverine from like Age of Apocalypse, or they may end up resurrecting a version of Wolverine from like Days of Future future past, right? That personality would come with him. Now, the immediate response to that is, okay, if the whole idea behind Cerebro is to constantly back up a person's memory, right? So you back them up on day one, so you have day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. These are all files that are constantly being backed up. Then why not retrieve their memory or the personality and everything that made them who they are from like the day before they ended up going into Otherworld? Now, that's answered here too. The answer, or the reason for that, is because with Rockslide, what we ended up seeing here was that when he was brought back and he was resurrected, this kind of virus or this kind of effect ended up wiping out all the backups of his character, right? Now, it threatened to wipe out all the backups across the entirety of Krakoa, but that was stopped, right? But it basically destroys all your previous backups. So there's no way of resurrecting you as the person you were before. What this means is that Rockslide cannot go back to being who he was. It's a way to kind of kill a character, but not kill a character at the same time. Physically, they would be dead, but it gives Marvel license to just recreate characters on a whim, right? And so if Marvel goes and they say, okay, here's what we're gonna do with the character of Polaris, right? We're gonna have this storyline with her, and we're gonna change her character up in this way, we're gonna do these things, and fans don't like it, then, oh my God, some crazy event where she ended up in Otherworld and she died, time to bring her back. Here's a new version who's different from the last one. Do you guys like this? That's what Marvel can do. They can shift up characters and personalities, you know, on a whim, depending on how they write the stories, which is actually a great idea. It's a great way to kind of keep everybody there and then change who they are without having to like rework everything or like reboot everything or anything along those lines. It's a really smart move. The other part of this though is that when the question is asked of Polaris, what have you been doing to try to figure out this riddle? The response is, well, I haven't, right? Like she hasn't. She's been basically grieving over Rockslide. And this pisses off Magneto because he immediately starts yelling at her. He's like, just figure out what the riddle is. And this triggers a kind of subconscious reaction. And so this prophecy as it's given says, as above, so below. From one womb came two, a hero destined to brandish what the earth has swallowed, and an echo doomed to yearn for what the stars hath forsworn. Lost soul, an edge gained. A lone wanderer returns to a forge left ablaze. A sword in the stone, stationed in space, a young man born old pilots a place. A father forsaken, a husband betrayed, an ancient treasure sharpens the death his children crave. Friends self, friends lost, out of one comes many, into many comes one. 8 years gone in seconds. From a childhood lost comes a woman grown. Her only friends were weapons. Now her soul a blade hers alone. Once goddess, once queen, one sword with which to split the sky in twain. Vibranium inlaid, a tempest contained. She is the wrath of heavens wielding a legacy. Ego, death, and broken stone. 2 wars waged by one champion alone. And that's it. Right, that's all we really get for that prophecy. Now, here's my question, you guys. Who do you think those characters are referencing? Some are obvious, like Cable and Storm, but others I'm kind of curious about. I think one of those is Hope, but let me know, right? Because I mean, that's the whole idea behind the kind of beginning of this, is to give us each one of these characters who are going to be wielding these various weapons, right? Like one of them refers to Wolverine and the Muramasa blade, right? Like the forge left and all that kind of stuff. That's the Muramasa blade, right? Like the Hell Forge, basically. But Polaris, in response to this, after kind of running off this prophecy, not realizing what she did, ends up grabbing the remains of Rockslide and taking off. Now, the other thing that comes out of this is you have Xavier and Magneto who appear to Apocalypse, and their whole stance is, okay, so here's the deal, Pops. Like, your great experiment has failed. Against the wishes of the council, you took this team and you took it into Araco, believing that you could achieve whatever you needed to achieve. And this led to basically a loss of mutant life. And as a result of that, the death of these mutants are on your head. At the end of the day, right now, the resurrection stones, or resurrection garden, whatever you want to call it, is currently offline, and it will stay that way. Like Xavier tells him, you chose not to heed the council, and now your hubris has basically doomed us all. You've entered us into a conflict that we could potentially lose, and if we do, it'll lead to the death of everybody on Krakoa. It'll lead to the eradication of the mutant population, and I dare say, the conquering of the world. And depending on what level they possess, even, you know, what level of power they have, possibly even further beyond. And so they're like, you know, you won't be resurrected anytime soon, right? Like, you're suffering the consequences of your actions. You better hope you don't die, because if you do, we're not going to bring you back anytime soon. Not only that, I doubt anybody will grieve your absence, right? It's kind of a crazy thing, because despite the fact that Apocalypse is still on, or it really is on the Quiet Council, it kind of shows that there really isn't a lot of love lost between Xavier, Magneto, and Apocalypse, right? Like, you know, he's there because they respect the role he plays and the power he has and the experience he brings to the table, but they still don't like him, right? And so what you end up getting here is kind of the next morning, sort of the rise of the sun, and you've got Polaris, who basically created this kind of, like, all these little sigils, right? This kind of platform, and she used the remains of Rockslide to do it, kind of looking looking at this as what is essentially a kind of testament that will stand eternal to the memory of Rockslide. But what this is designed to do is basically be a kind of gathering place, right? In the sense that those individuals who gather their swords will bring them here. They'll bring them here, they'll stand there with their swords or place their swords, and when everything is brought together, then the beginning of the conflict will commence, right? And so at this point right now in X of Swords, all we're doing is following the stories of various characters as they're locating their weapons. They're locating their respective weapons, their swords, and then bringing them to this location. And so next up is Wolverine and the Muramasa blade. And the coolest thing about this, Wolverine's gonna go to hell. Alright, what's going on guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with X of Swords, this time the Wolverine story, and we're focusing on part 3. Now here's the thing, here's a cool thing I like about X of Swords. This is a throwback to the way that Marvel used to do comics back in the 1990s when they did major crossover events, only this time it's a lot more organized. Back in the day, a little bit of history here for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with this. Back in the day, at least when I started reading comics, and even like before the 1990s they did this, but back in the day you didn't really have numbered crossover events. In DC Comics you had, like you did have that with like Crisis on Infinite Earths, but that was such a big event that at the time, that's what made it so, one of the things that made it so landmark was like, it was the Crisis on Infinite Events story, Crisis on Infinite Earths story. You did have like Crisis on Earth 1, Crisis on Earth 2, that really came long before that, right? Back in the 60s, I think. But the cool thing, or what was interesting, is that back then in the 90s, you would have a crossover event that would just span a whole bunch of individual comic book lines, right? So imagine now when you have crossovers, except you don't have a main story. So like Civil War, if Civil War happened over the course of a bunch of individual character or team comics and didn't have a core story, like Civil War 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 7 or however many issues that it was, that's how it was done back then. This is done very much the same way. You have what's basically the Omega and the Alpha comic, which is how they used to do it back in the 90s, right? So like X of Swords Creation #1 is the equivalent to the 1990s, like X of Swords Alpha. And then when you get to the very end, it'd be like X of Swords Omega, the kind of opening issue and the closing issue, right? And everything just kind of falls in between. And I kind of like this, right? It's an old throwback. It's kind of cool the way that it used to be. But from there, really the way this kind of kicks off is you basically pick up with Wolverine. Wolverine basically emerging out of the pits of hell. Now, how he got here will be explained over this. It's not really required that you read the first 5 issues of Wolverine. You can if you want to, but that largely deals with the blood of Wolverine being taken by vampires and handed over to their leader Dracula so the vampires can walk around in the day and the night. And that's basically it. Omega Red has a role in that, but it's by no means the most important thing ever. And if I'm being kind of honest, a little bit lackluster for an opening Wolverine story arc, to be quite frank. But this initially kicks off with Wolverine kind of emerging from, emerging out of the pits of hell and making this kind of comment about how, for a lot of people going to hell and back is just an expression, but for Wolverine, he's done it more than once. But the problem is that, from Wolverine's perspective, hell is a place where basically your past catches up with you. And for the mutant population, the past is catching up with Krakoa. And that's where you kind of have Wolverine talking to Krakoa itself and basically saying, like, at the end of the day, like your voice here is the only one that really matters. But the reality of this is that you've been in existence ever since the creation of really the kind of the splitting of this home island, right? And so now you have Arakko and you have Krakoa. And the issue with this is that you wanted that external gate to stay open because you knew it would ultimately lead to war, right? Maybe some kind of reunification, but you knew war would happen at some point during that process, i.e. you wanted war. The thing to understand is I will play my part here. I will go track down the Muramasa blade like I'm supposed to, but just know this, Krakoa, I don't trust you and I never will, right? I don't see you as a trustworthy being. And so what you end up getting here is kind of Wolverine giving us this little bit of a flashback, right? Like his wife Itsu, the death of Itsu, the belief that his son had died as well. Of course, his son being Daken, who didn't die and kind of went on to be raised accordingly, with the reworking of Wolverine's origin, which I never completely agreed with. But you also end up having him visiting Ken Harada. And the reason why is because Wolverine wants to know where Muramasa is, right? Like, where is Muramasa gone to? Now, the funny thing about Muramasa himself, he's fashioned different weapons and arms and armament over the course of his life, and he's been around for hundreds of years. The belief is that Muramasa is immortal, but it was never actually confirmed by Marvel Comics that he is an immortal character. Instead, like, he's basically vanished here. And the concern of Wolverine is, where has Muramasa gone? Now, the significance of the Muramasa blade is twofold. The first is the fact that, of course, it's one of the swords that has to be hunted for and used during this major conflict that Saturnyne set in motion. But the other thing that's important here is that the Muramasa blade has the ability to nullify healing factors. The idea is that you could use the Muramasa blade to basically cut through Wolverine and then to like cut his head off and then remove, like put the two pieces in two different locations, right? That was the Xavier protocols to effectively keep Wolverine dead, to separate his head from his body and to never reunify the two because he cannot grow back a head, right? right? He would just stay dead for however long that happens to be. But Ken Harada as the Silver Samurai is probably the best person to start with because it's Silver Samurai, right? Between his knowings about the comings and goings in Japan, his swordsmanship, his times with with Muramasa, he's the person to start with. And so initially, Ken Harada's kind of pissed because he feels like he should have been the one to be tasked with tracking down the Muramasa blade. Of course, it makes sense that it would be Wolverine, right? Because Wolverine was the one who commissioned the blade to be made in the first place. That when his wife Itsu had been killed, that combined with all the experiences that he had gone through before led to him going to Muramasa and saying, I need you to craft a blade for me so that if I use it, I can make God bleed. And ultimately, it took a whole bunch of years to make this sword, but when it was done, it was a sword that could kill virtually anybody, right? There really isn't anybody out there that can survive being decapitated by this sword or something like that. Now, at the end of the day, you end up having Wolverine, of course, who gets the upper hand on Silver Samurai and then says, like, tell me what you know. And that's when Harada says, all I know are rumors. Now, at this point, we switch over to Arako, right? To the Tower of what's called Broken Will. And we're basically following the Horseman War here. And what we end up getting is that there's a person put inside this Temple of Broken Will who's been here for 100 years, right? Well, it's 100 years in a season. So however long a season is down here in Arako, but basically 100 years. And that this person was tasked here or put here because of the fact that this being had basically killed the husband of War somewhere along the line. And so we end up finding out that this person who's here is a guy by the name of Solem. And the hope or the belief was that in the time that he's been here, he would have lost his mind. He would have basically gone crazy. But the funny thing about this is Solem is as sane as ever, right? He's as sane as he's ever been, because while he was trapped down in this tower that was designed to break his will and to drive him insane, the people who were supportive of him have actually been providing him with gifts and different things like that. Now, the motivation for Solem killing Bracken, the husband of War, is never fully given to us. Instead, we're kind of given what are basically a series of speculations that people don't really seem to know. That all Solem has is what's basically kind of like a self-professed agenda, right? In the sense that he is a person who enjoys gamesmanship, right? So he's a lot like the Grandmaster from Marvel Comics, but his loyalty isn't to anybody but himself, right? It's just music, flesh, and wine, and that's basically it. Sometimes blood, right? Like really nothing more than that. But the idea was that Bracken, who was the husband of War and the father of Summoner, that the indication is that the ability of Solem to kind of seduce other people came to bear with his ability to seduce Bracken, right? So effectively, he was had dabbled in being gay, right? And being with guys. And so the result of this is that the kind of speculation comes into play in the sense that it's believed that the possibility was there that the whole goal of Solem was to actually seduce War, but it couldn't be done. And so the result was that Solem seduced Bracken and then killed him in order to get back at War. Or maybe that he had made an advancement towards War and War rebuked it. Whatever the case is, we don't really know, right? All we really know is that for whatever reason, he killed Bracken, and that kind of led him to this place. The other part of this is that War had presented Solem with basically the Hellblade, right? The blade of Bracken, in the hopes that having this in his possession and then losing his mind would lead to him basically killing himself, right? And he would be sent directly to hell. But none of that really seems to have happened. And in fact, War is kind of shocked to the fact that none of it really seemed to happen, right? And so with this kind of going down the way that it was, you end up having them basically approaching Solem and saying, like, the reason why we're here is because you have to track down the Muramasa blade, right? Like normally we would leave you here, or we might even kill you ourselves, right? But the funny thing about this is that Solem appears to be an unkillable character, right? He seems to be someone that nobody out there can kill. And so the result is that they end up freeing him and basically say, like, you need to go and find the Muramasa blade, right? Like that's the whole point. That's what you have to do. And so Solem effectively kind of goes on his mission, right? He's got 3 days to do it. And it's like, okay, then like, let's go do this, right? And so from there, you pick back up with Wolverine, kind of jumping a little bit between the past and the present. Some of this in terms of stuff in the past is really designed to kind of flesh out things that for the most part, if you've been reading Wolverine for any measure of time, you already knew. But if you're new to Wolverine, you wouldn't really know a lot of that stuff, right? But it's basically just this idea that Itsu had been killed and that Wolverine went on a warpath trying to find Muramasa in a way to basically enact his revenge, right? That he had an exceedingly violent life. He was basically kind of a killer for hire. And then when he met Itsu, that it basically kind of brought him back and really calmed him down, right? It showed him that he could have a life outside of this violent life that he'd been living. And losing her kind of solidified this idea to Logan that like he could never actually find peace, that peace would always elude him for the rest of his life. And so in his anger and in his vengeance, he ended up tracking down Muramasa and and essentially having Muramasa create a blade for him. The other thing that kind of comes out of this is you end up having what's called the Hand. That when he eventually located Muramasa, or at least he went to travel back to see him at some point in time, Muramasa had basically been killed in kind of a ritual sacrifice by the Hand and ultimately sent to what was basically hell. And so in the moment, in the kind of present moment where Wolverine basically emerges from hell itself, this is basically the journey he went on, right? That the rumors that Ken Harada had heard were that Muramasa had basically been sent to hell or was operating in hell as an agent of the Hand, and that Wolverine effectively had to travel there in order to find Muramasa, right? So that's why he just kind of wakes up in the pits here. But the Hand is an interesting concept in Marvel, right? And we've talked about them before. The Hand, as most of you guys know, is like a mystical ninja clan, but there's a little more to them than that. Back in the day in feudal Japan, you had the kind of Japanese empire as it existed, but what you also had were farmers and people out there who didn't want to be part of Japanese, the Japanese empire. And so what they did is they took to the mountainsides and they started practicing different forms of martial arts that were outside of the approval of the Japanese empire. But what you ended up getting, where they were all kind of split and kind of, broken and fractured and so on, that you had a guy named Kaganobu Yoshioka who basically brought them all together. He unified the entirety of the Hand. Following that, the group started worshiping what was called the Beast, and that led to the Hand kind of adopting a lot of these mystical abilities and then becoming the super mystical ninja organization out there, right? These are the guys who could kill you in a locked room and nobody would know how it happened, right? That's what's kind of crazy about these guys. And so Wolverine basically emerges from this pit, right? Emerges from this pit, finally finds Muramasa, and Muramasa's response is, "You have to save me. You have to get me out of here," because as in essence, Muramasa is working for the Hand and by extension is working for a demon, right? So it's like Wolverine versus basically like the demon of hell. Okay, so we are picking back up with Swords of X, and in this one we're covering part 4, which features X-Force, which is just kind of a continuation of the video, the last video that we did, where we were talking about Wolverine, right? And in the last video, Wolverine was on the hunt for Muramasa, right? He was traveling around, he spent about 24 hours doing it, trying to find this guy, because it was his task to locate and use the Muramasa blade as part of the Swords of X event. The thing about this is that everybody that he'd talked to had basically told him that Muramasa had essentially become a servant of the Hand, which was kind of something that Wolverine just couldn't really get behind, right? Because Muramasa never really seemed to be the kind of person that would serve the Hand, but ultimately locating this Yomi temple that celebrated the underworld, he ended up finding that Muramasa had kind of been sacrificed in this sort of ritual sacrifice that had basically taken him to the Hand, or at least been done by the Hand. And that's when Wolverine's completely and totally ambushed, right? Now, the thing about the Hand, and we've talked about this before, because they usually attack in massive droves, right? They attack in just a huge, overwhelming number, basically means that anybody they go against isn't really going to have much of a chance to defeat them. Now, with regards to facing off against Wolverine, they can hold their own more than enough, right? Because they're here to achieve a particular goal. Now, when Wolverine rips the mask off one of the members of the Hand, they don't look the way they used to, in the sense that the Hand always looked like people, because they effectively were people. But the idea is that Wolverine's basically taken by the Hand themselves once he's stabbed and thrown through a kind of portal that leads directly to what is essentially hell. Now, hell in Marvel Comics, and we've talked about this before, hell in Marvel Comics is kind of like is a geographical place, right? And you can kind of split it up based on different territories, right? And so if we use the United States as an example, which is not that far-fetched, and we said the United States is hell, then in turn what we could do is we could say like California is ruled by Mephisto, and Washington DC is ruled by like, Damon Hellstrom, and Florida is ruled by somebody else, right? That is all kind of broken up into these different sections. Marvel's never really consolidated this. They've never really answered the question like, what stops a soul in the realm of Mephisto from wandering into the soul of Damon Hellstrom, and how does this kind of, unification and splitting of factions among hell work, right? And Marvel never really clarified that. They kind of have a little bit to a degree here and there, but by and large, we don't really have a kind of like map in terms of how hell is laid out and how this determining factor on who rules what section, how it's all kind of solidified. But the long and short of this is that this is how Wolverine ended up in hell and basically clawed himself out when he was moving, and just was nothing more than an adamantium skeleton. Now, one of you guys asked the question how it is that Wolverine can move when he's only a skeleton. Comic book logic, guys, because you're not wrong, right? You're not wrong if you say that doesn't make any sense. No person who's just simply a skeleton could move, because there's no muscle, no nerves, none of that stuff, none of the components that the body needs in order to be able to move, right? I mean, your muscles push and pull, and that's how you move, and move one leg in front of the other, right? In order to walk in a forward direction. Without that, you can't move. You would just be laying there, right? So comic book logic, just kind of take it for what it is. But that's when he's kind of set upon the Hand as they kind of exist here, right? As they exist in this sort of new realm, he's met by basically demons and so on. And all the while, you have Muramasa crafting swords for the Beast. Now, the Beast is a character that the Hand basically worship, and the Beast is largely responsible for the Hand's mystical abilities, right? The ability to resurrect the dead, different things like that. But the funny thing about it is that the Beast's location, which is to say the dimension in which he resides, had never been fully fleshed out in Marvel Comics. And the fact that this is in Hell really basically shows us the Beast is one of the Hell Lords that are out there, right? He's one of these demonic entities that resides in the realm of Hell and presumably has his own little location. Now, we don't really know anything about it, but whatever the situation is, Muramasa has been brought here because he is viewed as being owed a debt to the Beast. And the reason for that comes in the nature of Muramasa, in the sense that when he's crafting a weapon, he's the greatest craftsman in all on all of Earth, right? He's the greatest weapons maker on Earth itself. But one of the things that makes him so interesting is that he can actually take a portion or all of your soul and put it inside the weapon he creates. And what this has been viewed as by the Beast and presumably other demonic entities is that he robbed them of souls, right? Beings who maybe like they made some kind of a pact with Mephisto, and Mephisto would take their soul when they die, but instead they end up having their soul placed inside the Muramasa blade. Their physical body will die, but their soul will kind of exist inside this blade, and they'll never actually go to the realm of Mephisto, right? So he was kind of cheated out of a bargain, so to speak. Where Muramasa doesn't really ask too many questions. He doesn't really have a checklist, right? Like, okay, please check off the demon entities whose soul you owe. It doesn't really work that way. And so he doesn't really know. But the result of this is that he's being viewed as owing a debt. And that's why he's currently a servant of the Beast, because the Beast is making good on the debt that he feels he's owed. Now, for Wolverine himself, he's basically thrown inside of one of the cells in Hell. And when that happens, his body, of course, kind of starts, regrowing, his bones or at least his skeleton and muscles and all that kind of stuff kind of starts going through that whole process. But he's met with the arrival of Solem. Now, Solem, of course, as most of you guys remember, we saw in the last video. And this was a guy who was contacted by the Horseman War and basically told, you have to go and grab one of the Muramasa blades or a blade from Muramasa in order to satisfy your role as one of the people who are going to be fighting against the heroes of Krakoa, right? As part of this X Swords event. And so he basically ends up kind of going on his journey and traveling and getting to that location. Now, how it was that he actually got here to Hell is kind of given to us in a bit of a flashback, in the sense that he kind of tells Wolverine while his body's restructuring, he basically tells Wolverine that at some point along the line, once he left the island of the land of Araco, he ended up traveling and see the Oracle of Araco, and the Oracle had been placed there, or kind of banished there by her sister, and the result was that Solem had essentially cut this girl's head off and then brought it to the Oracle and was like, here's the payment that I offer as tribute for this kind of prophecy, this direction that I need to go in, right? Because it requires some kind of tribute in order for you to get information from the Oracle. And so the Oracle basically tells him, like, you are going to have to travel to the realm of Hell, and you have the tools you need to do it, right? That Muramasa is currently dead. You cannot go and find him on Earth, but what you have in your possession, this Hell blade that you possess, is a key. It will allow you to access Hell, but know that when you go there, you're not going to be able to find Muramasa on your own. Instead, you're going to have to seek out the man made of metal, and he will be your guide to Muramasa. Hence the reason why Solem's here, because he needs Wolverine in order to find Muramasa. And so the funny thing is that once Wolverine emerges, once he kind of pops back and he's totally healed, he uses his adamantium and tries to cut through the Hellforge bars, and it doesn't work. And this is one of only a handful of instances in Marvel Comics when we're basically given a material that's stronger than adamantium, right? By and large, adamantium is the strongest material in Marvel Comics, right? There are a couple things out there that might be stronger than adamantium, something like Thor's hammer, but even within the Marvel Universe, nothing can really cut through adamantium, or at least only one thing can really cut through adamantium. But it is essentially highly durable. It can't really be destroyed. When it starts out in a liquid state, once it hardens and solidifies, it can't be returned back to a liquid state again. There are different kind of weaknesses out there, something like anti-metal, right? So if you had like an anti-metal blade, it could cut through adamantium, not in the traditional sense, but because anti-metal breaks down metal on the atomic level. So it's almost kind of like you're cutting through it without actually touching it, if that makes any sense. But, this is one of these instances where we've encountered yet something else in Marvel that's stronger than adamantium. And so what you end up getting is this attempt by Wolverine to kind of take out Solem, right? Because if the stance of Solem is, I'm here to get the Muramasa blade, and Wolverine's here for the same thing, then ultimately they would end up fighting over the sword, right? So Wolverine's like, I'll just kill you now, and I won't have to worry about it later. But when he goes to attack Solem, we end up finding the reason why Solem is kind of considered to be this indestructible man is because his skin is actually made of adamantium. But at the moment, he and Wolverine effectively have to work together, right? Wolverine can't kill him, and he needs Wolverine. And so with that happening, they basically set off into the Hellforge itself, right? Into the realm of the Beast. And once they locate him, there's this kind of ceremony taking place, right? This marriage between what he calls his red left hand and his red right hand, right? Seemingly his two most devoted servants. And so as this marriage is taking place, this is why these swords of Muramasa were being created, right? They were being done for the purpose of honoring this kind of ritual. Not only that, he put the entirety of his soul into these swords, right? He says, for you, I put my very soul into them, right? And so what this does is it leads to, as part of this ritual, it leads to the beast basically instructing his servants to kill Muramasa, and then to basically absorb his soul into the swords themselves. Now, whether or not this means Muramasa can come back, we don't really know, right? It may be one of these things where the soul is stuck inside the swords and we'll never see it again, right? Muramasa is dead for all time. We're not entirely sure here, but what we do know is that with his soul being absorbed into the swords, it makes them wildly powerful, in the sense that when you have Solem launching his attack and destroying one of the red hands, that this leads to the other one attacking him. And in doing so, he starts to bleed. And that's when the revelation is given to him on behalf of Wolverine. The Muramasa blades can cut through adamantium. That's their purpose. But the original Muramasa blade was created, or at least done by Wolverine, with a portion of his soul placed inside, so that the sword itself could cut through Wolverine's adamantium and behead him if it needed to be done. And so with that being the case, all blades coming after have the ability to cut through adamantium, right? So it's basically a means by which Wolverine and Solem can kill each other. Because the question leading up to this was that if these two are going to end up doing battle, Solem's skin is made of adamantium and Wolverine's bones are made of adamantium, how could they ever really kill each other, right? They would just fight for all eternity. But the fact that there are blades that are able to cut through this material means they can kill each other. And that's where the question's kind of asked, that the beast is killed pretty quickly, which is a little disappointing, but the question that's asked by Solem is, why should I give you this sword? Why do that? I have both katanas. I killed both the bride and the groom. I could just take them for myself. But it's the nature of the X-Swords event that Wolverine needs a sword and that Solem needs a sword. And seemingly, Solem is a person who is very much honor bound, right? He believes that if they are going to fight each other, they're going to duel in the most honorable way possible. And so what he tells Wolverine is, I will give you this sword, but I want a deal. I want something in return. What this thing is, we don't know. Instead, all we end up getting next is Wolverine emerging, into Krakoa, bringing his sword with him, simply saying that he got his sword, but it came with a price, and then taking his place on the altar as one of the heroes who have attained their swords from the X-Sword event. Alright, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are continuing on with the Swords of X event. This time we are into part 5, and we are picking up with the Marauders, specifically Storm. And I like the way this goes down. Initially, this kind of thing opens up with Storm meeting with Kitty Pryde, who of course Kitty Pryde is more or less the leader of the Marauders team. And the whole idea with Storm is she's currently struggling with the fact that she has to basically acquire her own sword. That Storm is one that has to grab one of the swords, specifically a sword from Wakanda. And this is not something as easily said or easily done as it is said, right? Because Kitty Pryde kind of offers her aid and Storm says, no, this is something that I have to do on my own, right? And the reason for this is given to us in a little bit of the history here in Wakanda itself. What we're basically given here is this idea that in the early days of Wakandan history, one of the things that we're told is that in the early days of Wakanda, when vibranium first showed up there, the people didn't really know what to make of it, right? They didn't really know what to make of this great mound, this giant asteroid composed of vibranium that landed on Earth. But when Wakandans eventually moved or really kind of settled in the territory and started focusing and kind of building their empire around vibranium, it originated with the creation of what was called the Skybreaker. And this was basically a sword that was the first weapon crafted out of vibranium, which basically crushed the enemies that were going against Wakanda. The benefit of this came in the recognition of the potential this sword had, specifically what vibranium had. And so Wakandans began studying vibranium more and more. And the more they studied it, the more they realized how unique it was among other metals across the face of the earth. This led to the desire for vibranium, which led to countries and so on willing to pay top dollar to get their hands on it. And by being able to pay or being so willing to pay so much money for it, this is how Wakanda rose to prominence. That because vibranium was so expensive, Wakanda used these resources to fund the building of their cities. They used this money to fund the education of its people, that kind of thing. It's a pretty genius idea in terms of how it works, but more so than that, the Skybreaker is passed on from chief to chief. But more so, and what's really important here, is the Skybreaker is kind of a symbol of the Wakandan people, right? It's their equivalent of like the Holy Bible for Christianity, right? It's their religious concept. It's something that you simply just don't mess with. Or maybe the cross is something more, that's probably a better example. But the long and short of this is Storm basically shows up to Wakanda itself, right? Now, T'Challa's kind of out doing T'Challa stuff, doing Black Panther stuff, right? He's just doing his Black Pantherly duties, and it takes him away from Wakanda temporarily. And so she ends up meeting with Shuri and the Queen Mother. And one of the unspoken things about the history of Storm here is that, as most of you guys know, Storm was married to T'Challa at one point in time, right? He basically nullified their marriage, I think during the events of Avengers versus X-Men, but they really haven't been married ever since, right? Their relationship is a little stronger than it used to be, and they're kind of getting back onto good terms to a degree, but marriage doesn't really seem anything that's going to be happening anytime soon. And we get this really succinct, kind of explanation here, which is one of the things that I like about Vita Ayala, is he explains it in a way to where it's it's done really clearly, right? And really easily. When Queen Mother asks what in the world's going on, the response to Storm is, okay, so Apocalypse had his 4 horsemen. They were basically banished to this place called Araco, and they eventually formed an army. They invaded Otherworld, and by accessing Otherworld, they want to lead this army into the rest of the multiverse, starting with our universe, and kill us all. Done. The plot to X of Swords. That's that's the entire gist of it. And it's cool, right? This is one of the reasons why I like it when there are other tie-ins to Jonathan Hickman's story, right? Because a lot of you guys know Hickman, he's an amazing writer. I love him to death, right? I love the work he does, but he can sometimes make his stories a little over confusing in terms of how he writes. And it's easier when somebody else kind of looks at it and then just breaks it down in a more digestible way, right? Because it's very easy to get caught up in everything that Hickman's doing, because not everything gets explained right off the bat. So it kind of leaves you sort of wondering a little bit. But the cool thing about this is that when Storm tells them that this is a potential threat to the world, the response of Wakanda is, then we'll assemble an army, right? We will make an army and we will help you fight alongside this battle. And Storm's idea is, no, I can't necessarily do that. I need a weapon, specifically a weapon from Wakanda, one with history. And so that's when you start getting things like the Nation Maker, the Panther Claws, the King's Mercy, right? These different swords that different weapons that Black Panther have used over the course of the entire history of Wakanda. But Storm yet again turns this down and says, no, I need the Skybreaker. And that's when the response is, that's not possible. That's not something that we can just give you, right? We can't just hand you this weapon over. It could lead to disaster. Our people would riot, right? Because it would be Wakanda giving away its most religious figure. That more, and it's kind of interesting, the more that Marvel covers the history of Wakanda, the more they involve Wakanda in the rest of the goings on and crossovers and whatnot, the more you learn about Wakanda's culture. And so we get this explanation here that because the Skybreaker is such an important figure in the history of Wakanda, right? It was the weapon that was used to solidify the Wakandan nature, that it's not something you just give a person, right? It's like the Declaration of Independence or the United States Constitution. You don't just hand it over to somebody else, right? This is something that you keep protected under lock and key. And that the belief, the faith of the Wakandan people is so revered in terms of this Skybreaker sword that if the Wakandan royal family were to simply give it to somebody, people would revolt. And so the ultimate statement of Storm is, I can't have any sword but that. But, where Queen Mother says, simply wait for Black Panther to return, right? Wait for T'Challa to return, plead your case to him, and he will be the one to make the final decision. Until then, you are welcome to stay here as an honored guest. And Storm, of course, accepts. Now, at that point, we switch over to her private quarters, which looks like it has an amazing view. And then she, of course, is met by Shuri. Now, this is something that Marvel doesn't really discuss too much. And it kind of sucks because seeing it now is really cool. With Storm being the wife of Black Panther at one point in time, the wife of T'Challa, we never really got a lot of exploration in terms of her relationship with Shuri. It's one of these things where the relationship between them is that they're very much sisters, right? And they're very close to each other. They have a lot of history there. And it wasn't necessarily history insofar as Storm's involvement outside of Black Panther. It was simply that she was married to him and the two of them kind of spent time together, right? When Shuri became the Black Panther in the aftermath of T'Challa stepping down prior to the events of Doom War, Storm didn't really seem to have a lot of involvement in Shuri's time as Black Panther. But that didn't necessarily take away from Shuri's perception of her. A lot of that was really more because Shuri didn't want anybody else involved, right? I mean, even with Black Panther, she took his counsel lightly. She wanted to kind of prove herself, right? That she could do it on her own. That's kind of what she was shooting for. Ultimately ended up costing her life, but nonetheless, I guess better to go down under that circumstance than any other. But the important thing is they have this kind of conversation. And she, again, kind of reiterates this position. There are people in Wakanda who are literally just looking for a reason to get rid of us, right? Every single day, they're looking for a reason to oust us because they consider us to be too forward-thinking, too progressive, that we're not, really kind of latched down and allowing ourselves to be held back by tradition, right? We're not living in the past, essentially. And so if we were to give you this sword, they would use that as a reason to create revolt. And not even my mother, the Queen Mother, and not even T'Challa would be able to talk these individuals down, that a revolt would inevitably happen. Could we quash it? Yes, but it would cost lives in the process. But the ultimate result of this is they end up hitting a stalemate. That Shuri doesn't really side with Storm and say, okay, fine, we'll find a way in for you. But Storm doesn't really ally with Shuri and say, yeah, you're right, it really is too much to ask, I should be on my way. Instead, it's just kind of like, wait for T'Challa to get here, and Storm's idea is, I can't, right? I can't wait for this. And so she ends up, of course, donning her X-Men uniform and then taking to the skies in Wakanda. Now, at this point, we kind of get a little bit of an explanation in terms of what this whole deal is, right? And it sort of bounces back and forth between what Storm's doing at the moment and what's happening. Now, because you can obviously tell what Storm's doing, let's kind of run over this history a little bit while you guys are checking that out. But the idea is that the Temple of the Heart of Wakanda is kind of like its most revered place, right? It's its most sacred place. I don't recall if this runs part and parcel with the necropolis, but the point is that Black Panther, T'Challa basically says the sword itself is a symbol of the spirit of Wakanda, right? It's what it means to be a Wakandan. And it is never, ever, ever to be taken from Wakandan soil, right? It's like taking the heart of the country, the heart of the nation. You just don't do it, right? That if you take that, it would be like killing Wakanda, right? More so than that, as Black Panther takes her through there, as T'Challa took her through there, this of course happened back during the days of Civil War, basically the Civil War event. At least we assume it does, right? Because that's when they got married. That T'Challa says, like, if you're going to be my wife, it's important that you understand the true history and culture of Wakanda. But notice this, one of the things that T'Challa does is he doesn't tell her everything. But what he says is that here, this facility is under surveillance 24 hours by priests. And so while Storm's able to use her power over weather to create lightning that'll take down power to the place, and it takes about 30 minutes for it to reboot, that there are still analog security here, right? There's still guys, there's still people walking around. Now understand, these guys know how to fight. They're able to kind of fight back, right? They need more than like, or they're able to do more than like use guns, essentially. That these guys are trained as some of the most prodigious fighters in all of, in the Marvel universe, right? On Earth. They're there to protect the Swordbreaker. Of what use would they be if they were not highly prodigious fighters? But as good as they are, Storm is better. Now, this is also partly because she's able to get the upper hand and sneak up on them, but even with the knockdown drag-out fight between the two, Storm's able to overcome. And this comes from a variety of different sources, right? It comes from Storm's youth, where she was taught how to fight during her time as a thief. It comes from Storm's time on the X-Men, when she was the wife of Black Panther and was taught various forms of martial arts by some of his best fighters, the Dora Milaje. These are the kind of things that where she gained her experience from, right? So she really is a highly prodigious fighter. The problem with this is that once she accesses Skybreaker with the intention of replacing it with a fake sword, that before she can grab it, the fake sword's blown out of her hand. And the reason why is because Shuri's there. And Shuri suspected this is exactly what Storm would do. That Storm would take this need and she would say, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for T'Challa to get here or anything along those lines. Now, the fight between the two is pretty intriguing. And one of the things to easily overlook about Shuri is how good she is at fighting. If she was going to become the Black Panther, she had to first and foremost be the leader of her armies, right? To be the commander of all the Wakandan armies. And none of the members of the Wakandan army would respect a Black Panther who couldn't fight. But the idea here is that the two of them are able to fight pretty closely. Now, one thing to bear in mind is that Storm is not really looking to kill Shuri. If she was, she would just shut her down entirely using her powers. But again, because Shuri has been Black Panther, she's one of the best fighters in all of Wakanda and easily on par with Storm. And so kind of going back and forth, you end up having Shuri who manages to overtake Storm and then says, like, this is it. I'm going to take you with me to the palace and together we're going to speak with T'Challa, right? So notice this, Shuri's response isn't, I'm taking you back to the palace and we're going to throw you in jail because you obviously tried to steal from us. There's still respect there. There's still love and kindness there, right? She's not seeing her as somebody who betrayed Wakanda, even if it's true, because the case of Storm is so extreme, and Shuri knows that Storm would not absolutely do this unless she felt like she had no other choice, right? That's what we're kind of looking at here. But Storm ultimately ends up overempowering Shuri and then replacing the sword with a fake one and then effectively leaving. But as soon as she does, she's met by the arrival of T'Challa, right? T'Challa immediately shows up and says, why are you doing this, right? Now T'Challa shows up here with his personal guard. These guys are not to be trifled with. These guys and the Dora Milaje, all T'Challa has to do is just like give the thumbs down or just say, take her, and like they will overpower her, right? Like they will overpower her before she can use her powers. That's how good these guys are. They are wildly capable. Now Storm is super powerful. She is Omega level, but also keep in mind, Black Panther knows how to neutralize his wife. If this was anybody else, Storm would overcome them and that would be the end of it. But being married to her and knowing her as he does, it would not take long for Black Panther to take her down, right? That's just kind of the way that is. And that's one of the things where he says, like, why would you do this? Like, I would have done this. Like, if you had asked me, I would have given you this sword. Like, my, Queen Mother told me everything that's going on. If you had asked, I would have given you this. All you had to do was just wait. And that's where it really kind of breaks down the relationship between the two, because ultimately they don't trust each other. And that's the biggest problem. That sure, Black Panther trusts her insofar as he would have given her this, but ultimately Storm doesn't trust him, right? She doesn't trust that he would have given her this weapon and knowing, and the whole time knowing what discourse or what kind of discord it might cause among his people. She didn't trust him on that, and rightfully so, right? Because Black Panther has consistently made himself a guy who would put his people first. And so it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that in the face of all that, consistently kind of maintaining that position, that he would suddenly change his mind. And not only change his mind, give her the most symbolic weapon of his people, right? It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that he would suddenly do that. But ultimately, he just ends up letting her leave. And the reason why is because she says, if I do not leave here with this sword, we are all going to die, right? Like, understand, I would not do this unless I absolutely have to. You know me, you are married to me, you know the kind of person that I am. The fact that I would come here and I would defy the request of your mother to wait until you return, even if it only would have been a couple hours, for the purpose of going in there and stealing your most sacred weapon and leaving, you have to know that it's a serious deal. And that's when he says, let her go. But in response, he says, destroy the gate, right? Destroy the Krakoan gate. Like, Krakoa has lost its ability to kind of sneak in and out as they see fit, right? There was a measure of trust that's been lost here. And so if Krakoans, if mutants are going to come back here, then they're going to come back here through the normal channels. They're going to request that we allow them in. We will either honor or deny that request, and then we'll meet them as we would any ambassador from any other country anywhere in the world. Storm, you lost that privilege. No more special rights for you, right? No more special privileges for you. And so Storm ultimately ends up making her way back to Krakoa. She takes her place on the panel alongside Magik and Wolverine, and that's where we are, right? And that brings an end to this story. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up with the events of Swords of X, and in this video we are covering the Hellions. So we initially pick up here with the resurrection of Empath, of Robert de la Rocha, I think it is, or I'm sorry, Manuel de la Rocha. I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce that name, but this guy Empath is not like the most powerful, but he's pretty powerful, right? As his name suggests, he can basically manipulate the emotions of other people. He can also control emotions, but he can only do it one emotion at a time, right? So he can make you feel love or hate or anger or something like that. So he's a pretty good asset to have on your team. The funny thing about this, though, is that with the Hellions team itself, and this is something to kind of point out here, the thing about the Hellions team is these are kind of the cast-offs to a degree. Originally, the Hellions were the team of Emma Frost. It was almost like Emma Frost's New Mutants team that kind of went against the X-Men and the New Mutants and so on and so forth. They were on again, off again enemies, and actually they teamed up on some occasions. But the overall idea here is that they're largely led by Mr. Sinister. And the way this kind of plays out is it talks about what move is going to come next, right? That the contest of swords is one where it may very well be the X-Men will lose, right? Or even if they win, they could lose some of their kind. And it's one of the most important things to remember here that the X-Men are all about maintaining their existing population, right? Like making sure they don't lose mutant lives, even if it does involve some massive conflict that's going on, right? And so the idea here is to see if it's possible to kind of find a way to basically win without winning. Now, this is kind of Jonathan Hickman, although he's not really the one writing this story, or at least not directly, but this is one of those things where I guess really Zeb Wells is kind of taking a page out of Jonathan Hickman, but it's based on the idea of like Avengers and New Avengers. If you guys recall, when Valeria was talking to Reed and she said, you can't win, now it's time to find a way to not lose. That's basically what's kind of going on here. And Sinister is the one who chimes in and says, well, what if we sabotage them? What if we let my Hellions do what they do best, right? Lie, cheat, steal, until Arakko, like all their swords, their weapons belong to us, right? And so the idea is that the Hellions are going to go into Otherworld and basically either steal the swords of those individuals who are already there, or find some way to sabotage them. Now, this is hugely against the rules, right? It's massively against the rules. And if they get caught, there would be hell to pay. But the funny thing about this is Xavier and Magneto kind of mull this over for a second and say, yeah, but it might be kind of worth it, right? Like, it's worth the risk if we can save the lives of mutants, especially younger mutants, right? If we can save the lives of these individuals, these people who have to fight, and not have to fight at all. And so the funny thing about this is that initially the stance of people like Exodus and a few people here and there is we shouldn't do this, but when it's put to a vote, 5 people vote in favor of it, which means it passes. And so from there, the response of Exodus is, okay, fine, if that's how it's going to be, the Hellions will march into Arakko to end this tournament before it starts. And the fearless leader, Mr. Sinister, will lead the way. And that's when Sinister's like, wait a minute, what now? Now, wait a minute now. I didn't say I was going to go on this mission, right? And it's kind of like, no, but I mean, they're your team. You should be the one to lead them. So how many people think the Sinister should lead this campaign? And only 4 people vote, right? So Sinister, it's not really a passing motion. Sinister's kind of allowed to stay, but then he kind of gets back into everything going on, right? He basically says like, I want Havoc on my team. I do not want him hanging around with Polaris, right? We saw how fast he just kind of gallivanted into Otherworld with her, and he ended up, barely escaping by the skin of his teeth. I'm sorry, Magneto, but like your daughter is bad news. And Magneto's like, you know what? I changed my vote. I vote for Sinister to go. And so it's like Sinister now has to go. right? Nathaniel Essex runs his mouth and now he has to go on this mission. From there, we switch over directly to the team itself. And there are a couple characters here that I want to kind of talk about for a second. Orphan Maker is an interesting character in and of himself, right? His name is for the most part, Peter. We don't really know a ton about him, and we don't even know a whole lot about his powers. We know that like he has a kind of mechanized suit, but that's really it. He's a character that hasn't really been fully fleshed out over the years. The funny thing about this is that it is one of these instances where it's kind of a shame, right? Like Orphan Maker appeared back in 1988, and aside from him having kind of been like a cohort of Nanny and, you know, her basically saving him from being killed by Sinister because Sinister couldn't control him, he's fought the X-Men, he's fought X-Factor, I think he fought the Avengers at one point. Marvel just never really did anything with him. So the fact that he's here, I think is kind of a reflection of his status in the overall X-Men comics, and he's almost kind of like an unsellable character. Nanny has a far more significant history, even if it's only on a small scale. Probably one of Nanny's biggest moments came when she de-aged Storm, when she turned Storm into a little girl, and that's when Storm first met Gambit, right? So it was kind of during Chris Claremont's era. But then of course you guys know Psylocke, you guys also are aware of Havoc. The character of Wild Child is a little more, I would say obscure to the average comic book reader. Wild Child appeared back in 1983, I think it was, and he was a character who, well, he originally appeared in Alpha Flight, but he was a character named Kyle Gibney who was based largely off Wolverine and Sabretooth. And it was part of that era whereby, you know, because Wolverine and Sabretooth were so popular, that Marvel was kind of finding ways to basically create characters that would make them intriguing. With John Byrne writing the title, right, it was kind of like, let's create like a Wolverine type character. And even within like his origin story, it's still very similar, right? So very similar to Wolverine's in the sense that Kyle Gibney was basically a kid whose powers manifested. He was essentially kicked out of the home by his parents. He wandered the street. He was ultimately taken in by Gamma Flight. He ended up being taken in and experimented on by the original Secret Empire, kind of an offshoot of Hydra. He eventually became like Weapon Omega, and then, you know, there was the whole of into X-Factor and so on. But he's one of these characters where you don't really, I mean, if you read the old comics, Wild Child had a pretty interesting run, especially in the early 1990s when it was like super high octane, fast paced stories. In 2009, or I think it was 2006, 2009, he died during the Wolverine's origin story arc and then basically brought back as part of Krakoa. But from there, you also have Grey Crow. And Grey Crow is a long-standing character because he was originally part of the original Marauders, right? They were led by Nathaniel Essex during the Mutant Massacre. He has the ability to basically tap into technology. So it's kind of a hodgepodge ragtag gang here, right? I mean, this is not by any means kind of an organized team. I mean, it is, but it's just kind of characters who were there that nobody could really do anything with or couldn't really control, or whose appearances, whose powers made them, you know, unable to kind of function in the normal world. But the idea behind this is that Sinister initially brought back a version of himself and then essentially kind of thawed him out with the intention of sending that version of himself out on a mission instead of Sinister Prime, so to speak, going himself. And then this version that he thawed out actually rebels and is like, no, I don't want to go. So they actually kind of end up invoking a game of rock, paper, scissors in order to decide who it is that's going to go out there. And it turns out that the main Sinister was the one who lost, so he has to go on this mission. Now, once they enter into what's basically Avalon, this led by Jamie Braddock, if you guys recall our video on Excalibur, that story arc that we did, this guy is powerful, he's a reality warper, he's also kind of crazy, and he's basically ranting and raving at this guy Muford, who supposedly had told Jamie that he knows that he's familiar with horses and that he's an equestrian, and that they kind of brought this horse in for the purpose of you know, training it, breaking it in so that Jamie Braddock could enjoy it. It turns out Muford never said any such thing, right? Muford never, you know, claims that he never said that, but you kind of have Sinister and Jamie Braddock sort of hanging out, right? You know, kind of talking to each other. But this is something that's kind of interesting to me because it's a little bit of humor in what's otherwise a pretty interesting story arc, right? And I kind of love this, to be honest. It's one of the good things about X of Swords. And X of Swords does a really good job of maintaining the tone of the existing comics while also giving us an ongoing story. And I kind of have to say, I think that's something that Marvel's been lacking in recent years, right? That you have a tone of a particular comic book and then it goes into an event, and the tone of the comic becomes the tone of the event. And as soon as that event is over, the tone of the comic goes back to normal again. And it's kind of jarring. And so what you end up getting here is initially Jamie Braddock, who kind of shoots down the idea and saying like, hey, no, I really don't want to have anything to do with basically sneaking into Otherworld and essentially betraying the rules that Saturnyne laid down. That's not supposed to happen. And so where Sinister is like, look, you know, if we can pull this off, like we can basically help you kind of preserve your fun, right? You know, preserving your fun is what we're shooting for. And that's when Jamie's like, hey, Muford, take the horse and get the horse out of here if you can, you know, or you know, because supposedly you're good at horses, or that's what you claim. And Muford's like, I never said that, man. I never said I was good with horses, right? And so it's like, dude, I'm getting, like, Jamie Braddock's like, dude, I'm getting tired of hearing that. Just take the horse and get out of here. The whole time Muford's just trying to like pull on this horse. And then Jamie Braddock, in the midst of a conversation with Sinister, you know, where Sinister kind of references the fact that this place is kind of unsafe under the rule of Jamie Braddock, Jamie's like, oh man, he's like, someone's been talking out of turn. He's like, Muford, I just remembered, it was I who was raised around horses, not you, you nitwit. And then it's just, it's this kind of goofiness, right? This kind of goofiness and nonsense that comes with the character of Jamie Braddock, and it's awesome, right? I love that kind of nonsensical nature of him, because as goofy as he is, he's also incredibly powerful, right? I mean, the guy's able to warp reality potentially on a universal scale. He's just that capable. And so it's one of these things where the response of Jamie is, okay, fine, then I will do that. And I offer you like my prized horse, right? I offer you Silkmane. What are you going to give me in return as part of this deal that we've struck, as part of this bargain? And Sinister's like, we're not going to give you anything. I don't want your horse. And that's when you know, he's like, a horse is like a huge amount of responsibility. And it's kind of funny because Jamie stands up and he was like, everybody listen, you know, the words of Sinister have touched me. The idea of responsibility. Responsibility is a very important thing. And I just remembered that I have the responsibility to report any suspicious involvement, any suspicious actions or suspicious travelers to Saturnyne. So if I'm going to maintain responsibility, it's important that I tell her about what it is that you're doing. And so ultimately you end up having Sinister being like, okay, we're not going to take the horse, but I can give you something else instead. And so Sinister loses his cape. Now here's the thing, on the surface, as an old school, as a long-time comic book reader, there's a part of me that's kind of like, Sinister would never act this way, right? Like Sinister is super hardcore. But there's another part of me that's kind of like, I dig this. I like the nonsensical Sinister, right? The one who's just like, I don't really take things seriously anymore. I just kind of goof off. You know, I'm sort of just kind of a goofy guy. I kind of enjoy that version of Sinister because I've been reading the old school version of Sinister for so long. It's pretty fun. And so once they actually make their way here, right, they've kind of passed that, you know, supposed kind of interim station, kind of a way station of sorts, with Jamie Braddock, and they actually arrive into really kind of Otherworld itself. They're immediately met by what's essentially an envoy of Saturnyne, who basically charges them, right, and says like, you guys have to stop, right? You guys are in possession of Silkmane. You guys basically have this horse that belonged to Saturnyne herself. The fact that you have this horse means you stole it, because we know the horse has been stolen. Some crazy naked guy just ran up on the property and took it. So like, we know Jamie Braddock and his nakedness just running onto the territory of Saturnyne and stealing a horse buck naked, which sounds like the most Jamie Braddock thing that a person could do. I feel like somebody, like, people are kind of skipping through this video and somebody's gonna land on this part and just be like, what? Like, that's that's gonna be their response here. But it's kind of like, okay, like, empath, we need your powers, manipulate their emotions and turn them into allies. And he's like, no, I'm good. He's like, I hate all of you guys. I hate everybody here. I hope you die. And I hope that like when you die, that if you guys end up coming back, because remember, whenever you die in Otherworld, there's no guarantee you'll come back the way that you were. So it's like, when you guys come back, you come back in such a screwed up state that like the entirety of Krakoa will cheer when I suffocate you, when I spare you of your miserable existence. Like, I hope that's the way things are. Right? Like, I hate you guys. And so in response, like, Sinister's like, surely there's something that you want, right? Some kind of a favor. I'll give you anything you want. And he's like, I want Grey Crow as my pet. Grey Crow flips, right? He's just like, not a chance. I'm gonna cut you in half, right? And so Sinister's like, okay, dude, that's fine. Like just whatever, you know? And so he uses his powers. Grey Crow becomes just totally enamored with empath. He's like, man, your eyes, those sparkling eyes, right? You're just a radiant soul, right? So he absolutely adores empath. Empath in turn uses his powers on the envoy of Saturnyne, and they basically give Sinister and his crew whatever it is that they need and just kind of go forward from there. And it's kind of a crazy thing to see this story where Grey Crow is just kind of frolicking through the grass and talking about how great empath is. It's one of these things where you kind of have to go and read the Old Mutant Massacre and see how, like, you know, sadistic his character was in order to really get a grasp for how funny this is. Old school comic book fans would probably get a kick out of it, right? Like, the new guys are kind of like, it's the thing, you know, it's interesting. But they all kind of agree as they're making their way through here. They all kind of agree this is gonna go pretty bad, right? Like, they're all kind of like, this is like a suicide mission, basically, right? So it's almost kind of like the Hellions have become Marvel Suicide Squad. It's kind of wild, but it's like, we're probably gonna die, and if we don't die, we're definitely not gonna succeed. Things are gonna go pretty terrible for us, right? So they're definitely off to a great start. Okay, so we are picking up with the New Mutants as part of Swords of X Part 6. And this one is totally different from the video that we did with the Hellions, right? The Hellions was a lot more comedic, more of a dark humor. Actually, this is Part 7, I think, if we take into account X of Swords creation, right? Is kind of what that is. Nonetheless, this one's pretty dark, right? Not really dark. This one's just a different kind of tone. But this one really picks up with it being written by Ed Brisson. Of course, you know it's going to be amazing. But this one picks up with Magik, Ilyana Rasputin, Rasputin, basically hitting up like Cyclops and Cable and kind of telling him like, Cable, you got to grab your sword, you got to come here, we got a great big huge thing going on, you got to bring your sword, right? You know, as part of the whole Swords of X event. Basically come here, stand on your altar, and get ready for the whole great big huge thing. Not a whole lot going there. The really big moment kind of comes with regards to Warlock and Doug Ramsey. Now, Doug Ramsey, most of you guys are familiar with just because of our coverage of Dawn of X, right? He's the guy that can basically understand any language, and he's the one that translates for Krakoa itself whenever Krakoa wants to speak to the Quiet Council, or when the Quiet Council has a question for Krakoa or something along those lines. But Warlock is a more interesting character, right? So Warlock appeared back in 1984, and he was created by Chris Claremont and Bill Sienkiewicz, right? And the whole idea behind Warlock is that he comes from a planet that's never really identified, but the idea of the planet is that it's basically kind of a living techno-organism, right? Like the people, the denizens, its native citizens, are like living technology. And the way this works is that when parents give birth to their kids, the kids basically prove their ability to live by fighting their parents to the death. And if the kid kills their parents, the kid continues on, they have their own offspring, and the cycle continues. But for the case of Warlock, he actually rebelled against this ideology, right? He didn't really believe in fighting against anybody. And so with his father basically being the ruler of their world, he essentially fled. And of course, this led to a great big huge chase, and he eventually landed on Earth, and then ended up encountering the X-Men and more or less became part of Xavier's team, or at least the New Mutants, for quite some time, right? So that's kind of the long and short explanation of him. Much like Hellions, I feel like we should do a video on him in the same way that we should do a video on Wild Child. But the idea here is that Warlock has basically been a long-time friend of the X-Men, right? And that's why Warlock refers to himself as self. He refers to Doug as like Doug friend, right? It's like a computer talking to people. He's also a little janky. If you guys remember him on like X-Men the Animated Series, he was a little, a little janky, a little weird. But the idea is that Doug is essentially part of the people who are supposed to fight here on Krakoa. But the problem is that he's not really a fighter, right? He's a translator, but he wants to be a fighter, right? He wants to be something more than the guy who just translates things. And that's kind of the crazy thing, is that Doug's weapon is supposed to be Warlock, right? That's kind of what his weapon is supposed to be. And Warlock basically says like, I can turn myself into a sword and we can fight together, but it's kind of crazy because initially he kind of says, well, I should use his sword and like start hacking down trees and stuff. And Krakoa's like, no, you don't either, right? And that's when Illyana Rasputin appears. And Illyana Rasputin kind of takes Doug under her wing and starts training him on how to fight. The problem with this is that Doug is not a fighter. He's never really been a fighter. That was never really his thing. He's like Sage, right? He's almost kind of like the brains behind the operation. And that's one of the biggest issues that he runs into, is that in his little bit of a kind of bout with Illyana Rasputin, he's taken down quick, fast, and in a hurry, right? He's taken down so quickly. And the response of Illyana is, you're supposed to be one of the 10 champions fighting for Earth. And the issue is that if you die out there, there's no guarantee you're going to come back the way you are. The reality is you just need to stay here, right? Like you just need to stay here. And it's one of these things where you kind of switch over to the Quiet Council and you have this kind of discussion taking place between Krakoa and Doug. And of course, basically Krakoa is talking in a language that nobody but Doug can really understand. And it's a little bit of bickering going on as the Quiet Council is, having their discussions or what have you, or seemingly a Sinister is getting ready to go on his mission, right? Go on his mission with the Hellions. But the whole gist here is that, the mission of Sinister is kind of questionable. And that's when Doug kind of asks the question, like, what happens if Sinister's mission fails? And the idea is, well, we'll explore that option when we get to it. But for right now, there's no real point in really focusing on anything else, right? Like we'll focus on those things. You just worry about being our translator. It's one of these things where even Krakoa himself is on board with the idea that Doug doesn't go, right? That Doug is basically the person who represents the voice of Krakoa on the Quiet Council, so Krakoa can be heard. He's kind of necessary in that way. But with Doug himself, he's like, the rules have been set. I was chosen to be part of the 10. I want to fight. And the idea here is that they're kind of looking at the possibility of replacing Doug with somebody else, sneaking somebody else in to take Doug's place instead of Doug actually being the one to fight. Now, whether or not that can be done, we don't know. And we have to believe, based on the prophecy, that there's a reason why Doug was chosen. Maybe there was no reason, right? Maybe it was just arbitrary, right? It was just luck of the draw. And it's Doug. He's gonna be the one to fight, and he's gonna be the one to die, right? Like we don't really know. But kind of continuing his training sessions with Magik, she continues to get the upper hand on him. And the reason why is because Doug's not using his powers the way he needs to. That with Illyana being so hard on him, that Krakoa initially kind of comes to the rescue, but Doug says, no, let her go. And that's one of these things where it's like Illyana is doing her best to just try to keep him alive by teaching him to be an effective fighter, because Illyana had to learn the hard way, right? When she was a little girl, she was taken to Limbo. She learned, the black arts and all that kind of stuff. She learned how to fight. She had to learn to survive. And that's really what Doug has to learn here. He has to learn how to survive. Because the truth about this is that with Doug being so important on Krakoa, in a lot of ways, he's been mollycoddled by the X-Men, right? Like they take care of him. They make sure that he's kind kind of prized above almost all others because his job is to just kind of, be an interpreter. But he doesn't want to be resigned to that kind of a situation, right? And plus, it's a boring life, and that's when Illyana kind of chimes in and says, understand the stakes here, Doug. Like, this is not a small thing. When Doug's like, I really wasn't doing that bad. She's like, no, you don't understand what this is, right? Like, these are Apocalypse's children. And they literally crushed him without breaking a sweat. They killed, it's something that we as the X-Men have almost never been able to do, right? We've almost never been able to kill Apocalypse. Like, we've never been able to do that, right? All we've ever been able to do is fight him off. They were able to punch a hole in him, right? They were able to injure him in a way that we've just never been able to do. Those are the forces that we're fighting up against. And you are fumbling and bumbling, right? You don't know what you're doing. So yeah, I mean, I guess in the grand scheme of things, you didn't really do that bad, but the reality is you did terrible, right? In comparison to the people who are fighting out there. And that's true, right? Because you look at Illyana Rasputin, she's a hardcore dyed-in-the-wool fighter. You look at Storm, it's the same way. Wolverine, it's the exact same way. Then you have Cypher, right? This guy understands languages. And it's one of these things where he kind of muses to himself and says, kind of gets irritated at Illyana, right? Because she doesn't seem to believe that he understands the stakes, but he says, like, I'm putting my life on the line to save others, right? Like, that matters, doesn't it? And that's when Exodus pops up and says, it does matter, but understand, no one's going to sing songs about your life. No one's going to tell stories about it because it won't be worth telling. Your skill is language, not battle, right? That's what you're here for. You're here to interpret language. You're not here as a fighter. Why you were chosen is anybody's guess, but it's obvious to the Quiet Council, it's obvious to Illyana Rasputin, and it's obvious to you. You're not a fighter. You're not here to fight. And it's one of these things where Exodus says, maybe there's some kind of a loophole, right? Maybe there's something that we can do. If Sinister's plan fails, when his plan fails, maybe there's something we can do where we can switch you out with somebody else, right? If Bene du Paris was given the sword, right? If Exodus was the one who was going to fight, he would probably win, right? And he would probably do better than anybody else, right? Keep in mind, Exodus is an Omega level telepath. This guy is hugely powerful. I mean, the world shakes with the kind of power this guy possesses, right? It's kind of nuts. But at the end of the day, the stance is Doug was chosen. Doug has to be the one to fight, right? Doug has to be the one to engage in this conflict. And so when he's back in his quarters, he's met by really Mondo kind of taken over by Krakoa, and Krakoa tries to reiterate it again, right? Like, there must be a way to send somebody else in your place. The whole world's against him, right? Like, the whole world is against Doug. No one believes he can succeed. And the reality of this is that can be disheartening, but there's also something just great about standing in the face of everyone who told you that you couldn't, and then you do, right? There's just something about proving them all wrong. And even if they don't admit it, knowing that they know they have egg on their face, knowing that they know that they were foolish to question you, they were foolish to tell you that it couldn't be done. And that's what's so cool about that, because that's the relatable thing, right? Like with Comics Explained, I ran into that, right? Like, I ran into people who told me, you can't do that, right? You can't be a full-time YouTuber. There's no way you can succeed at that. And look where I am now, right? And they're stuck with egg on their face, looking like buffoons. They were foolish enough to question me. And there's a great kind of empowerment that comes with that. And I would say this really kind of proves to be the turning point of Doug Ramsey, because he just kind of breaks and he's like, I've had enough, right? I can't run, I can't hide. This is the responsibility that's been bestowed on me. I'm scared out of my wits, right? Like, you have to understand, I'm terrified. I know that I might not come back. I know that I may die out there, and if they resurrect me, I won't come back as a person that I was before. I'll lose all my powers, or I'll come back twisted and evil. I have no real idea. But understand, this is my responsibility, and that's usually what it takes, right? It takes this idea of people having a thing that they want to achieve and being met with adversity and every conceivable way, right? Sometimes this adversity is in your own head, right? It's your fear, it's your anxiety, it's your nerves, it's your depression, it's any number of things that are constantly just bumping up against you and telling you it can't be done. There's no way it can be done. If you could have done it, you would have done it by now, right? Like all this negativity that feeds into you. And then when it comes from the outside, people who are telling you you're making every mistake, you're not doing this, you're not doing that, you're screwing up, then it all kind of, it's like boiling over. And then something just snaps and it just turns into, I can't. And then it's just a matter of, I don't care what anybody else has to say. The voices get silent and it's just this pure determination. That's what you're left with. The desire not to prove to them, but to prove to yourself that you can actually do it. And that's what happens, right? Doug goes into his training session with Illyana Rasputin, and he by no means comes out as like a world-class swordsman, but he starts using his power. He's countering every move she's making. He's making all the right moves, and he's saying, because I look at you, Illyana Rasputin, and your moves are a language. I understand what you're going to do. I can predict what you're going to do before you do it. I can read you. The The way you move, how you fight, your style, it's no different than understanding French or English or Spanish. It's just in this instance, I'm understanding swordsmanship. I'm learning the language of fencing. And because he's able to pick up on it so fast, his skill starts to increase at an almost exponential rate. And one of the first things he picks up on with Ileana is, you're letting me win. You're holding me back. Why are you doing this? Why are you holding back like this? And she says, you know, you have the potential to use your powers to overcome anybody that you fight, because you're like Taskmaster, right? Like, you will learn to fight like them, and you'll learn to understand how they fight as you fight, right? You'll be able to overcome them. And so as that time, you know, when that progresses, one thing that I'm afraid of, and one thing that concerns me, and believe me when I tell you this, that if you raise your sword to fight anybody on Otherworld, it'll be the last thing that you do, that there's nothing you can do to stop it. In essence, that while he is making progress and he is getting better, he's still ill-equipped to face off against the forces that are out there, to face off against those various threats. So again, still a little bit of opposition there, but if I'm a betting man, if I'm being honest with you guys, which I feel like as often as I say that, I'm a betting man, then I would say this will come down to Doug Ramsey. Like, it'll come down to Cypher. It'll come down to him basically being the one who will most likely come out on top and save the day. If he doesn't, then Krakoa's kind of screwed. But at the moment, we are 4 swords captured, 5 if we include Cable. We've got 4 or 5 more to go. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with Swords of X. In this instance, we kind of join with Cable. All right, we pick up with Cable, Cyclops, and Jean Grey while they are on board what's called the Peak, which is the main operating base of Sword. So, a little bit of history here when it comes to Marvel Comics, because I feel like it's important to explain the nature of Sword, because we're going to see them in the MCU. So, Sword stands for the Sentient World Observation and Response Department, and this was not a thing that existed until Astonishing X-Men by Joss Whedon. The whole idea behind this is that in Marvel Comics you have S.H.I.E.L.D., and S.H.I.E.L.D. has been around for a long time. The name for S.H.I.E.L.D., the acronym has changed over the years, but the idea is that S.H.I.E.L.D. was designed to monitor threats to Earth, right? To basically monitor Earth itself. But where S.H.I.E.L.D. monitored Earth, Sword monitored space. And Sword would look out for like Galactus coming to Earth, or like the Skrulls who were looking to launch an attack on Earth, or the Kree or something like that, and they would warn the superheroes accordingly, or if they had the power to handle it on their own, they would take care of it themselves. Now, the leader of Sword was a woman named Abigail Brand, and Abigail Brand had the ability to understand and speak any language in existence. Right now, she was the leader for a long time, from 2004 when Astonishing X-Men first came out, running all the way up until All New, All Different Marvel. And when that kicked off, that's when you had Carol Danvers, who took over as director of Sword, and then Sword was renamed to the Alpha Flight program. And so it's kind of been that way ever since. Now, what involvement Carol Danvers has in Sword, or the new Alpha Flight, I'm not really even sure in this day and age. I haven't read her comics for 2 years, so I have no clue what's going on in the Carol Danvers line of comics. But the whole idea here is that Sword has more or less kind of been shut down. Now, this ties into Cable and Jean Grey and Cyclops by way of the fact that Cable's sword is one of the 10 swords they need for the Swords of X event, right? For the 10 Swords challenge. But he had plugged it into the Peak in order to power it back up to kind of find out what's been going on here. And as they're going through and as they're investigating, of course, Magik chimes in, as we saw in a previous video, where she told Cable, hey, like, we need you back here, right? Like, you need to come back here, you know, we need your sword, the Light of Galador, all that kind of stuff. Now, a funny thing about the sword of Cable, the Light of Galador, is this is one of those instances when what's going on in the X-Men universe, because it's being led by Jonathan Hickman, ties back into the work that Jonathan Hickman already did. And it's one of the reasons why I'm glad that we did Avengers and New Avengers, because if you recall in that story, when we were kind of leading up to the events of Infinity, we had the Builders. And the Builders had literally appeared in the main Marvel universe and were making their way towards Earth with the intention of destroying it. But the idea is that along their way to Earth, when they entered into the main Marvel universe, they ended up annihilating all life on the planet Galador. And Galador is a world that belongs to a group called the Space Knights. And Space Knights are quite literally just like a peacekeeping force of individuals who have undergone a procedure that converts them from strictly, you know, whatever their organic nature was, to becoming a kind of machine with a human mind. Their essences and their consciousness are backed up into those robots, and then they kind of go forward accordingly. But the idea was that at some point with the reformation of the multiverse, it was kind of a reference to the events leading up to the collapse of the multiverse to the Builders. And when Cable got his hands on the sword, on the Light of Galador, it led to a great big huge battle with a whole bunch of Galadorian Space Knights. The fact that Cable still has the sword kind of tells you how that battle ended up going down. Because I'm trying to find, I like the idea of what we did with Avengers and New Avengers, where we had like the comics that we were normally covering, and then as like a background series, we just had like an enormous series taking place. And I'm kind of debating on what I want to do next. If I want to do something like Uncanny Avengers, if I want to do something like Rick Remender's Avengers run, or X-Men run, or was it Uncanny X-Force that he did? If we do something something like we continue Green Lantern, I'm kind of figuring out what it is that I want to do, right? So make sure you guys leave some comments down below and give me some ideas. But that's kind of how we are with regards to Cable having this sword. But the cool thing about this is again, Magik's like, hey, you got to come back here, right? Like you got to come back to Earth, and you have to basically, you know, give us your sword, or at least stand here with your sword so you can be part of the circle. Cable's response is, I'll be back here in a little bit. We got to check out what's going on here. Now, the funny thing about this is that with the station being powered down, this never really happens. We never really see instances where sword is not operating inside of its base of operations. The fact that there's seemingly nobody there indicates that something really bad happened here. That's really kind of what's going on. And so what you end up getting is this kind of realization that there's this bulkhead that's sealed shut and that it had been done in a hurry, right? Like somebody had wielded it super fast. And so the only time you do that is when you're trying to keep something out. And so of course, the X-Men open it. Like, why not? And so once they open the door, they end up calling for Jean Grey, right? Now, Jean Grey and of course Cyclops and Cable had kind of split. And so what she ends up doing is going, you know, kind of discovering this, making this little discovery of herself. She finds one person inside this whole space station, right? Just kind of sitting on the bridge. And when she gets in there, this person kind of says, like asks her a few questions, like, you turn the power back on, like you basically powered the station back on. Why would you do that? The indication here is that initially there was just kind of like a sound, right? They heard these different sounds, basically the sounds of people dying, right? And it was kind of like a rhythm, right? You would hear people dying, then you would hear silence, and you would hear people dying, and then you would hear silence. And it was repeating. And then they ended up realizing it was a sound they were hearing in their head, that it was just kind of going through their heads over and over and over again. And that half the station was wiped out before they could even regroup or understand what was really going on. And so what you end up finding out is that those individuals who weren't wiped out were seemingly taken over by some kind of a force, right? And this guy has been taken over by part of that force. And so what you end up having is Jean Grey, who tries to read his mind and figure out what's going on, and she can't. She's basically met by this kind of blocking, right? In the sense that whatever this is that took over this guy, the first thing they did was fortify their minds against telepathy. And so what this shows is a handful of different things. One, it shows intelligence, rational thinking, and two, it shows the ability to overcome powers, right? You cannot overcome a power that you're not familiar with. And so because of that, it means they're familiar with telepathy, right? If you didn't know what telepathy was, how would you know how to overcome that power? Because of that, Jean Grey kind of experiences this sort of psychic backlash to a degree. And this guy basically says, like, you know, we pledged our lives to defend this world and nobody ever came for us. And so what it indicates is they sent out an SOS. This guy yanks the airlock and ends up sucking himself out. So I guess he's on an airlock and not the bridge, right? But like he ends up sucking himself out into space and the guy dies. And so when Jean Grey hits him up and says, are you guys still in the science lab, right? Hits up Cyclops, says, are you guys still in the science lab? The response is yes. And she's like, do not open anything. Like, do not open any doors. Don't do anything. Like, I'm getting over there as fast as I can. Whatever it is that's on this thing killed everybody on the space station. And the response of Cyclops is we know. And that's when Cable asks this interesting question. Did Saturnyne know we'd find this? And that it would probably try to kill us, right? Is she hoping that it would try to kill us? Now, the thing about this is that Jean Grey got a little bit of a kind of glimpse here in terms of what was going on. And what she says is that this space station was infiltrated by something called the Viscora, right? Kind of like a faceless death, right? Is what is kind of referred to here. It's a little bit ambiguous, but you do see a couple of them come out, and then you end up seeing, you know, the X-Men basically attack them and essentially destroy them, right? Which means they can be killed. But they kind of say these things like cleanse, this reality is already fetid, right? Like we're going to cleanse this whole reality and seemingly move on to the next one. And so it kind of gives premise to the idea that they're multi-dimensional or multi-universal forces, right? So like they go from one universal space to the next doing whatever it is that they do. But the important thing is that Jean Grey actually kind of uses astral projection, and her essence more or less leaves her body and travels through this portal and into the other side. And that's when you end up seeing that there is essentially just this massive portal more or less, or this source from which they're all emanating from and pouring in, right? And the response of Jean is kill everybody that you see, right? Like kill every single one you can possibly find. And so it's one of these things where like the whole station kind of lurches, right? Cable's sent on this mission, sent on this task to go and grab his sword and to pull it out of the core and basically depower the ship, which would shut the portal back down again. And of course he successfully does, right? Everything's kind of shut back down. And then it's like, okay, like what do we do here? What this does is it kind of picks up with one of those little interim pages they give us where they kind of fill in the gaps by kind of giving us some kind of run over. The crazy thing about this is that in the span of 10 minutes, right? In the span of 10 minutes, an anomaly is detected in Science Lab 14 that personal transponders of the entire science division are terminated. So they don't know their status. They don't know if they're living, if they're dead, or any of that stuff. And so in response to that, hosile boarding protocols are initiated. Fire teams teams are deployed on search and rescue missions, right? So they're searching Lab 14 and that associated part of the ship to find out what's going on. And so from there, fire team deployment shifted to recovery, and then they manually attempt to depressurize Lab 14, which is basically prevented by a failsafe. They try to like cut it off from the ship, right? They try to open an airlock and suck out whatever's in there, right? So whatever's in there is literally wreaking havoc. From there, you're 7 minutes in to like this initial indication that something's wrong, and it's a mass casualty event. 32% of the peak crew has been terminated in a non-decompression event that began in Lab 14, basically saying some kind of an anomaly was detected, this portal, something came through the portal, and basically started attacking them. From there, you go into safety protocols are overridden by station command, right? So the indication is that whatever this is that's been taking over people managed to make its way to the command deck, and then in turn is basically making it possible for this to spread. And then you go into general quarters, right? Which is anybody who's kind of out there and not working at the moment, and 55% of them are all killed. Tactical approval for fire team deployment through the incursion gate. So basically, we're going to go to the other side and find out what's going on, and then it's power draining from core to Lab 14, which is there's something in there that's basically powering itself up. Then you go into power unstable, comms array, life support, and orbital systems are all compromised. This ship is effectively shutting down, right? Because the core is being depowered. Then you get into 78% of peak crew has been terminated, and then siege of Lab 14 was totally unsuccessful. Command mission to dismantle power station successful. Power level is reduced completely and totally, right? So basically, they shut the whole thing down. In the span of 10 minutes, they detected some kind of an anomaly. This anomaly took out everybody in the science lab. It spread like wildfire. It basically took over other individuals, which ensured its progression throughout the ship. It started wiping out as many people as it possibly could, to the point that 78% of the entire crew was killed, and then they ended up having to shut the ship down in order to get this thing under control. Now, in terms of what this was and how all this worked, the only thing we really know here is it's some kind of a virus, right? Some kind of like a living virus, and that's it. We don't get anything else besides that. Instead, you have Cable who comes through the portal from into Krakoa with the light of Galador, and then says okay, and takes a stance on his little icon, right, on his little thing here, and that's it. Right now, from there, you have Cyclops and you have Jean who make their way out, and you have Magik who's basically engaging in essentially a telepathic conversation with them. Now, the funny thing about this is we're not given a clear on understanding of what they're talking about. The indication here is that they plan on running some kind of basically backdoor, event, like some kind of backdoor campaign or something like that, right? Like you kind of have this conversation that comes out. You got Jean Grey and Cyclops. You're like, is it just me or does it look like it's going to rain? The response of Magik is, it feels like it's going to come down like daggers. Like, do you have a plan? The response of Cyclops is, I've been noodling on some things. Two main problems: communication and transportation. And it's like, well, we have some suggestions for rides, but communication is not my strong suit. And then Jean in turn says, Otherworld is locked down telepathically, but I think we could punch our way through if we had enough of us working on it. Can it be done? The response of Jean is, it has to be done. Something's going on here. Like, we're not fully aware of what it is, but something's taking place here, right? And the response of Magik is, okay, if you guys need me to, I can keep an eye on Cable. Make sure that he does what he's supposed to do, that he's none the wiser of what's happening. The indication here, and we're not given, it's not really on the nose, but the indication here is that whatever was on that ship seemingly took over Cyclops and Jean. I'm not going to swear to that, and I could be entirely wrong. It could have to do with the plan that we've seen unfolding, right? Krakoa kind of implementing its own plan with regards to how to steal the swords from the enemy side, and it's a multifaceted plan, right? It's not just the Marauders who were doing it, it's Cyclops and Jean launching their own plan, probably under the direction of Charles Xavier. We're not entirely sure. That's one of the things about this is, with this being 22 parts, we're only in like part 10 right now, right? So we're not even halfway through. Or really, I think it's more like part 8 right now, right? So we're not even close to halfway through, and we're still in that section where we get more questions than we do answers. But regardless, it's cool. Like, I dig this. I think this is going to be one of those stories, like so many Jonathan Hickman stories, where it kind of reads better in trade, right? Like when you have the whole thing collected and you can read it all in one go. But of course, we'll find out by the time we get to the end. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are continuing our Dawn of X coverage. Yes, we are. And in this video, we are picking up with Excalibur. Here's the cool thing about this, right? Here's the cool thing about this. This is really going to kind of allow us a chance to offer some pretty cool explanations insofar as how like the Captain Britain Corps works, Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, the collapse of the multiverse, how all that stuff ties into what's going on right now with his X-Men run. This is why I always tell people, if you want to read Jonathan Hickman's work, read it by itself. Do not read anything else unless you absolutely have to. This is an example of where you kind of have to, right? Because other people are writing the Swords of X story as opposed to just Jonathan Hickman, and it all basically ties together. But you can literally just read Hickman by himself and read nothing else, and just maybe catch up on a couple things here and there. But the cool thing here is it allows us a bit of an explanation. But before we get to that point, we pick up with the arrival of Jamie Braddock and Brian Braddock as they've been summoned by Saturnyne. Saturnyne. And the whole idea is that as they're meeting Betsy Braddock here, right, as they're meeting, you know, Captain Britain here, once they arrive, things get pretty murky pretty fast. And the reason why is because as Brian Braddock shows up here, Betsy realizes he's in possession of the Sword of Might. And when she asks, why is that here? His response is, because I brought it for you. And the idea of Brian Braddock is to basically switch these things, right? For Brian to retake the amulet and for Betsy to take the Sword of Might. Now, here's the reason why that matters. Because once all that passes and they're basically met by the arrival of Saturnyne, that she's assembled them here. And it looks like it's basically a kind of giant get-together to honor the fallen Captain Britain Corps that existed before the events of Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers. But the idea is that this kind of argument is taking place in such a way to where Brian wants things to go back to the way they were before. That one of the things that Saturnyne talks about is the fall of the Captain Britain Corps. Now, the way this worked was the result of Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, right? So the Captain Britain Corps in previous years was largely created by Merlin and then Roma, and a combination of both. And the way this would play out is that in any one universe, on any one Earth out there, that what you would have is some individual who would be met at some point in time by Merlin or Roma or both. And what they would do is they would present them with an option. They would say, you have the choice of the Sword of Might or the Amulet of Right. There wasn't really a wrong answer there, but whichever one they took, they would go forward with those corresponding powers, and they would in effect become the Captain Britain of their universe. And the idea is that the Captain Britain of that universe would serve to protect that universe, but also serve as part of a larger whole. They would protect the multiverse alongside other Captain Britain members. And so think of it as a more localized version of a much larger version of the Green Lantern Corps. And so the result of this is that during Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, as we covered with that story, that there came a point where Saturnyne and the Omniversal Development Court were trying to understand why the multiverse was collapsing, right? They didn't fully understand it. And so what they ended up doing was getting their hands on a map maker with a desire to effectively crack the map maker, understand its code, and then get a bigger picture. The problem with this was that the map maker ended up summoning its own forces, right? And it really was more of a Sidera Madri as opposed to a map maker, but they ended up summoning the forces of both the Ivory Kings and the Ivory King soldiers. And this led to the complete and total annihilation of the Captain Britain Corps. The only person who survived was Brian Braddock. And Brian Braddock only survived because Saturnyne took all the knowledge of the Starlight Citadel, right? So all information containing the existence of the multiverse and everything that she knew about the multiverse, and literally used telepathy to put it in the mind of Brian Braddock and then cast him out, right? And he basically ended up showing back up to the Illuminati at some point in time. But that's how the Captain Britain Corps fell. Now, following the restoration of the multiverse, the Captain Britain Corps was not restored. The reason for that is because the method and manner of choosing the Captain Britain Corps is not arbitrary, the Sword of Might or the Amulet of Right. And in years past, this is kind of what Saturnyne says here, in years past, Captain Britons who were chosen for that particular role had to undergo that test. What we're told here is there are Captain Britons out there in the multiverse, but Saturnyne considers them to be heretical. She considers them to be heretics because they have not undergone the process of choosing between the sword or the amulet. And so because they have not undergone that traditional process, they're not real Captain Britons. For all intents and purposes, the way that Saturnyne views it, somebody just grabbed a Captain Britain uniform, slapped it on, and now they're that character, right? They're not the rightful character. They haven't undergone the process a person should undergo in order to become that, in order to overtake that role. And so because of that, while there are Captain Britons there, she's basically captured them, and she's holding them until she decides when they're ready to be destroyed. And so in this frustration and this irritation, as far as Saturnyne is concerned, while Brian Braddock is not in possession of the amulet, he is in possession of the sword. And Brian Braddock is the only true Captain Britain. That Betsy Braddock is not. That Betsy Braddock is considered to be a heretic in the eyes of Saturnyne. And this really is kind of doubled down by Betsy's own admission when Saturnyne makes the case about the sword and the amulet, and Betsy says, I never had to make either choice. And that's when Saturnyne's like, those are your words, not mine. In effect, in the eyes of Saturnyne, Betsy Braddock doomed herself, and she basically gave Saturnyne license to take her captive, right? And that's what she kind of says, like, the exit's that way, right? You don't need to be here. Like, there's no reason for you to be here. Now, as she goes to kind of make her way, she's met by Brian. And the crazy thing about this is that she kind of challenges Brian to a fight, right? She's like, let's get this on, right? Let's figure this out once and for all. Like, who is the actual Captain Britain? The cool thing about this, and what's interesting here, is that Brian's response is, I gave you the amulet. If you guys remember the Excalibur story, the first one that we did, his response was, I gave you the amulet because I was being taken over by Morgan Le Fay. In this moment, when I was basically being transformed into her henchman, I did not want her to have a henchman that had the power of the amulet, so I gave it to you. But this was only ever meant to be temporary, that ultimately I knew that you guys would win against Morgan Le Fay, and when that time came, I hoped that you would give the amulet back to me. That's why I gave you this sword. The response of Betsy is, I don't want to give it back to you, right? I like being Captain Britain. I want to stay Captain Britain. Like, the whole idea of Brian Braddock is, but you don't even live in England. Like, you live in Krakoa. You live in a whole different place. What kind of Captain Britain could you possibly be if if you don't even live in the place you represent, right? It doesn't really make any sense. It's like a president of the United States that lives in Japan. It's nonsensical. It just doesn't work that way, right? Now at this point, it's really just kind of arguing geographic location. But if we're being honest with ourselves, because a Captain Britain can become that way by taking the sword or the amulet, then we're really just kind of arguing semantics is really what's happening here. That's all this is coming down to. But the funny thing about this is that as they kind of begin to get into a little bit of their fight, Betsy Braddock does make a really good point in saying that becoming Captain Britain is an honor. It's not a birthright, right? You're not owed this. You're not owed the role of Captain Britain, despite what the lineage is, and despite your ties to King Arthur, you're not owed this role. You had this role bestowed upon you at one point in time, but it could also have been taken away. And if it can be taken away from you, then it's not a thing that you inherently own, right? It's a thing that's just given to you for some temporary amount of time. Even if that temporary amount of time just happens to be your entire life, it can be taken away at any point in time. And so what you end up doing here is you kind of have this whole situation that's kind of interrupted, right, by Saturnyne, and she's like, you guys need to calm down. But the funny thing about this is she kind of seems to be sowing discord among the two, right? Like she kind of seems to be creating a rift among these two. Now, what we end up doing is picking up later that night. And when that happens, you end up having Jamie Braddock, who's kind of sleeping, in his guest quarters, and is met by what's essentially an assemblage of Captain Britons that are different characters based on the X-Men, right? So Rogue, who's a Captain Britain, Gambit, who's a Captain Britain, Jubilee, that kind of a thing. And so the result of this is that they basically say, like, we sentence you to die. Right now, the motivation for why they sentence him to die, we're not really given a definitive explanation here. Instead, what ends up happening, and it kind of looks as though Jamie may have sold them out, but what it looks like happened here, or at least what does happen here, is you have Betsy and you have Brian, who of course respond, and then once they get in there, Jamie's got all these guys seized, right? Now again, Jamie Braddock can warp reality on a universal scale, and that's what those strings are, right? Those strings that emanate, that's how it is that he controls reality. Now, this is just kind of shown to us for artistic license. It's just kind of shown to us like this is what he's actually doing. In terms of how it is that like Betsy and Brian Braddock see it, he's just standing there and they're floating in thin air and all hell's popping loose, right? That's all it kind of looks to them. This is just kind of shown so that we can get an artistic understanding of how his powers work. But the whole point behind this is he's kind of like, okay, they showed up here with the intention of killing me. I can't just let that slide. But, if I can't kill them all, then I'll just kill one to help them understand their place in the bigger picture. And so in doing that, he kills the Captain Britain Jubilee, right? He kills the Jubilee version of Captain Britain. And so once she's dead, it pisses off all the others, right? They go after them and they end up taking off, right? They end up basically bailing out. Brian Braddock ultimately ends up drawing the Sword of Might from the scabbard. And when he does, he becomes a version of Captain Britain using the Sword of Might, right? Now, at that moment, he in turn turns it on the rest of the Captain Britain Corps and says, I will strike you down if I have to. I don't want to, but I will kill you if I have to. But that's when Saturnyne steps in. And so she basically, she kind of appeals to Brian Braddock, right? With this idea, kind of appealing to his manly nature, right? Being a little romantic and so on, and saying like, get rid of this Sword of Might. You don't need this anymore, right? I am the sole occupant of the Starlight Citadel. Merlin and Roma are long dead. I determine who's going to be the Captain Britain from this point going forward. And so she basically tells him, get rid of the sword. She tries to strip the amulet away from Betsy Braddock with the intention of giving it to Brian, but Betsy uses a combination of her power along with some spells that she learned from Apocalypse and destroys the amulet in the process. Now, the reason why this matters is because the amulet is what gives that version of Captain Britain their power, right? So like flight, force field, different things like that, enhanced strength, super speed, so on and so forth. Without the amulet, those powers can't freely be given, right? It would have to be restored or something along those lines. As a result of that, she ends up having Betsy Braddock taken away and takes Brian to what is basically her bedchamber. And so as a result of this, you pick up with Betsy Braddock, right? Kind of down in this holding cell. And she kind of tries to reach out. So far, she hasn't really been successful, but she tries to reach out and is ultimately met by the Gambit version of Captain Britain from whatever alternate reality that happens to be. And what she basically says is, or at least having this conversation with them, she asks like, are you guys okay? Right? Is everything okay? And the funny thing is, like, she tells them like, we'll try it. Like, I'm going to try to find a way out. But what she's told by Gambit is escaping the cells is no small thing. If all you had to do is pick a lock and leave, it wouldn't really be much of a prison cell. And so what he tells her is there are spells that surround this cell. And the way in which it works is that when Rogue tried to break out, she literally just tried to fly out of it and got exceedingly cold. And she can't get any warm now, right? Like, she got cold, she got lost, and she can't warm up, right? So there's an effect that it has on you. It's that kind of magic that keeps people contained within these cells. And so what ends up happening is that while she's telepathically communicating with Gambit, that Jamie Braddock piggybacks onto their communications, right? And says, okay, so like, you need to jump out the window now, and I will catch you, right? I mean, they're so high up that if you were to jump out, you'd probably end up getting yourself killed when you hit the ground. And the fact that she doesn't really have the amulet means her normal powers, or the powers of Captain Britain, aren't readily available to her. Now, you could kind of ask the question, if she really is that powerful in terms of her telekinesis, why couldn't she just fly? That's a good question to ask. I don't know why we don't get an answer to that. But it kind of seems to be this sort of revolving spell that exists, right? They're like, if she jumps out the window, then she gets caught up in the spell. And so the response to this of Jamie Braddock is, okay, you could stay here, but keep in mind, you're in Otherworld, and they're going to execute you at dawn. So when you die, like if you die, or when the time comes, if you're executed and you die, they can bring you back on Krakoa. But remember, guys, if you die in Otherworld and they resurrect you in Krakoa, you come back all screwed up, right? You come back all twisted and screwed up. We saw that in the last couple of videos that we made. That's one of the important points about dying in Otherworld that remains for the rest of Swords of X. If you die out there, there's no guarantee that the version of you that comes back will be the version who died. It could be any other alternate reality version of yourself, right? So maybe Betsy Braddock jumps out or she's executed in the morning and Krakoa resurrects her and she comes back as like some crazy, some absolutely nuts girl who's hell-bent on world domination, right? There's no way of knowing if that's going to be the case, right? No way of knowing what version of her will come back. And so because of that, you end up having her, of course, making this leap of faith out the window and then being caught by a griffin, right? That belongs to Jamie Braddock, who of course rescues her, and the two of them make their way towards Saturnyne's bedchamber. And as she's there, what she ends up doing is basically telling Brian Braddock, you're the one that needs to represent this prophecy, right? You're the one that needs to basically wield this Starlight sword, not Betsy Braddock. She's not a real Captain Britain. This has to be you. You have to be the one to wield this weapon. And so what she ends up doing is basically crafting the Starlight sword itself. Now, one of the things to keep in mind here, and this is something that we may not have really covered or hadn't been too clear on, is that this whole idea that, of course, once Betsy Braddock and them show up, and like literally you have Saturnyne making out with Brian Braddock, right? So, like let's touch naughty bits, right? You have like, Betsy and you have Jamie who are kind of watching everything go down. And then Brian Braddock realizes she's there and he's like, Betsy, take the sword now, right? Betsy runs in, grabs the sword, and we realize that Brian Braddock was never actually on the side of Saturnyne, that he was basically playing her in order to give Betsy time to steal the Starlight sword herself, because that's part of the prophecy for the Swords of X event. One of the things to understand here is this prophecy is not something that predates Saturnyne, right? It's not as though it's a prophecy that's been around for like millennia and it's just now coming to fruition. This is a game that Saturnyne herself created, right? She created the prophecy. She created all of this, right? It's kind of her great big huge game to just sort of see what happens. We don't really know what the end result of this is. We don't really know what it is that she's trying to achieve. What's the point of standing in the way of the forces of Arakko that want to invade the main Marvel universe and kill everybody there? What's the point of that, right? If you're in the Starlight Citadel, what's the whole point? I mean, you're not really affected by any of it, so why does it matter to you, right? We don't really know what the end result of her whole campaign is. What we do know is this kind of effort between Brian and Betty has ultimately worked. That what it's done is it's drove Saturnyne to create the Starlight Sword, which was the missing weapon that they needed in order to secure the forces of Earth fighting against the forces of Arakko. And so now they have both. They have the Sword of Might and they have the Starlight Sword. And so it solidifies this position, right? And so from here, it just boils down to 3 more swords, right? All we have are 3 more. My question here, and this is the question that I feel like a lot of you guys are asking, my question here is, when are we going to see the return of Mad Jim Jaspers? That's what I want. I want to see Jim Jaspers come back. I want to see him and I want to see the Fury. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back again with, I guess technically it's 10 of Swords, but I like calling it X of Swords. I think it just sounds more like an X-Men title when you say it. But we are picking back up with this. What this does, this initially picks up with Apocalypse, right? Now remember, Apocalypse has largely been in the Healing Gardens since his return from Otherworld, in the sense that when he was attacked by the 4 Horsemen, that his body looked like it was quite literally starting to fall apart, and his injuries are pretty extreme, right? There's no real certainty that he'll actually survive. And so the people of Krakoa and really the mutants themselves are faced with a bit of a predicament. Because of the fact that Apocalypse suffered his injuries in Otherworld and he would die here, the implication seems to be that while he wouldn't necessarily die in Otherworld, the effect of dying in Otherworld remains the same, in the sense that we don't know what version of him would actually come back. Some alternate reality version, maybe like the Age of Apocalypse version of himself, where he's just hell-bent on conquering the world. And so the result of this is that the healer is basically brought before him for the purpose of restoring his energies. The problem with this is the healer cannot actually heal Apocalypse on his own. One, because of the fact that Apocalypse keeps fighting, and all that kind of stuff, because of how much pain he's in. And so you end up basically having Polaris and Magneto use their combined powers to strap him down. But also because the healer's just not powerful enough in his own right. And so the conversation begins to shift by Charles Xavier to having Hope Summers amplify the powers of healer. The issue with that is this hasn't really been done before, and we don't know what the effect would be. If it would actually kill Apocalypse, if it would help him survive, there's no real knowing. But Apocalypse's response is, do it, right? If I'm strong enough, I'll survive the ordeal. And if I'm not, then I'll know I'm weak. And so in this point, Apocalypse undergoes the healing at the hands of the healer, whose power is boosted by Hope Summers. And this is when we get this really, really cool explanation as to why it is that Apocalypse is so hell-bent on testing people. Because one of the things that we saw in the early days of Marvel Comics, and really kind of the origin that we got from back in the day, is that Apocalypse was discovered by Ball and the Sandstormers, right? They're kind of like this nomad group that was out there, and he was taught by Ball the philosophy of survival of the fittest. What this does is this Jonathan Hickman coming back and completely retelling the origin of Apocalypse, right? It's a whole new origin in relation to how it's based on Apocalypse's desire to test people. That's kind of the funny thing here, is that Apocalypse leaving, you know, and there is a little bit of wiggle room there, and we'll kind of talk about why this wiggle room is important here in a second, but it's basically kind of a flashback, kind of consolidating a lot of what we were told up to this point. And the idea was that somewhere along the line, when you had Krakoa and Arakko, that they were a singular nation, right? That's something that we've talked about over the course of time. These were two single islands, and that somewhere out of nowhere, you basically ended up getting these forces of evil, right? These kind of demonic entities that invaded the world. And because Okara, which is what it was called at the time, was basically, you know, these two, Arakko and Krakoa existing as a single island, because Okara was effectively a mutant haven, right? It was a land where mutants resided, those individuals who had popped up around that time that were largely led by Apocalypse. Because this was a safe haven, that this is one of the first places to fall, because it was one of the first places where the Horde initially popped up. And so what you ended up getting was basically the 100 soldiers, right? You ended up getting the White Sword, who was basically a champion, right? He was a champion seemingly of the people on this island, so maybe Apocalypse didn't necessarily rule over them per se, but him and the 100 went into the portal, right? They passed into that realm and basically ended up facing off against all these forces, right? These forces of Amenth. And when that happened, that you of course also had Genesis, the wife of Apocalypse, who stepped in as well and helped to basically, you know, curtail these forces and send them back. The problem with that is you ended up having a situation where Amenth actually ended up contacting Apocalypse directly, right? And this comes by virtue of basically the helm of Amenth being brought forward to Apocalypse by the forces of these demons, right? By all these different demons and monsters and so on. And so when one of them opens the box, he realizes it's the helm and immediately panics, right? But he's told by one of the other guys, annihilation will walk the land, as basically all gods made men do. And so put the helmet on, right? Like put this thing on. And then when that happens, basically Amenth takes over this person. Now, the way this helm is explained to us by Jonathan Hickman, the helm itself is kind of like possessed by this sort of demonic entity, but we're not given a full-on explanation here, right? We're not given any full answers in terms of who Amenth is or what their place is or where they come from or any of that stuff. It's just some kind of demonic being that exists out there. Now, it really comes straight from the horse's mouth, right? That, you know, Hickman tells us Amenth is a black planet of black death, a hellscape of demons and things of a darker origin, a chaos world of wild space that would be completely uncontrollable to the living if not for the golden helm of annihilation that commands the conquered horde of Amenth. The person who wears the helm rules that dark world, but the helm itself rules the wearer, possessed by some elder god, a primordial force of the spirit of that world made manifest. The helm is seductive, the helm is all-consuming, and only a wearer of greater strength and power can hope to live through the experience, right? It's a crown for the fit, and only the fit can rule the Amenthi hell, right? So this spirit basically, or this being, it's almost kind of like the essence of this demonic world that all these forces come from, right? Now we don't really know its goal or its ambition, but the long and short is that when it possesses this demon and it starts speaking directly to Apocalypse, that it says, I'm giving you an offering, but I cannot give it to you freely, right? I must test you. I must know whether or not you're worthy of receiving this offering. And so what ends up happening is a couple of these demons basically challenge Apocalypse's forces, specifically Genesis. And initially it was going to be Apocalypse himself who was going to challenge these guys, but you know, the one to receive the offering or the one to undergo the test to determine whether or not they were worth receiving the offering, but instead his wife Genesis steps up. And when that happens, she basically uses her power seemingly over the earth to destroy or to defeat these two demonic beings. And then in turn, you end up having this kind of offer that's made to her by, this Amenthi demon, right? By Amenth. basically. And when that happens, we don't really know what the offer was that was made to the wife of Apocalypse, Genesis herself. Instead, all we know is that in the aftermath of this, that basically they had to travel to that realm and they had to close the rift, right? They had to close that portal and cut Okara in half. That's kind of what led to that, right? That's what led to Krakoa becoming its own island and Arakko becoming its own place inside of Otherworld, basically. And so in that moment, that's when essentially the idea seems to be that like a future battle will be fought, right? That like, you know, we will give you safe haven or whatever it is, or we, you know, I have no real idea, but like in the future, you know, things are going to pop off. And so with that being the case, Genesis tasks her husband with testing, right? She says, you're not strong enough to follow me to this realm. Stay and use the time that we buy you to make this world into something that can stand against our enemy, right? Judge them, my love, judge them all. And that's why Apocalypse does what he does. He's tasked, or he was tasked by his wife to travel the world and to basically make it a place where only the strong could survive. Because at some future point in time, the strong would be the only ones capable of surviving against this coming horde of the Amenthi army, right? So Apocalypse has quite literally been following this philosophy in order to prepare the world for this army that is set to invade and then unleash all kinds of holy hell, right? So that's really the whole idea behind this. It's why Apocalypse does what he does. This is a massive change to his entire history, right? Because we didn't really know the kind of blanks that were being left there, right? Kind of referencing what we talked about, you know, earlier when we said that we would come back and explain this, that the traditional history of Apocalypse is that he was discovered by Baal and the Sandstormers when he was a baby. He was taken under their wing. He was taught the philosophy that only the strong deserve to survive, this kind of social Darwinist ideology. But the origin at the time was that was an ideology that Baal had. That was an ideology his tribe had. And they passed that ideology onto Apocalypse. And that's why he does what he does. What Hickman's doing here is coming in and saying, none of that's true. The reason why Apocalypse tests the world the way he does is because he knew a conflict was going to be coming at some future point in time, right? 5,000 years, 10,000 years, 20,000 years into the future. And he's constantly been testing the world in order to make sure it's strong enough to survive it. This completely changes the motivation for why Apocalypse does what he does. It's not because he's a dick. It's because he's been trying to make sure the world can save itself, right? That's a huge change. It's a massive change. And so once he fully recovers, he ends up traveling to the Libyan desert, right, in Western Egypt, to the Temple of the Four Horsemen, right, to the Temple of the Horsemen, and really to his own resting place. And when he gets there, of course, he goes inside, and then he basically ends up taking his sword, and essentially grabs his sword, and then travels back to take his place, really as seemingly the final piece on the Swords of X landscape. The final piece that's here as part of the X of Swords event, and the final hero among Krakoa, who's going to face off against the forces of Arakko. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with the Swords of X event, and this sees the return of one of my favorite villains of all time in the history of Marvel Comics. You guys know exactly who I'm talking about. The downside of this is we see him once. That's all we get. So what we initially have here is an emissary, right? An invitation to a contest of worlds, basically saying we invite you to see the battle between the forces of Arakko and the forces of Krakoa. Now, a lot of you guys have kind of been wondering, or at least kind of expressed a little bit of confusion in terms of what's going on here. To kind of sum this all down, the nature of what's going on with X of Swords, or I guess 10 of Swords, whatever you want to call it, the whole reason why this is taking place is because Apocalypse, when he opened the gate, the external gate that basically allows access between Krakoa and Otherworld, his goal was to use that gate to access Arakko to rescue his wife and his children, the Four Horsemen, and then bring them back to Krakoa and basically unite his family. What he ended up discovering, and what we discovered, is that what you also had going on were called the Forces of Ammon. And the Forces of Ammon managed to breach their own realm, and then eventually they were taken over by the Four Horsemen. So the Four Horsemen lead the army of Ammon. And so when Apocalypse entered Otherworld with the intention of reuniting his family, that he discovered his family had basically become bad guys, right? Like his kids basically became villains, and they were leading this army, and they intended to basically use the Krakoan gate that granted access to Otherworld to pass through that gate into Krakoa and then conquer Krakoa and the rest of the world, right? So it's kind of like, you know, I want to get my kids back. Oh my God, they're villains. And the whole reason why this matters is because in order to settle the affair, right? In order to basically keep like all out war between the forces of Krakoa and the forces of Arakko emerging, Saturnyne basically basically created this contest, right? Created this whole great big huge tournament, and whoever wins will be the one who decides or who kind of gets what it is that they want, right? So if the four horsemen, if Apocalypse's kids win the tournament, then they lead the army of Amenth into Krakoa. If the forces of Krakoa win, then the army of Amenth, whatever happens to them, happens to them. And that's why we are where we are right now. So just a quick little synopsis, kind of a quick explanation. I get that some of you guys are a little confusing. It's the nature of going through Jonathan Hickman's work kind of piece by piece, is that it's one of these things where he reads much better in trade. It's much better to read Jonathan Hickman's stories when it's all done and you go and you get the trade paperbacks, right? It makes everything make a lot more sense. But the emissary has basically appeared here to Mad Jim Jaspers in the Crooked Market, right? And basically saying, this is your invitation to show up here to this tournament to become a part of it, right? To kind of watch everything unfold. And that's the last time we see Jim Jaspers in this comic. But here's the funny thing about this, right? Here's the funny thing about what Hickman's going to end up doing here. Jonathan Hickman with Mad Jim Jaspers, it could go one of two ways, right? We could see Mad Jim Jaspers pop off. We could see him just lose his mind and this crazy display of power in the next issue. We may not see him again for another 5 issues, right? It could be that we see him in like the background during the whole tournament, and then we don't actually see him do anything for another 50 issues. There's no telling with Jonathan Hickman, right? We have no idea. Jonathan Hickman writes for the long game, right? He writes for the conclusion of the story. So it's kind of the nature of the beast, right? It's the nature of these things. And so because of that, the next thing is that the emissary visits the kingdom of Sevalith, and then of course visits the Infuri at the Everforge. Now, the Infuri and really the Fury themselves, the fact that there's more than one is kind of terrifying. The Fury are wildly powerful beings, right? So to kind of give you guys a little bit of an explanation here, when Mad Jim Jaspers originally appeared in Marvel Comics, he was part of a universe called Earth 238. And this was a universe where he basically killed all the superheroes. But Jim Jaspers didn't do it on his own. Instead, what he did is he used his powers to warp reality to create the Fury. And the Fury was a being that had the ability to adapt to anybody's powers and then overcome them. It's how the Fury was able to defeat Jim Jaspers from the main Marvel universe when the Fury showed up inside the main Marvel universe, or at least the first time the Fury killed him. The two of them actually ended up coming back. There's a story that we haven't covered called X-Men Die by the Sword, I think, where Jim Jaspers comes back. But the whole idea here is that the Fury realized that the only way that Jim Jaspers' powers work is if he has a universe to alter. And so he took him to where the Earth 238 universe was at before it was destroyed, and then basically obliterated him, right? Because he realized that in this giant empty space where there is no matter, that Jim Jaspers is powerless, right? So the fact that there's like an entire place here full of Furies is kind of nuts. They are weapon forgers. They create like these basically like these unbreakable weapons in all of reality, like in the entirety of the multiverse. Because remember, what we're dealing with here are multiversal locations. People from different universes can access these different places. Like the Crooked Market, Apocalypse from like, you know, the Age of Apocalypse universe could access this. And like characters from like the Days of Future Past universe could access this. Feasibly, if they decided to include it, the Marvel Cinematic Universe Doctor Strange could travel to this place, right? It's kind of bonkers. So we're dealing with things on a much larger scale. These aren't planets. These are whole universal territories, right? Little pocket dimensions. You've also got the Holy Republic of the Fae. You've got the floating kingdom of Roma Regina. This is basically Merlin and Roma. They were previously the ones who ruled over Otherworld before the events of the incursions, the death of the whole Captain Britain Corps, and the fact that they just kind of ended up going to war with each other. But in their absence, it allowed Saturnyne to take over control of Otherworld, and that's why she is where she is. But nonetheless, you know, following these kind of emissaries, or this emissary that's sent out and these invitations that are given to these various people, we pick up with what are called the Foul and Fair Courts. And this is basically a kind of coming together of these various courts, some of which we see here and some of which we don't. For example, you don't see Jim Jaspers here, who's considered part of the Foul Court, probably because he's just like, I have other things to do besides show up here. You see the Furies who are here, they're considered part of the Fair Court. Hickman doesn't really play it solid insofar as saying the Fair Court are good guys, the Foul Court are bad guys. We're not really given a kind of knockdown explanation that way. We can kind of assume maybe it is, but historically Merlin is a dick, and the fact that he's part of the Foul Court kind of makes sense. But Roma's been a little, you know, weird too sometimes, and so there's been a few times where she's been a little bit villainous in her actions. And so again, it kind of seems to follow that ideology, but again, we're not given like an actual definitive explanation here. Instead, the whole purpose behind the assembling of this court is basically for the Blight Spokes to be allowed access across like any of the dimensions that they want to. Now, we're not really given a whole lot of information about the Blight Spoke, and in fact, this is all we really seem to see of them, right? You got Sheriff Gia Whitechapel of the Blight Spoke, and that's really it. Their request is denied, and that's really all you get here, but it's a little bit of kind of a court thing. But the reason why Hickman does this is because this will be important later on down the line, right? That's the reason why he gives us this. And so for the most part, we can kind of take this little bit of a scene, we can sit it on the back burner and then come back to it at a future point in time. But the important thing to kind of come out of this is that at the conclusion of this meeting, essentially, you end up having Saturnyne, who asks the current horsemen who are there, like Pestilence and War, are your Araco forces currently prepared to engage in this conflict? And their answer is yes. And then of course she asks Jamie Braddock, what about your forces on Krakoa? And he's like, they're on their way, right? So basically this is a coming together of the warriors, right? They're all basically arriving in Otherworld, and then the tournament will commence after that, right? And so what we end up doing here is transitioning to Krakoa and Apocalypse talking to all the sword bearers, right? And he gives like the worst speech ever. He's like, okay guys, don't die, because if you do, then you're gonna come back in some weird twisted version. All right, let's go. And that's basically it. And instead, the statement's kind of like, I mean, you should kind of give us a little bit of like a pep talk, right? I mean, it's like literally, like Cable's like, I mean, can you like, it couldn't hurt, right, if you give us some kind of a pep talk? And so he does. And it's actually this epic pep talk, right? He says like, sword bearers, most of you are mutant. You have tasted the sweetness of immortality and evolution of our people, meaning the fact that they can die and always come back. Now we step into the other world where all realities are one, and your defeat will mean the death of Krakoa, the death of this earth, and the death of you as you are now, never to return. So when you draw your sword, you must not fight like a human who stands to lose a few years of toil, but like a mutant who stands to lose forever in paradise. For if you do not, you will not be the first immortals I will have watched die. It's a crazy, it's a really, really cool thing. Like, it's a pretty epic speech, right? It's a pretty awesome speech there. And so what we end up doing is picking up with these various forces of Krakoa and Araco all showing up here, right? And initially it starts with Captain Britain showing up here along Wolverine, Cable, so on. They all basically teleport in at the same time. But when they do, it's kind of like, okay, like they're immediately on their guard, right? Because they don't know if they're teleporting in here and then the battle immediately starts. They don't know if they're teleporting in here and there's going to be a lot of pomp and circumstance, right? A great big huge kind of procession, or kind of welcome to the 10 of X event, and so on and so forth, and like you got Michael Buffer there, in this side of the ring, standing at 5'2", weighing some ridiculous number because his bones are covered in unbreakable metal, Wolverine. Like, we don't really know if that's what we're gonna get, right? I think it'd be awesome if like Michael Buffer showed up here and offered a kind of speech, right? I think it'd be pretty cool. But Saturnyne finally makes her appearance and basically tells everybody, you guys need to chill, right? Like relax. The tournament's not starting yet. It will start soon. Your fellow combatants are going to be arriving here and it'll be a chance for you guys to meet. So head to your quarters. They've all been prepared for you. And when they arrive there, they're all given their respective cards. Remember, these were cards that were created by Saturnyne explicitly for them, but the cards do not necessarily mean what they appear to be on their faces. For example, you end up having Cable, who's given the card of the Fool. And it doesn't mean that Cable is an actual fool, even though he thinks that's what it means. Instead, it's the journey of the Fool, which is to say he doesn't know everything yet, but he will learn a lot as time goes on. This really kind of seems to be a roundabout way of Jonathan Hickman saying the powers of Cable are going to expand, or Cable's own individual story is going to become a lot more grandiose than it currently is. But then of course you end up having Apocalypse, who reads his, gets angry and throws it away. And so what he ends up doing is traveling to meet Saturnyne. And this conversation between these two is wildly intriguing. And that's what makes Hickman's, X of Swords so cool, is because you see characters meeting whom you would never see meet under any other circumstance. And watching how they interact is really intriguing. For example, like Saturnyne was never really the most powerful character ever. It wasn't until she took over Otherworld and then started using all the magics at its disposal to utilize, to really rule this place, that she became as powerful as she is. Prior to this, she was basically a figurehead, right? She was the omniversal magistrix. She was not on par with like the living tribunal or something like that. She just kind of played more of a gubernatorial role in relation to like how the multiverse functions. If you kind of broke it down into different positions, she played more of the governing body. With regards to the living tribunal, he played like the power source. Now, neither one really associated with the other. It's not like you would see meetings of the Omniversal Development Court and like the living tribunals out there in the third row watching it all go down. You would never really see that. Instead, it was kind of doing its own thing. It was part of this wildly intricate hierarchy of how the multiverse, how its form and function is maintained. The funny thing about that though is the Omniversal Development Court was sometimes acknowledged and sometimes ignored by Marvel Comics, depending on who the writer was. For example, you hadn't seen it for like, I want to say it didn't appear for like a decade until you got to the Incursions, right? I mean, you had Spider-Man UK and you had a few appearances here and there, but like in those 5 years that Marvel was leading up to Secret Wars, you saw it a multitude of times. Prior to that, you never really saw it at all, right? And you probably wouldn't have known it existed unless you were reading the right kind of comics. And even then, it didn't really appear all that often in Excalibur. So it's one of these interesting things. That's kind of the nature of how it all works. Marvel's never really consolidated it. They never really kind of explained like what's the nature of the Omniversal Development Court in comparison to the Living Tribunal. Does like the one above all, is he part of this? Like was he the one that kind of engineered that? How does it compare to like the Fulcrum and the Neil Gaiman comics for the Eternals? We don't really know, right? We're not really given an explanation here. But with Apocalypse showing up here and basically meeting her, the question is, I don't really like what I'm seeing here, right? Like I don't really like what's going on. I don't really like this game you're playing. Answer me, right? Like what's the meaning of these taunts, of all this nonsense? But notice, Saturnyne doesn't really take him seriously. Now, one of the big things about her character, about Saturnines character historically, is she always had a kind of arrogance, right? There was always a kind of arrogance about her in the sense of, I'm above you. I'm way, much higher above you than anybody else is, right? It's just the nature of things. In terms of power, probably not, or at least, before she became ruler of Otherworld, she's nowhere near above Apocalypse. But even Apocalypse plays it a little haughty, right? He's like, answer me before, explain yourself before I become angry. Well, he's literally he's in the lion's den, right? He's in the belly of the beast. What is he gonna do? Like, there's no power he possesses that could overcome Saturnyne. I guess maybe he could just start like smashing the Twilight Citadel, right? Just like, smashing his fists and knocking off giant chunks of it and just more or less like inconveniencing her. But that would be about it. That'd be about all that he could do in this situation. But one of the things that she says is she's like, I'm kind of intrigued by you. You really are one of the oldest beings in existence, right? In on your Earth, not across your entire universe, right? Relative to the history of the universe, you're but a speck, right? You've been alive for a fraction of a second. But in terms of the history of your Earth, you've been around for a relatively lengthy amount of time. I mean, even within the history of the Earth, right, it's still kind of a fraction of a second. But in comparison to the evolution of your race, of mutant kind, you've been around for a long, long time. And even in comparison to the length of humanity, you've been around for a pretty lengthy amount of time. But I'm kind of curious about you, right? All this power that you possess, you beat Morgan Le Fay, right, in like a straight up battle. That's interesting. But what you've done here is you've bullied yourself in. You've basically played the role of somebody who's lesser than yourself. And once it was all said and done, the only reason you even got here is because I invited you. So ask yourself the question, is it kind of an insult to know that no matter what your best efforts were, you only got in here because I allowed it? But even kind of continuing this taunting, and even when he says like, are you trying to provoke me? At the end of the day, she still just kind of plays it fast and loose. And she still doesn't really take him seriously. More so than that, she's like, you're a very, very old being. I'm surprised that you're acting so impatient here. You really shouldn't be acting this impatient, right? You've been around long enough. You should have more patience than almost anybody else here. You're playing a game that you've been working on for millennia. And here at the finish line, you're going to suddenly grow impatient. Well, the funny thing about this is that it reveals the very human side of Apocalypse in the sense of course he does. Like, he's just about done. Like, which one of us doesn't find our second win when we're that close to the finish line, right? That's kind of where he is. This kind of new method, this new step of zealousness that's going on with his character. And so with Saturnyne, who was already on her way to a meeting, she invites Apocalypse along. And this is one of those things where it seems to be kind of designed to more or less play games. But when he enters into this meeting room, he's met by an individual who is wearing what's basically the helmet of Amenth, the helmet of this demon entity. And as we explained in the last video, those individuals who wear it become the voice of Amenth itself. I really say itself because we don't really know if this demon is like a man or a woman or anything about them whatsoever. But they basically become the person or kind of stand in as the person who's leading this whole force, right? And so this person that she's meeting with is effectively the person who's leading the Four Horsemen, who in turn are leading the army of Amenth, right? So this person is basically Apocalypse's enemy because we know that by virtue of the various swords and who's going to be fighting who, that Apocalypse is destined to fight this person. And when this person goes and removes their mask, we one, see the card of Apocalypse that says the lovers, and then two, it's Apocalypse's wife. It's Genesis. This means that during the tournament, Apocalypse is going to have to fight, and he's going to have to kill his wife. This is a bold move by Saturnyne, because if it goes awry, say for example that Genesis is a turncoat, say for example that she's operating under this role but isn't actually allied with Amenth or her children, the Four Horsemen, and is actually working directly alongside Apocalypse. Because remember, they had that conversation before she went through the portal, prepare the world for what's coming. If she really has maintained her solitude all this time, and she really is a good guy all this time, then things could pop off fast. It could pop off so quickly and go south so astronomically fast, right? There's no telling what's gonna happen here. But I know it doesn't seem overly surprised. Like, I know it doesn't seem like this great big huge crazy grandiose event, but this right here could easily turn into the turn of the tide, and everything Saturnyne's built could come crashing down. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with Swords of X. And in this video, we're focusing on the return of Mad Jim Jaspers. Yes, we are. But before we get into that, we are going to pick up with a couple little fun things that happen here, a couple little small things. The first part of this focuses on X-Men issue number 14, but this is really just exposition. And the reality is we don't really learn a lot that we didn't already know before, but there are a couple things that we do pick up here. The first of these things really comes with the Twilight Sword. And the Twilight Sword, of course, as it's being wielded by Apocalypse's wife Genesis, is a weapon that's part of the 10 of Swords or X of Swords event, right? It's one of the things that the forces of Morocco had to gather in order to fight against the forces of Krakoa. But as I was reading this, and as she was basically kind of retelling this origin of mutant kind, at least as it existed on Okara, which is originally what Krakoa and Morocco were before they were split in two, we of course get the same exposition that we always did, right? The Twilight Sword of the enemy tore the world asunder, and what was one became two. And I started thinking about this. Right now, it says after that happened that all the enemies of Amenth basically poured into the world, right? Poured into the main Marvel universe, right? So they came from this other place, right? Just this kind of, other dimension, and it led to them invading the world and seeking to capture it for the most part. Now, of course, as a result of that, you saw two things happening. You saw Apocalypse leading the mutant population against the forces of Amenth, and then you saw what was basically the White Sword, right? So this, external, this immortal mutant who basically has the ability to resurrect, him and his 100 soldiers every single morning to kind of fight the fight again, that they went through the portal alongside Apocalypse's wife and the various mutants who were there for the purpose of trying to fight these forces back. Right now, of course, we know that just by virtue of the stories that we've read, that the promise Apocalypse made to his wife is he would prepare the world as a place that could hold itself against the forces of Amenth, which is why he's always maintained this kind of survival of the fittest mentality, right? This is something that you can find in our video that we did on the new origin of Apocalypse in our X-Men playlist, where you can get totally caught up on the X of Swords event, right? The 10 of Swords event. But the more I thought about this, and this is what's so cool, the more I thought about this was specifically the Twilight Sword of the enemy and how his forces, how the forces, once this Twilight Sword emerged, that the enemy basically escaped, that like all these forces came pouring out. If I'm a betting man, I think that's Surtur. And here's the reason why. If you go back and you look at Journey into Mystery number 97 from way back in the day, what you had was a story whereby Odin ended up facing off against Surtur. And this led to Surtur being locked inside the earth. Now at some future point in time, and we're not really told when, Surtur managed to get out, right? Surtur escaped and then just kind of showed up somewhere along the line. This was back in the day when Marvel wouldn't necessarily provide these clear-cut explanations in terms of how A leads into B. Instead, it was just you get the end of A and then you're into B, and then you don't really get a lot of connecting of the dots. That's what made Chris Claremont's style of writing so landmark, was because of the fact that he did that for 17 years, right? It was a huge thing to kind of keep the story narrative going and everything tied into everything else. But if Surtur managed to escape Earth, then this would explain the Earth kind of, this land cracking in two, right? It just happened to be where Surtur emerged from. But the reason why I say him and nobody else is because, as you guys know, the main weapon of Surtur is a Twilight Sword. And so it makes perfect sense that Surtur basically emerged with a Twilight Sword and then went and did his thing, right? And then from there, all these enemy forces came pouring out, and who in the heck knows where it was that they came from, right? But the long and short of this is that with that bit of an explanation being offered there, that Genesis has kind of emerged here as a person who is in effect the leader of seemingly everybody, right? Now, initially she donned the golden helm of annihilation, which we talked about before, because it was what would allow her to control the forces of Amenth, right? And again, we're not really given a lot of indication here. What she really points here is this notion that the forces of Amenth are effectively leaderless, and that the individual who wields the golden helm is the person who can control them. And so it stands to reason that if Surtur was locked inside Earth by Odin, and Surtur basically formed this private army for himself and the forces of Amenth, and then somewhere along the line Surtur escaped, that he would just leave them all behind. And so without any real leader, the individual who dons the golden helm basically takes over that role. The problem with this is that the golden helm cannot be controlled. And so just because you put it on and just because the Golden Helm will allow you to control the forces of Amenth does not mean you can control the Golden Helm. And that's what she says, that the will of the Golden Helm is now her will. And the Golden Helm wanted to get into Krakoa, and so she does as well. And that's why she's basically a villain here, because her stance is we're going to end up fighting each other to the death. And her whole goal is to win the contest, or at least for Arakko to win the contest, so they can invade Krakoa. So that's the whole motivation behind her character, and that's how I think Surtur ties into all this stuff. But for the goody stuff here, right, the good little tidbit here, this is when we pick up with Jim Jaspers, because I feel like that's what you guys really want to see, right? You guys really want to see this. So here's a cool thing that happens here right off the bat, right? We pick up with the Crooked Market, and you've got Jim Jaspers, right? And he's basically telling his guys, like, be super quick, right? Like, Saturnyne will not tolerate us missing so much as a single grain of salt, right? The Crooked Market are the ones who are supplying the various foods and things like that for this great big huge feast. And this feast is being held in honor of the various people who are here that are fighting. Now, this is not uncommon. And in fact, this is really Jonathan Hickman borrowing from days gone by. In older years, it was common that when you had a war or a conflict going on between two territories that was designed to settle a dispute, and the conflict was being held in the location of a non-partisan third party, that third party would actually honor both groups and basically bring forth their champions, and then they would all feast, knowing full well they were probably going to kill each other in the morning. But that was just kind of the way that things were done back then, right? There was a lot of emphasis put on decorum and really the ceremonial aspect of what it meant to get involved in a conflict. Now understand, there's no love loss here. Just because they're all sharing dinner here does not mean they're going to be good friends. You know, you even have things like you've got Cypher, who's out there kind of minding his own business. You've got Storm, who looks like she's kind of flirting with Anubis. It looks like Anubis anyway. And then of course you also have Wolverine, who's just kind of being standoffish because it's Wolverine and that's what he does, right? He's just a standoffish guy. But the doors officially open, the banners basically fall in the hall, and then it's everybody make your way in. And as they get in here, it's actually an incredible sight to behold. And that was one of the things about Saturnyne, right? She was nothing if not somebody who liked everyone to know just how good she had it. But you end up getting this really cool situation where we're basically introduced to Jaspers, right? Where Jaspers is officially recognized and declared here. And it's like all of this is brought to us by Jim Jaspers of the Crooked Market, right? We also get Lady Roma of the Fae. You get Verde, the colony queen of the Hoth Hive, or the Hot Hive, whatever you want to call it. Thamit, who's basically the region of the former kingdom of Dryador. And then Jim Jaspers kind of comments and says, well, you may not be welcome into Dryador, but you are always welcome to my Crooked Market, right? If you come there, you can find virtually anything that you want. But here's the funny thing about this, right? Here's what's so crazy about this. And it's something super easy to overlook here. Jim Jaspers is acting incredibly casual here. He's like, yeah, I mean, come to the Crooked Market if you have to, but let's not be naive about this guy. Jim Jaspers is a guy who was so powerful that his alternate reality counterpart was a threat to the entire multiverse. They had to kill his universe. They had to wipe his universe out in order to save the multiverse. And he was still weaker than this version of Jim Jaspers here. This guy is a multiversal force. That's all this guy is, right? This guy is just death incarnate. There are very few things, very precious few things that could stand in the face of Jim Jaspers. Now, this guy is ridiculously overpowered. Now, how his power compares to Saturnyne, I'm not really sure. And I would really say just pomp, circumstance, and just being polite here is the only thing that's keeping Jim Jaspers from just being like, you know what, I'm bored. Let's turn everybody into cupcakes and then stomp on them, right? I feel like that's the only thing that's stopping him from doing that. Or just waving his hand and turning everybody into blobs of goo, and that's the end of them. No one here could stop Jim Jaspers if he got bored and decided to kill everybody. That's kind of what I'm telling you here, right? That's how powerful this guy is. That's how powerful Jim Jaspers is. And that's why it's so incredibly exciting to see him back, because I feel like things are gonna pop off in this place. Now, the other funny thing that happens here is you've got Braddock, right? And Braddock is here just kind of, you know, doing his thing and just sort of chilling out. And Wolverine walks up on him and he's like, look, man, you had an opportunity to basically stop all this, right? Like when Saturnyne took you to her bed chambers and you guys were going to do, you know, you guys were going to do the thing, you know, you're going to knock boots. Like you could have just gone through with it, right? And then like none of this would have happened in the first place. You know, he's like, well, I'm a married man. He's like, well, here's the thing though, man. Like, you know, if you really cared about all of us, you would have taken one for the team. It's what I would have done. You know, I would have taken one for the team and just called it a day. It's kind of a funny little thing. Obviously, no respectable man would do that. But, you know, Wolverine is not really a respectable guy, right? And so what he really does here is he kind of looks at Braddock as the reason for this whole problem. He's like, you know, I'm not really going to be watching anybody out there who's most likely going to die. Instead, I'm going to be watching you. I'm going to be keeping my eye on you. And I'm going to know that with all the people who die from Krakoa, if any end up dying tomorrow at all, they will all have died because of you. Now, the other part of this comes with Gorgon and Ileana down a Rasputin. Now, Gorgon is a guy that we haven't really covered too much in Marvel Comics. In fact, I think the only time we really offered any measure of explanation on him was during the events of Secret Empire, because he was part of the Hydra Inner Circle. And so we could do with a bit of explanation here. The idea behind Gorgon's powers and the reason why he wears the mask the way he does is because he essentially has the powers of Medusa. If he were to take his mask off and he were to look at you, you would turn to stone. And so he wears that mask in order to prevent that from happening. The problem with this is it takes away his eyesight. And so Gorgon is a guy who is, by all standards of measurement, blind, even if only because he chooses to be, but he's also probably one of the best fighters in all of Marvel Comics. When I say all of Marvel Comics, I mean all of Marvel Comics. Like, this guy could give almost anybody a run for their money, and it doesn't really matter who it is. The other part of this is that with him and Magik sizing up everybody here, you've also got Iska. Now, Iska, as a lot of you guys, if you may recall, she's a person whose mutant power is that she can't lose. And so if, for example, she's part of this whole great big huge tournament, and her mutant power, because she can't lose, is that things going the way they are, it's obvious the forces of Krakoa are going to win. She'd turn against the forces of Orako. It's just the nature of her powers. Now, what Marvel doesn't really explain here, and this is the problem you have with a power that's this ambiguous, is it passive or is it active? When it comes to powers in Marvel Comics, you have active and passive powers, and even in DC, it works the exact same way. So something like Superman's frost breath, that's an active power, right? He actually has to blow frost breath at somebody. But something like Wolverine's healing factor is a passive power. He doesn't have to do anything. It just automatically happens. And so we don't know if that's the case with her, or if it's active or it's passive. We don't really know. We don't know if, she allies with Orako because she's foreseen that Orako is going to win. We don't know if she allies with Krakoa, or if she ends up turning against Orako and allies with Krakoa because her mutant power tells her Krakoa is going to win. We don't really know. Marvel hasn't really taken the time to explain it. It may be one of these things where Hickman kind of gives us this bit of a tease and we don't find out how her powers work for 100 issues, right? That's entirely possible. But the cool thing about this is that because they're aware of Iska's ability, the question is, which side does she favor? Does she favor her left side, her right side? How deep do her powers go, right? That's the question of Gorgon and Magik. And so what they end up doing is basically kind of, approaching her, offering a bit of small talk, obviously giving her a little bit of a hard time. And then as a test, they drop their glasses at the same time. And because she's ambidextrous, she catches them both and doesn't drop one drop of it. And so it's like, okay, of course she's ambidextrous. If she can't lose, she has all the skills she needs to succeed. And so she doesn't really favor her left or her right side in fighting. And so she doesn't really have a definitive weakness in terms of her fighting style. In turn, she pulls the same stunt on Magik and Gorgon, and then Magik opens a portal that causes them to fall back through. And then of course it's like, we caught him. So again, it's one of these cool things where these foes, these various fighters are learning a lot about each other, because understand, this is the first time all of them are meeting each other, which is a really, really cool moment here. It's the first time that they're all meeting each other. And so when you have this bit of a discussion here, you actually end up having Storm, who approaches the Horseman Death, and the two of them all start talking. The two of them kind of have this great big huge conversation. Now, there is a bit of a tease insofar as maybe Storm is kind of romantically attracted to him. Maybe it's this kind of devil-may-care or a bit of a mystery or intrigue. But one thing to understand about Storm, she's not some wide-eyed girl who just stepped out into the world. She's not naive, right? She's not a naive person. And so while she is kind of entertaining this possibility that there could be a romance between her and the Horseman Death, she basically ends it fast, right? And she's like, I've danced with your kind before, and I was curious what kind of person you were, because I'm going to be fighting you. And now that I know what kind of person you are, I know that one, you're an honorable and respectable person, but two, I know that I wouldn't really have any qualms with killing you. And so from there, he kind of picks up with Saturnyne speaking directly with Wolverine, right? And Wolverine is really just kind of pissed, right? He's just walking around like a big grump, like he usually does, but a little grumpier than normal. And Saturnyne kind of asks him, I know when a mind is burdened, what's on your mind, right? What are you thinking? And at the end of the day, he kind of holds off in having a conversation, but she kind of pushes and prods, and he says, fine, right? It doesn't have to be like this. All you have to do is take whatever it is that you want, and then we can end this here. There's no need for some great big ceremony. None of this is a necessity. You're playing a game. You're being awfully cavalier with all of our lives for your own entertainment. Now, for Saturnines part, she's in her rights to do this, right? The conflict between Krakoa and the conflict between Orako happen to come upon her doorstep, and that's the nature of the beast. When two people are fighting and their fight takes them into somebody's house, they don't get to dictate how the person who owns that house allows them to fight. They fall under the rules of the person inside that house, right? A man doesn't walk into another man's home and start telling him what's what. It's just the way it is, right? And so because their conflict led to them to this point, she's the one that gets to call the rules, right? And so that's just kind of the way that goes. And the response she really gives here is, I said exactly what I meant, right? Death is the great change. Everything dies, right? One of you guys are going to die here, and everything's going to change after. If anything, I'm just curious what it is that's going to happen. And the response of Wolverine is, those are some famous last words. Pops his claws and stabs Saturnyne. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with 10 of Swords. And in this one, we are starting with the beginning of the great big huge event, right? The tournament, right? The great big huge battle. But before we do, we pick up in the aftermath of Wolverine killing Saturnyne, right? We saw that at the end of the last video that Wolverine popped his claws, had enough of all of her nonsense, and just impaled that girl. And yeah, following that, Wolverine doomed the world. He basically killed the world. That we're told this in a couple different ways. The first one is in a bit of a kind of opening prologue of all the different things that are going on in the immediate aftermath, and the second is what we're actually shown here, right? So what we're told is that what ended up happening is that with the death of Saturnyne, that basically all hell began to break loose, right? The external gate was essentially closed, that arguments kind of went about the Quiet Council in terms of what they were going to do, what they were owed to Otherworld with regards to the death of Saturnyne, right? The Quiet Council, again, is the council that governs Krakoa, so at this point, they're kind of cut off from Otherworld, but the conversations were exceedingly short, and the reason why was because the external gate immediately broke open, and when it did, all the armies of Arakko came pouring out, led by the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, led by Apocalypse's kid, that they basically managed to find a way to control Amenth, and in turn control all the forces, all the Amenthi forces, so all those demons, and they just kept pouring out. The difference here is that while the X-Men do have the ability to resurrect the dead, it takes time to do that, whereas the forces of Arakko had the forces of Amenth, and so they just basically had this endless horde of monsters that literally poured into Krakoa and then the rest of the world. And that 10,000, it was something like 10,000 or thousands of X-Men, of mutants, basically died before a call for help could even be made. Now, when the call for help went out, that you ended up seeing like the Avengers, the Fantastic Four, the entire host of Asgard, who all came in response to that. The other thing that the forces of Arakko did is they detonated what was essentially a telepathic mind bomb, which literally ripped through the mutant's higher brain function. So anybody who was telepathic, dead. Anybody with higher level thinking was essentially wiped out, right? The forces of Asgard, the forces of the Avengers, the forces of the Fantastic Four were all destroyed by the forces of Arakko. And so what you end up picking up here is just this entire place laid waste, right? New York, the world itself completely conquered, right? The home of Doctor Strange, right? The Sanctum Sanctorum, totally destroyed. Doctor Strange's lifeless body thrown out of the window, right? So for the most part, it's all completely been conquered. And the only person who was left to witness all of this, right? The beheading of Apocalypse, him being drawn and quartered, the fall of the world, was Wolverine, who was quite literally crucified, right? Just kind of stuck up on this great big huge platform and left there. But then he's immediately, or at least eventually, met by the arrival of Saturnyne. And what we find out is this is a gift that Saturnyne is giving him. This is her basically telling him, this is what will happen if you fail, right? If you were to successfully kill me, this is what would happen. If your team loses the tournament, this is what happens. If you fail to win this, to hold back the forces of Krakoa, this is the fate that awaits your world. Everything will fall and everything will burn. Now, under normal circumstances, I will say it on the surface, it seemed a little bit disappointing that it was all just kind of a ruse. I expected it to be. I didn't actually expect Saturnyne to fall this early. It would have been a pretty interesting scenario if she had, but it's also been established well in the beginning of X of Swords that she's the one that's kind of maintaining the peace here. If she wasn't there, then everything would just kind of break loose. But I think it's also kind of cool that it was shown in sort of a dream state, right? Because what it shows us is how dire the circumstances are. Because there was probably a part of you, and I know there was a part of me that was reading this, and it's like, okay, but even if Krakoa lost, how badly could they really lose, right? I mean, you've got like Franklin Richards, and you've got like all these powerful characters. Could they really actually lose here? And the answer is yes, they could lose everything. The entirety of Earth could fall, right? Everybody would die, every superhero across the world, and all the mutants would all be totally destroyed by the forces of Arakko. This, I think, was a genius idea by Jerry Dugan, because it shows us how dire things would get if it didn't work. And so in response to that, Wolverine's just kind of like, okay, right? Like after seeing this, he does it grudgingly, but he's like, okay, like I get what's actually happening here. I get how extreme things are. Now, of course, this leads to Wolverine being served as sushi. Cypher, of course, eats a bit of it, and then Wolverine immediately picks up something's wrong and that the sushi was poisoned. And so when that happens, he's just like, somebody poisoned my appetizer, right? Like who in the heck did this? Now, eventually, Cypher kind of comes to through a combination of Iska cutting a hole in his throat, right? I mean, Iska's the woman that can never lose. The other thing is is that you end up having the white sword, right? The guy that can basically resurrect his 1,000 soldiers or his 100 soldiers every morning, right? So he can basically resurrect the dead, more or less, who shows up here and actually ends up healing Cypher, right? Because we've known for a while that his power is the ability to heal. But the other thing about this, and this was kind of cool, is White Sword is wildly honor bound, right? He's hugely honor bound because he literally says here, like, poison is the weapon of a craven, right? The weapon of a coward. Poison those that you don't think you can beat. What kind of honor is there in that, right? What kind of honor is there in this whole thing? So he's like, I, the White Sword, will not be party to cowardice. And so that's why he ends up healing Cypher. And so it's kind of nuts because Wolverine makes this demand of Saturnyne. This is getting ridiculous. It's getting out of hand. They're literally sabotaging us, send us back to Krakoa and call the tournament off and just lock them in their own realm. But the response to Saturnyne is, do you really intend to forfeit after the gift that I just gave you? After I showed you what would happen if you lost? Now, while all that's going on, right? While all this madness is happening, you end up having Apocalypse and Genesis, husband and wife, and the parents of these 4 horsemen who are just kind of looking on, and Apocalypse is like, I see you did well with the children. And she's like, I did my best. Right? Because remember, with Apocalypse, there is a measure of honor that goes into it, but honor is not the most important thing. The most important thing is being able to pass testing, because Apocalypse probably looks at Cypher and sees him as somebody who has measured testing and found wanting. Because if that was the case, he wouldn't just arbitrarily take part in something somebody else had. He would have investigated it, right? He would have been like, I mean, is this trustworthy? Or, he would have asked questions. The fact that he couldn't survive simply being poisoned and had to be saved by somebody else shows how weak Cypher is in the eyes of Apocalypse. And so it's kind of one of these funny things, because you end up having Braddock and Betsy Braddock who approach Saturnyne, and while everybody's arguing, it's this kind of discussion. One of the funny things is Storm is like pointing her finger at Jaspers, like, if you had anything to do with this, I'll probably end up beating you up. And it's like, okay, but like, no, you wouldn't either, right? I mean, like, he would just turn you into a teacup and step on you. That's probably what would happen. But Saturnyne kind of snaps her fingers and basically mutes everybody, right? So they can't hear anybody else talking. And Braddock kind of makes this request and saying, look, like, I request that you set aside their claim. They like basically declare their efforts as forfeit. They literally poisoned one of us, right? And so because of that, they are effectively cheating. And Saturnines' initial response is like, what you're asking is fair, right? What you're asking is fair and it is reasonable. Hadn't Wolverine not tried to kill me, right? Had he not tried to kill me, I would have granted your request. I would have given you what you wanted because they cheated. But turnabout's fair play. If Wolverine can try to attack me, it's fair for them to try to poison you, right? I mean, Wolverine made the first move. He opened the door for that. And so if I let you stay, I have to let them stay as well. You can't have the rules just kind of favor you because it's just more convenient that way. And so it's kind of nuts because following that, you almost kind of see a little bit of coming together of the various characters who were here. That you see one of the horsemen talking to Wolverine and she's like, I never would have attacked the magistrates. Like, damn, that's pretty ballsy. And Wolverine's response is, I just want to get my people home. And she's like, the singular desire of every brave soldier, right? So they're kind of finding a little bit of common ground here. And that's what's interesting because I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of all this, there's actually a kind of mutual respect that exists between the forces of Apocalypse and the forces of Krakoa. But that's what's interesting about this, right? And that's why stories like this are so intriguing. Now, what they end up doing is, of course, serving the next course. And it's like, everybody take your seats. And they end up presenting these scarabs stuffed with the hearts of Pollinae from the rivers of Wuhave, cooked to perfection in a reduction of the greatest wines from Sevalith. Now, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I might actually eat some of that. I know it's scarab beetles and that's gross. It's probably worth trying, right? I mean, it's probably worth giving a bit of a taste too. Now I say that because I'm a foodie, right? And what if it tasted like chicken? I'm just saying, I'm just saying, right? What if it tasted like chicken? Here's the real question. Would you eat this? That's the real question to ask. But with this scarab being served, one of the horsemen is just kind of like, why would you serve me this sacred scarab? Why would you serve me the sacred beetle? And it's kind of a funny reaction, right? Because he takes his helmet off for a second and like is literally powered by a sacred beetle, right? So this is Jaime Reyes. It's not, but it'd be cool if it was. But you end up having Wolverine who just like eats it in his place. It's just like, we can't let the food go to waste, And that's what a lot of this stuff is. It's all basically kind of a ceremonial thing. And so following that, you get to like the main course itself, right? And the main course is, and it's really the second time it's being served in the House of Fallen Banners. It's the Great Horned Beast. And the funny thing here is it looks like an enormous steak, right? I mean, it's just cut into huge sections. And the white sword is just kind of like, I never eat, right? I'm beyond hunger. I don't really need to eat anything. But for this, I will make an exception. And Wolverine's like, yeah, man, it's delicious. This is absolutely amazing. But you kind of see these moments when the two of them kind of come together, or I'm sorry, when these guys sort of come together and find some common ground. Now, one of the funny things that takes place here is when young Cable actually ends up talking to Apocalypse and his wife. Now, young Cable's familiar with Apocalypse. That's one of the wonky things about his character. Imagine that, like, your teenage self, imagine like if you're a person who's 30 years old, imagine your teenage self basically kills your 30-year-old self and then takes the place of your 30-year-old self in the modern day. That's basically what Cable did, right? Just kind of take that concept and move it forward by like 3,000 years. And that's basically what it is, right? This is just teenage Cable who killed his adult self and then is operating here in the modern day. A lot of the experiences that adult Cable had, teenage Cable simply hasn't had yet. And that's why you see this sort of conversation where he sits down between Genesis and Apocalypse and he's like, man, this must be really weird for you guys. And the response of Apocalypse is, weird is a human word, right? It's used to describe a reality that human minds simply just cannot grasp. That's all this concept basically is, right? In time, you will understand that when you have more experience. Now, this kind of pisses off Cable a little bit. And the reason why is because everybody understands that he's a teenage version of his older self, but everybody here was also familiar with adult Cable. And they all know that adult Cable just kind of had years of experience and wisdom that nobody else really, that his younger self just doesn't have. And that's kind of the bane of his existence, right? Like, well, you'll understand when you're older, right? That's basically what he's being told universally by everybody, right? You'll understand when you're older. You'll understand when you have more experience. And it's kind of a true statement, right? It's very much a true statement because older Cable brought a kind of wisdom to the various characters who were here that this guy just can't do. Following that, you have this hilarious and amazing situation where Cable approaches Iska, right? And he's like, your power is that you cannot be beaten, right? She's like, yep, I never have been beaten and I never will be beaten. He's like, that's so cool. Can you show me your power? And she's like, you'll witness it tomorrow. And then you have Magik who shows up and it's just like, but like, if we're all going to be dead tomorrow, like, let's see it now, man. Let's see it right now. So they start putting her power on display and literally start having her do things where like they put her through all these tests. And so it's like they have all these glasses that are kind of turned like upside down and stuff like that. Like she literally fixes them all. Like they have this thing where they literally put like a little thing under a cup and she can't see what it is. And they're like, where is it? And she's like, it's right there. Like literally every single game of luck, basically, she wins, right? Like every single circumstance where she's not supposed to know things, she just inherently does because that's how her powers work. It's impossible for her to lose. And so she is, and this is kind of a comment that's made by Magik, what if she were to fight Domino? Because their powers are very much in line with each other. Domino is a character who can bend luck to her favor, right? So if Domino decided to go play the lottery, she would win, right? She would just happen to go to the right place to buy the right lottery ticket, to play the right numbers, and then she would come out on top. That's just kind of how Domino's powers work. She's guided by it, right? It kind of guides her decision making. With Iska, it very much seems to be the same way. Now, I would surmise that because of how involved Iska's powers are, and because of the fact that she operates on a much higher level in a more grandiose scale, right? So fighting massive battles, turning entire tides of conflict, different things like that. I would say her power is far more nuanced and much stronger, for lack of a better word, than Domino's powers are, right? So she's basically a far more capable version of Domino. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. Because if a person who can't lose fights a person who can bend luck to their side, then it almost kind of seems like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. Who wins in that circumstance? Or does everything just explode? That's kind of the question to ask here. But from there, you actually end up switching back over to one of the horsemen again, who's having a conversation with Redroot. And this conversation between the two of them is really interesting, right? This horseman is kind of looking at Iska and they're looking at Cable and they're looking at Magik. And it's like, these guys are just so weak, right? Like they're so weak and they're so soft. But then like Redroot kind of chimes in and says, but I can't help but wonder. And the response of the horseman is like, what? I mean, they're coddled, right? They're unfit. And Redroot says, perhaps, but these mutants were grown on a world that's better than ours. So one, what if they have a strength that we just haven't seen yet, right? We wear our strength on our sleeve. We wear our hearts on our sleeve. We make sure everybody around us knows how strong and capable we are. But if these individuals were raised in a world where they don't have to display that all the time, but they're every bit as strong and capable as we are, then what if we're approaching this with arrogance? What if we're approaching this with overconfidence? If we are, that'll be our undoing. Like, we readily display that we're exceedingly strong. They hide it, right? So like, it's kind of a crazy thing, because it's like, that could very well work against us. And the response to this horseman is set those thoughts aside, right? Like, look at them. They are inherently weak. They are not on the same level that we are. And that's entirely true. The benefit of Apocalypse's four horsemen is that they know nothing but war and chaos. They know nothing but conflict. They were born and bred in that. And so if you're a person that knows nothing but war and chaos all the time, then of course you would approach a situation or approach a person that doesn't readily act the same way you do and see a kind of weakness, because where they see kindness, they see weakness, right? That's just kind of the way that works, because it's just not inherently necessary to their survival in the place that they were from. Kindness is what got you killed. And so from there, you basically end up picking up with the tournament actually starting, right? It actually begins. And Saturnyne kind of gathers together all of the different cards and says, okay, right, you have all dined well, but now you must return to your chambers and sleep well. For tomorrow, your minds and bodies will be pushed to the absolute limit as you compete for your nations. And the first fight that we get here is Betsy, Braddock, Captain Britain versus Iska, the Unbeatable. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with X of Swords. We're on part, technically I think this is part 14. I know we combined two parts together, so I think we're officially one behind what the official numbering is, but it doesn't really matter. We're still going in order. For those of you guys who are looking to catch up, you'll find the playlist down in the description, so you don't feel like you're kind of left out, and because I know we're covering a lot of stories right now, so a lot of you guys may feel a little bit lost. Check out the playlist down in the description, and that will give you everything you need to get caught up on the X-Men. So what we end up doing here is we pick up with the official start of the tournament, right? The official start of the duel between Krakoa and Arako. And this initially starts out with Jubilee resting alongside Shogo, right? Shogo being a dragon that was once human in form and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, it's kind of like her adopted kid, more or less. But the idea is that in the middle of taking this nap, she's suddenly met by a kind of telepathic message that essentially tells her, like, there's not a whole lot of time here. But in case you don't hear back from me, just know that things kind of went bad, right? But I also care about you. Now this, of course, this message is coming directly from Betsy Braddock, right? The new Captain Britain. Kind of a funny thing here, and I don't think he was given an official designation until recently, but Brian Braddock, because he doesn't really wield the Amulet of Right instead, and now he's using the Sword of Might, he's basically Captain Avalon. That's really how that works now. But the idea is that, of course, this kind of telepathic communication is cut off. Now, Jubilee says, if I don't hear back from you by noon, like, I'll come over there, right? I'll come over there and find out what's going on. Now, of course, the reason why this message was cut off is because Betsy Braddock was interrupted, talking to Jubilee by Iska the Unbeatable. And so it's one of these funny little things, because Iska has this kind of conversation where she talks to her and says, hey, like, you have the 9 of Swords, right? Like, that's an ill omen. And it's kind of like, when we get out there, it's not too late for you to quit, right? It's not too late for you to, like, give up if that's what you choose to do. And the response of Betsy Braddock is like, that's not going to happen, right? I'm not going to quit. Like, I'm not going to give up. And Iska's whole idea is like, you shouldn't embarrass yourself out there, right? Like, I mean, that doesn't need to happen. Like, just give up now while everything's okay. Now, keep in mind, this is not Iska being kind and being friendly. It's her basically taunting Betsy Braddock, right? Like, you can't win against me. So the best thing for you to do is to give up, right? Is to just quit. And it's one of these things where she kind of says, like, of course that's not going to happen. And her response is, I'm just giving you some advice, right? Unbeatable is not just a name. And the funny thing is that when Betsy asks Iska, like, your sword's called Mercy, right? She's like, don't get excited. That one is just a name, right? So when we get out there, I'm not stopping against you. Like, I'm not holding back. I'm going to kill you, right? Because keep in mind, this whole tournament is for keeps, right? This is a fight to the death. That's what every single one of these battles is. And so what we end up doing is picking up with the official start of the tournament with a handful of people from Otherworld here. Now, on the surface, it kind of looks like, man, there's like nobody here, right? Like, nobody cares about this tournament. The reality of this is that it's being held in such a way to where it's reminiscent of tournaments back during the era of like the Dark Ages, not really the Dark Ages, but like Knights and Kings and so on and so forth. That's how these kind of tournaments were held, right? They were relatively small get-togethers, different things like that. They weren't huge. It wasn't like the Roman Colosseums where you would have thousands of people who were there all lining the stands. They were never really that big. I guess Hollywood's kind of made it look like it was that big, but they were never really all that large in the first place. The other thing here is that Brian Braddock looks like the Burger King guy from those creepy Burger King commercials. I just want to throw that out there. That just needs to be said. I am 100% confident in stating here that was the intention. because he is kind of a creep, and he is a king, and he loves burgers. So I guess it's only a matter of time before they made him look like the Burger King. But having said that, once Iska and Betsy Braddock come out here, right on the side of the Krakoa, it's like, come on, Betsy, you got this, right? But notice Apocalypse, he's just kind of watching this whole thing go down, because he's kind of like, okay, it's Betsy Braddock versus Iska, the unbeatable. What's the likelihood she can actually win here? And then once the fight starts, right, like you have Apocalypse who kind of chimes in and says, you know, where Captain Britain's like, man, she's got this in the bag. The response of Apocalypse is, well, I've learned not to underestimate the heart and trust, like to trust in the heart and the passion of young people. But understand, Betsy Braddock is not that old, right? I mean, she's not been around as a fighter for a very long time. She was a telepath. She was an X-Man. Sure, she has the powers or the ability she had when she was Quanon for a little while, when she switched bodies with that Japanese ninja. But Iska has been alive for centuries. Her skills have been honed for centuries. This is a girl that does not have the ability to lose and has also been fighting with a sword for longer than most all of you have been alive, right? The only person here that I would say has been alive longer than Iska, or anywhere close to however long Iska's been alive, is Apocalypse. Everybody else here, every single X-Man, every single person from Krakoa has been alive that long, right? Seemingly the blink of an eye in all of Iska's lifespan. And so when that happens, once the fight kicks off, things go kind of bonkers, right? Because you have Betsy Braddock who's sort of intimidating a little bit and saying you can't lose. That just means you never learned how to win a fight, or never learned how to fight anybody at all. And Iska's like, okay, cool, let me prove you wrong. She literally attacks and shatters the swords of Betsy Braddock, which in turn shatters Betsy Braddock herself. The whole fight is over that fast. Like, it was literally 2 hits, right? It was Betsy Braddock hitting Iska, and then Iska hitting Betsy Braddock, and then Betsy Braddock was destroyed just that fast. And so from there, Saturnyne steps in and says, the fight really over that fast? Well, that kind of sucks. Like, I mean, I was expecting it to be a little bit longer than that, because apparently she ended up showing up here late. Now, a lot of you guys are going to look at that and say, that kind of sucks that the fight is over that fast, right? There should have been more to it than that. That's going to be a common theme, not because of the fact that Jonathan Hickman is cheating us out of a story, but because there's actually some pretty nefarious stuff going on here. And we'll find out more of what that looks like here in a little bit. But from here, we switch over to Doug Ramsey, right? Over to Cypher, and his card gets drawn, which means he's supposed to be ready to fight. But the response of Saturnyne is like, you know, this little party that we're having, it's definitely going to be a challenge. And your friend here better get used to learning how to speak every language, and he better learn how to do it fast. And the reason why is because he's kind of led away by a handful, by like 3 gorgeous girls. Now, I don't understand this about Cypher, right? He's literally being led away by gorgeous girls, and he's like, hey, let go of me. Where are you taking me? Guys, help. Not me, man. If I were a single man and I was being led away by 3 gorgeous girls, I'd be like, yes, ladies, take me. But at the same time, they also end up taking one of the fighters from Morocco's side. And so where you initially have like Storm, maybe a couple people who interject and say like, we have to do something, the response of Wolverine after that vision that he saw, because I had a couple of you guys asking this question, nothing that Wolverine saw actually came to fruition. It was a glimpse of what could happen if he actually did kill Saturnyne, or if Krakoa lost the tournament, right? So it's just kind of a glimpse there. So again, it was all basically in his head. But you end up having, you know, Storm who kind of challenges that, and Wolverine's like, no, like, we are not going to turn against the rules. If we win this, we have to win legit, right? Anything other than that, and it'll lead to the ruin of all. And so these girls are kind of lead Cypher away. They lead this other chick away, and then from there they take him into a kind of tent of sorts. And it's kind of nuts because Brian Braddock looks to Apocalypse and he was like, you had me worried that Betsy Braddock would be humiliated, not destroyed. And the response of Apocalypse is, are you really that stupid? We came here at a tournament that's literally designed to determine the fate of our dimensions, and this is obviously a fight to the death. Did you really believe that nobody was gonna die? Did you really believe that was gonna happen, Brian Braddock? Are you really that dumb? Like, it's kind of funny, right? It's kind of hilarious. But he's like, I don't know why you ever thought this journey would be without sacrifice, right? Some of us will return home changed. Some of us will not return home at all. Now, this is an important thing to understand here, because remember, with Betsy Braddock basically being destroyed more or less, that means if they try to resurrect her in Krakoa, that she'll come back a different version of herself, right? This is one of the things that I mentioned when they previously introduced this at the very beginning of X of Swords. This is a way for Marvel to soft reboot, right? And that's what we see happening a lot, right? Over the years of Marvel Comics, those of you guys who don't really get that, over the years of Marvel Comics, their way of rebooting was totally different from DC's. DC would not really soft reboot characters. They would hard reboot, right? They would do an event like Crisis on Infinite Earths. They would do something like Infinite Crisis or New 52, which honestly, Crisis on Infinite Earths and the New 52 are the only times that DC really hard rebooted their entire landscape. But what you'll get after those are mini crises, right? So you got Crisis on Infinite Earths, and then you got Zero Hour, then you got Infinite Crisis, and you got Final Crisis. Those were designed to basically fix plot threads that had been left over after the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths. You also get stories like Blackest Day, Brightest Night, and the Green Lantern mythos. That was a soft reboot, right? You get these small little things that are done here and there in DC to kind of bring small things back or change characters or something along those lines. In Marvel, that's all they do. Marvel never hard reboots, right? Marvel's never had an instance in the history of their publication line when it was like, you know, Marvel number 0, or, you know, Spider-Man number 0, and this guy number 0, Iron Man number 0, and Captain America number 0, and it was just a line-wide reboot. That's never happened. I think it's a problem that's never happened, but that's never actually happened. Instead, what Marvel does is stuff like this, right? So if Jonathan Hickman wants to rework, you know, Betsy Braddock, if he looked at her character and he says, okay, over the years, she's kind of grown stagnant, and her history's been really weird and really shuffled, and it's kind of been a hassle to follow, because it has, right? Let me tell you something, man, anybody who knows anything about the publication history or even just the in-universe history of Betsy Braddock will tell you it's a hassle, right? It's an absolute nightmare to understand that. But if Hickman sits down and looks at that and says, yeah, we should rework Betsy Braddock, this is the way they do it, right? She dies here in Otherworld, which means that they can't bring her back the way she was when they resurrect her. It'll just be some random version of herself from across the multiverse, which means whatever version we get is going to more or less be a soft rebooted character. She's going to have a whole new history and all that kind of stuff, right? She's going to have to learn to probably reintegrate herself back into the X-Men. Things are going to be different. We might even get kind of a little bit of history of her own universe along the way. But whatever it is, she's going to come out different than she was before. The only exception to that is if she's somehow reconstituted here the way she was and nothing's changed at all, right? But if she stays dead and they resurrect her in Krakoa, then it'll be a soft reboot of her character, right? So just kind of something to keep in mind. Now, where Douglas Ramsey is led away, right? This other person from Arakko that's led away is a woman called Bay the Blood Moon. And the idea behind this is that Bay has a set of powers that are almost identical to the powers of Black Bolt, of the Inhumans, right? Then what she can do is she can basically release something called a doom note. And this is essentially just a giant concussive force of energy that comes out of her mouth in the form of her voice. But what she's learned is that over time, it's not necessarily just like Black Bolt, right? In the sense that when Black Bolt speaks, he's got a quasi-sonic scream. So he cannot talk and not scream at the same time. The only way for him to do that is to like transition his essence to a different realm, or for Doctor Strange to create some kind of pocket place where he can talk and his powers are neutralized or something along those lines. But if he's just walking down the street on Earth or traveling anywhere within the normal universe in the main Marvel universe, if he talks, he's gonna kill somebody. With Bay, what she learned is she has that power, but she can also talk at the same time. So she can channel at any point in time. So think of it like a vocal version of Cyclops' optic glass when he's wearing his optic visor, right? That he can look around when he has his optic visor on, but he can also channel his powers if he wants to at the same time. That's kind of how that works. And so because of this, one of the things that goes on with this Doom Note is that it works a little uniquely with Doug Ramsey, in the sense that Doug has the ability to understand any language, but he can't understand hers, because hers is a language that doesn't exist within the main Marvel universe, right? I mean, I guess it does, but Arakko has been so far removed from anything in the main Marvel universe, it's a language nobody in the universe has ever encountered before. And so because of that, the Doom Note itself, the kind of power in the voice of Bay, desires to be understood, right? It wants somebody to hear it and to understand what it's saying. But the words she speaks are not really a true language, and it cannot really be translated. And so it's almost kind of like this vocal / linguistics version of an immovable force meeting an unstoppable object, that kind of a thing. It's kind of crazy, you know, with this little bit of a thing here, but the whole reason why they're being brought together is really kind of brought to bear when you have Magik visiting Doug, and the two of them kind of start talking about what's going on, and he's like, I have no idea what's happening, like what's going on right here. And she's like, well, Brian's pretty inconsolable, he's pretty pissed off, and everybody else is as well. They're just kind of, you know, mingling with the Iraqi people a little bit more, but no one really feels friendly towards Iska, right? They're all kind of pissed off at her because she killed Betsy. But as the doors open and they start to step in, that Doug realizes, oh my God, like Bay's not gonna kill me in a tournament, she's gonna marry me. Like, it's literally a marriage that's kind of been assembled here. Now, here's a funny thing about this, right? Teenie Howard plays this fast and loose. It's just kind of like, okay, like Doug's like, all right, cool, I'm gonna get married. Now, here's the thing, man, right? Like, you see the two of them standing next to each other. This is a big woman, right? And not in terms of girth, but just in terms of like physical size. She's like what? Maybe like 2 heads taller than Douglas Ramsey, right? She's got maybe like a foot on him. All right, let me tell you something, Cypher. She's gonna make a man out of you. Man, I can't. Yeah, she is. She's gonna make a meal out of him. You better be ready. But nonetheless, it's kind of a crazy thing because the time comes for them to like make their vows. And he's like, I mean, I didn't prepare any vows. And Saturnyne's like, well, then you better prepare them. You better do a quick fast and in a hurry. And he actually makes these pretty amazing vows on the fly, right? He says, bathe the blood moon, right? This is a little absurd because I don't know anything about you, but you're gonna be my wife. So I swear to uphold my vow to you for the duration of this challenge or whatever, right? However long it goes after. And I'll always be grateful that we got to do this instead of sword fight because I'm not really ready to die. They're not bad vows, right? Now, in response to that, Bay offers her vows, which are really good as well, right? She says like, when the grim fog of bloodshed overtakes us, the beloved is the beacon that returns us to our better selves. Love is a fealty that cannot be broken. I will love you with the force of the wave that crashes the shore like the current that swallows the sand. This is kind of cool. It's pretty interesting. And so he's kind of like, I mean, I don't really understand anything you said. This is really, really fascinating. And then she pulls back the veil and Doug's like, man, she's super hot, right? So he's just immediately swept up and how gorgeous this girl is. And so from there, like in the middle of this wedding, fire just goes everywhere. Fire just gets sprayed everywhere. And here comes Jubilee riding Shogo. And everybody's like, Jubilee, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing here? Like, you're flying in here with a dragon? Like, here comes a clue train, Jubilee. The last stop is you. This is not a good idea. You should not do this. You should not fly in here with a dragon and start breathing fire everywhere. But Jubilee's like, well, I told Betsy Braddock if I didn't hear from her by 12, that I'd come over here and see what's going on. Now, here's the crazy thing about this is keep in mind, Shogo's dragon fire in Otherworld has the ability to melt that reality, right? He can literally destroy the physical principles of that reality. And so when you have, you know, Wolverine, who's kind of like, hey man, it's kind of cool this dragon's coming here and he's going to burn the place down. The response of Apocalypse is, no, that's not cool at all, Wolverine. That is not by any means a cool thing. I mean, maybe a little bit. Maybe it's like a little bit cool, but it's not as cool as you're making it out to be, right? Because this dragon will destroy the reality in which we live, right? And we will all perish along with it, right? So killing us is the least of what this dragon can do. It's kind of a cool little thing there. Now, while all that's going on, Cypher is kind of like, okay, like he's talking to Bay, he's like, are you gonna go out there? And she doesn't really say anything, right? He's like, are you really gonna go out there and you really gonna do all this? But like, I mean, if you do, here's the thing, like, don't kill the dragon. The dragon's cool. It's like a little baby, right? Like the dragon's cool. Like, don't kill the dragon. She immediately turns around and kisses him, right? So here's what I'm gonna bet, right? I'm gonna bet this here. And I'll tell you what, if I'm wrong, I will give out 3 Rob Core rings, right? I will give 3 Rob Core rings for free, which by the way, for you guys who are asking, we're gonna start selling them. I'll make an announcement later, but I'll give out 3 Rob Core rings for free. What I'm willing to bet here is that the time's going to come when it's time for Cypher to fight, and she's gonna fight in his stead in every single match that he has. That I doubt the 2 of them are actually going to have to fight each other. And if they do have to fight each other, she'll sacrifice her life for him. And then Cypher will basically be the one who wins the tournament. He'll come out on top, and he'll be the one that saves Krakoa. I will bet that. I will bet that's exactly what happens. I don't know if it is, but I will bet that's what happens. Now, the cool thing is that once Saturnyne shows up here and realizes what's going on, she's pissed, right? She's 8 kinds of pissed off, right? Just she's mad as hell, right? She comes walking out here and she's like, no, like this is not gonna fly. And it's one of the, well, no pun intended, but it's one of those things where like she almost intends to destroy it. But then you have Wolverine who kind of chimes in like, that baby's gonna hurt Storm, right? And that's when Saturnyne realizes, oh, that's right, it's a baby. So she uses her magic and then manipulates the mind of Shogo in order to bring him to her and bring him under her spell, right? She also kind of dissipates his dragon fire, so it can't really destroy anything inside of Otherworld. But it's one of these things where she makes this comment where she was like, you know, it's lucky that I'm in a good mood today, right? Because if you had actually flown Jubilee here, I would have killed her in front of everybody, right? I would have killed her in front of every single person here. And so it's a little bit nuts, because from there, you know, once everything kind of settles down, that it's like, okay, she's like, I'm in a good mood, right? I got my drinks, we got a wedding, we have cake, right? 1 point for each side, right? Like 1 point for each person. And that's where it ends. So in the first match, right, the first day of this battle, which I won't even lie, this story kind of went off the rails. In the first day of this battle, Betsy Braddock died in 2 hits, and really just with 1 hit, and Cypher got married to a chick he doesn't know. So yeah, that's kind of where we are now. Here's the crazy thing about this, it's only gonna get crazier. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and for the first time in recorded Marvel history, Wolverine meets Mad Jim Jaspers. And this is hugely exciting. I am so excited about this because it's just a cool moment, right? It's just a cool part of this story. But before we get into that, we pick up with the next part of our battle, right? Of our X of Swords event. And this picks up in the Holy Republic of Fae, which leads to the floating kingdom of Roma Regina, kind of passing through a portal to access another location. And what we have here is Ileana Rasputin facing off against Poggerpog, right? One of the forces of Araco. Kind of a weird name. It's a little bit interesting. Guy's basically like a giant crocodile thing. But the funny thing about this is that with Ileana Rasputin, she is prodigious with a sword. Not to mention when you add in the various magical effects that come with the soul sword, along with her ability to use magic as well, this fight is a non-starter, right? It's done. The problem is this is not a sword fight. This is an arm wrestling contest. Saturnyne changes it on a whim. She's like, nope, this is a contest of arms. So hands clasped, shoulders square, elbows in the pocket, pin to win. And it's like arm wrestling, seriously? And of course, Poggerpog decimates Ileana Rasputin. Now, one of the things that we're going to find out here, and one of the things you're going to see over the course of this, is that there's something pretty sketchy going on, right? And we kind of talked about that in a previous video. Some things seem pretty sketchy, but with Poggerpog the victor here, the score now stands at Araco 3, Krakoa 1. And so at that point, we switch over to a place called the Blight Spoke. And this is a wholly new environment that was created by Jonathan Hickman in this story. The funny thing about this is that this is an interesting scenario, an interesting situation. Historically speaking, when it comes to alternate realities in Marvel Comics, every universe that dies is reborn again. And it really kind of follows the function that that universe is destroyed and then kind of coalesced into a new universe. So it doesn't really matter how it happens. So if you were to take like the main Marvel universe, right? We were to say this universe reaches its inevitable heat death, which is to say the point at which it's going to die. You have the Big Bang where everything expands outwards, and you have the Big Crunch where it all condenses back into a singular point of energy, and it explodes in a Big Bang and is reborn again. But say for example, somebody like Jean Grey as the Dark Phoenix lost her mind and wiped out the whole universe. The universe would be singularly destroyed, and that would be the end of it, right? That would be the end of that universe. In previous years, it was always assumed that the end of that universe would lead to it being reborn, right? It would just somehow come back into existence again. What Jonathan Hickman does is he says, nope, that doesn't happen. When a universe is destroyed prematurely in that form, it goes to a place called the Blight Spoke. And the Blight Spoke is kind of a composite of just dead realities, right? Where they all just sort of coalesce into a singular landmass, right? So if you were to say like the United States, for example, is a combination of dead realities, then like Chicago is like an alternate reality, and New York is an alternate reality, and California is an alternate reality, right? Like all these cities and all these states are all just alternate realities, but that they all kind of share this sort of energy that's called the blight energy, in the sense that when a person's there, it quite literally drains off your life essence, right? It'll kill you over time. That's the reason why Wolverine and the Summoner are brought here, is because they have a healing factor, and they are for the most part indestructible. That's kind of what they're referred to. But the reason why this fight is so intriguing is because where Wolverine finally calls out Summoner and Summoner responds to him, that what they end up doing is literally falling through different realities. And as they fall through these different realities, they experience a kind of reality shift. So in one universe, they're just covered in bugs, right? Bugs basically took over this entire universe and killed everything in existence. In another universe, it's more old school. In another universe, you have a scenario where Summoner is actually kind of like an old man Logan type character. There's one universe where they're all kind of futuristic, right? It all kind of bounces and it changes around. One where like the many angled ones conquered everything, right? One where they're chess pieces. It's just any possibility that exists, there's a universe for it. And that's one of the things that Marvel never really explored. And in fact, a lot of you guys had a really cool idea for a video that I will make, that I'm actually going to make on that. Not really a video per se, but a comic book series that I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to make a separate video on that because I think it's really, really cool. But at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, Wolverine manages to get the upper hand on Summoner, stabs him through the eye and kills him, and he loses. And the reason why is because Saturnyne comes along and says, nope, this was a fight to the death. Summoner fought to the death. You fought to stay alive, therefore you lose. As you guys can tell, the odds are basically stacked against Krakoa. That what it looks like is happening is Saturnyne is basically cooking the books in order to ensure that Krakoa loses. Now, from that point, we switch over to the Crooked Market. And this is basically just the bar that's run by Jim Jaspers, where you have Wolverine and you have Storm sharing a drink. And what we end up getting is basically a card presented to them whereby it's a drinking contest, right? They both have to drink, and whoever lasts the longest ends up winning. The benefit of this is that it's a guaranteed victory for Krakoa. It's a guaranteed point. But the funny thing is that Jim Jaspers kind of has this quick little conversation with Wolverine where he talks about the blightness is bloody magnificent, is what he refers to it as, right? This drink called the blightness is one of the most exquisite things that either of them will ever put into their mouths. Now, I can't reiterate this enough. This is the first time this ever happened, right? To me, Let me tell you something, man. To me, this is exciting. This is hugely exciting. Jim Jaspers meeting the X-Men for the very first time. This only matters if you're a fan of Jim Jaspers, but this guy could end these guys like that. And in fact, Jim Jaspers will actually show off his powers here in a little while. Here, and I think in the next video that we'll do, he'll show off his powers. You'll see what the kind of stuff Jim Jaspers is capable of. But one of the fan theories, and this is a genius idea that one of you guys came out with, one of the theories that you guys came out with on Discord is you said, what if Jim Jaspers is actually the one controlling everything, and Saturnyne is just doing what he tells her to? He's the one who's actually in control of this, and Saturnyne is a servant to him. What if that's the case? And I was like, that's kind of nuts, because that's entirely possible, right? I mean, this guy is a universal shaper. He can control any space that he's in. It's ridiculous how powerful Jim Jaspers is. And a whim, he could turn these guys into ants, right? Wolverine and Storm. He could break them down and just turn them into stone. He could turn them into each other, right? He could turn Wolverine into Storm and Storm into Wolverine. He could do any number of things, right? This guy, there's no limit. Whatever it is he can imagine doing, it becomes reality, right? That's just how powerful this guy is. But what we also end up finding out is that as they're drinking this, Wolverine starts to get drunk, and that doesn't happen because remember, Wolverine's healing factor keeps him from getting drunk. Now, that is alcohol in the main Marvel universe. This may be an entirely different breed, or at least that seemed to be the case until we find out the Horseman Death, who's currently a part of the Arakan forces working for Arakko. He presents an artifact to Jim Jaspers, and we end up finding out what Death did is he bribed Jaspers to poison the drink of Wolverine and Storm to make them drunk. Not only that, as they start to get drunk, that picks up with the next battle between the forces of the forces of Arakko. That where Krakoa got a battle amongst themselves, Arakko got a battle amongst themselves as well. And the logic behind this, according to Saturnyne, is that they all originated from a singular landmass, the landmass of Okara. And so in essence, it is basically groups that are part of the same community, all fighting against each other, right? That's the stance of Saturnyne. And so for Arakko to fight Krakoa, they're basically fighting themselves. And that's why these kind of battles among the Krakoan and Arakko forces as part of this tournament is taking place. But what you end up getting here is basically Solem facing off against the Horsemen of War. And this is a personal vendetta because remember, Solem had killed the husband of Horseman War at some point in the past. But the caveat to this is that if you guys recall, Solem and Wolverine met each other and a bargain was struck between the two, that they were both tasked with tracking down the Muramasa blade, and that Solem had gotten his hands on both. And so he was only going to relinquish his blade to Wolverine if Wolverine would strike a deal. And that deal is brought into full fray when Wolverine is teleported away from Storm and brought to this conflict drunk as a skunk. And the bargain that was struck was that at some point in time, at a time of his choosing, Wolverine would fight in the place of Solem. And he's calling in this favor. Now, the funny thing about this is that it doesn't really seem to matter. That in reality here, that because Solem has adamantium skin, that wouldn't really make any difference. War would not be able to defeat Solem. So something else seems to be going on here. What that is, we don't fully know. But with Wolverine being here and being absolutely drunk, he also reveals that he's the one who killed Summoner. Summoner, of course, being the son of Horseman War. And so Solem killed her husband, Wolverine killed her son. The Horseman War is pissed. And so because of that, she starts losing it, right? Starts going off on Wolverine, full blast. Now, Wolverine really, kind of experiences this cut. And one of the things that Saturnyne really, a comment she really kind of makes here, and what's really interesting is she draws a great concept here. She says, you've become reckless. You've become reckless in the face of the fact that one, you can heal from anything, and two, the resurrection protocols can always bring you back. You've become exceedingly cavalier. You don't know what it's like to fight to the death anymore. And that really, I would say, is a great analysis. That's the winning edge the X-Men have lost since they've been on Krakoa. The funny thing is that the idea of creating Krakoa or bringing all the X-Men to that island in the first place by Xavier was to create a place where the X-Men and really the mutant population could have their own government, could have their own island mass. But in the more macro scale, right, the much larger scale here, it was all done from what we saw during House and Powers of 10, right? House of X Powers of 10, that we basically saw this situation where a war was going to happen at some point in the future. And so all of it seemed to have been done for the purpose of making the X-Men stronger. And even Apocalypse himself, in the early days when his family and his horsemen ended up inside Arakko, he made the promise to his wife that he would make the world stronger. But in giving people the ability to always come back from the dead, you make them weaker, because suddenly none of the battles that they're in matter, because their philosophy is, well, no matter what happens, I'll always come back. So even even if it's not a conscious thought, it's a subconscious thought. Even if I die, I'll come back. And so they lose the edge that they get when they play for keeps. And that's the point that Saturnyne makes, that you've become reckless, you've become complacent. The Wolverine of yesteryear would have slaughtered war, right? Would have absolutely ripped through war. This battle would have been a non-starter. The Horseman War would have died so fast. But over the years, his healing factor, all those things playing in, Wolverine's lost his edge. And it's really kind of a way of Jonathan Hickman criticizing the publishing history of Marvel and saying, you've taken away from the ferocity of one of the most ferocious characters in Marvel, because over time, he always just comes back. And so what we end up finding out is the caveat from having that drink at Jim Jaspers' bar as part of the bargain that was struck between Jim Jaspers and the Horsemen of Death is that when they were poisoned, it took their powers. Wolverine has lost his healing factor. He doesn't have the ability to come back from the dead. And so you end up having War, who manages to pin him, get the upper hand, and then go for the killing blow. But of course, she cannot actually kill him because he has an adamantium skeleton. But in the end, the win is given directly to Horseman War because Wolverine cuts off her hand. But the problem with Wolverine cutting off her hand is that's not a killing blow. Because Horseman War got the killing blow, even though Wolverine didn't actually die, the victory goes to Arakko. Now, I'm of the mind that if Saturnyne were playing fair, the victory would have gone to Wolverine because he can't be killed. And because he can't be killed, there's no way it can be a fight to the death, right? So that would have been the end of it. But again, it's one of these things where it looks like Saturnyne is intentionally cheating in order to make sure the forces of Arakko come out on top. And if that's true, then the question becomes, why? Okay, so we are continuing on with Swords of X, and in this video, we're picking up with X-Force. Yes, we are, in the continuation of this battle. So, the Swords of X event, it gets a little wonky here, right? Like, I always thought it would actually be a duel with swords, like strictly with swords. Apparently, that's not really the case. Well, at the start of this whole thing, the score is Arakko 5, Krakoa 3. We end up having Arakko getting a 6th point, then they get a 7th point, then they get an 8th point, and Krakoa just keeps falling behind. And it's these various weird and wonky competitions, right? Like, who can push a boulder up a hill, or like who can basically outswim monsters and survive. You have an eating contest where you get foods from the crooked world. There's a dance-off, which apparently Cypher does amazingly well, right? He absolutely crushes it, so he gets a point. It's like Penrose steps that they have to navigate through. They have to put together a puzzle, right? So like Krakoa gets a win on that because I guess the forces of Arakko aren't the sharpest tool in the shed. Well, either way, it had to be done because it was forces from the same side. But then like you end up having a runway walk-off, which I didn't even know that was really like, I guess it is a contest in terms of like event. I don't know. I don't really do runways. I know there's a show about runways. Anyway, Storm crushes it, right? And a lot of that's attributed to the fact that it's because she might be drunk. But like consistently across the board, they're just kind of like these wonky and goofy competitions, right? They're just sort of weird and almost nonsensical. The other thing about this is that you end up having Braddock, who's still kind of continuing on. He's within the crooked market itself and kind of continuing on and still a little brushed about the fact that like Betsy Braddock's basically dead, right? And so you end up having him met by Saturnyne. And Saturnyne, who again refers to him as Captain Britain, he basically disregards that, says, I'm not Captain Britain, don't call me that. She ultimately says, like, the title is yours. And if you won't come around to being Captain Britain willingly, then Fury will work, right? And she basically seems to have the Furies at her back. Now, one of the other things that goes on here, and it's something that I'm not 100% sure I'm on the fence about, is you have Jim Jaspers encountering Captain Britain again. But Captain Britain doesn't really seem to give any indication that he knows who he is. And it would have been a cool little nod. In the sense that you would have Jim Jaspers like, it's good to see you again, Cap. I'm sorry things ended so weird last time, but you know, you tried to kill me and everything. It would have been cool to see that, right? Just kind of a little reference to the crooked world from back in the day. It may be that it's just kind of like, you know, Marvel doesn't really care or Hickman doesn't really care. I don't really know, but it would have been a cool little nod, you know, to see, because I love that story so much. And I love the character of Jim Jaspers because he's just so broken and overpowered. You end up having this thing where it's basically a race between Redroot and Braddock. And Redroot is of course more or less a shrub and she's super slow. But in the midst of all this, when Mad Jim Jaspers says like, you'll be able to find the finish line around here somewhere, right? If you look hard enough, you can find anything in the crooked market, including a finish line. Once the gunfire goes off and Braddock starts running, he's immediately set upon by these Furies, right? These Furies all immediately go after him because it's basically Saturnyne working against Braddock and the forces of Krakoa, because Braddock won't be her guy, right? He just won't go with her, right? He just refuses to bend the knee, so to speak, and to, you know, be the whatever it is that Saturnyne wants out of him, right? A concubine, I don't really know. Regardless, Redroot basically begins a process of just kind of passing him up. And of course, she's kind of walking, but she ends up bumping into this table and shatters a crystal that happens to land at the foot of Jim Jaspers. And he just kind of says, everything has a cost at the market, right? Everything. Now, of course, she continues on, blissfully unaware of what's happening, and then ultimately crosses the finish line, which is something like 5 feet away from them. Now, Saturnyne, of course, does this just for the sake of giving the point to Arakko, right? So she's, again, like the contest is basically rigged. But where Brian Braddock is basically subdued, Jim Jaspers starts talking to Redroot and says, okay, so like now there's the matter of your debt. And she's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, you shattered a crystal, right? This rare crystal idol of Bambu, right? Crafted from the salt of an Umbagonian princess's tears. I don't really know what that is, but he's basically like, it was priceless, right? Everything here has a price. If you break something that's priceless, you have to deal with it accordingly. And so basically with the whole process being done and Saturnyne sending the Furies away, which is also a little bit of disappointment that Brian Braddock doesn't recognize who they are, then in turn, Jim Jaspers uses his ability to manipulate reality and shrinks Redroot down and encases her in glass and leaves her there. Like she's literally just kind of stuck there forevermore, seemingly never to be able to escape. And so with that being the case, you in turn have Saturnyne, who basically says like, you have done untold damage to the crooked market, right? I mean, there's no calculating how much damage you've done here. Everything here is irreplaceable, right? So if Redroot was shrunk down for what she did, God only knows what Jim Jaspers is going to do to you, unless of course you ask for my help. If you ask for my help, then Jim Jaspers won't do anything to you. Now, whether or not that's what he did, we're not given a definitive answer to. Instead, what we end up doing is switching over to these two interesting scenarios that go on in terms of part of this contest, right? The first one comes in the form of Magik, where she has to answer a riddle. If she gets the answer right, then of course she gets a point. If she gets it wrong, then she loses, right? So the riddle is a white rabbit pulled out of a black top hat and a spell cast by a wizard and the very life force of Saturnyne. What am I? And she basically says, that's an easy one, Magik, and it's spelled M-A-G-I-K, and she's wrong. So she got that one wrong because she's an idiot. But with Wolverine and White Sword, it's a little bit different. They have to stand in front of a mirror and they have to observe the faces of all the people they've killed. The first one to look away loses. The first one to blink loses. Wolverine actually ends up crying and ends up blinking. Now, this is designed to kind of compare these two characters between each other. The White Sword relishes and loves the idea of battle and doesn't really care much about the people that he's taking out. With Wolverine, it's a wholly different beast because the people that he's lost in some ways have actually been a result of his own actions, specifically his wife dying, the son of Dakin, right? She died partially because of Wolverine's actions himself, right? He kind of led to that situation taking place. The people that Sabretooth killed over the course of his life, like his actions inevitably seem to lead to that. And so because of that, like he, a lot of the losses he sustained have been a defining part of his character, but also crushed him at the same time. And so that's why Wolverine ends up being the first to blink. Wolverine loses. So the score now stands Arakko 15, Krakoa 5, right? They're getting absolutely decimated and things only really seem to get worse, right? They have these things called the rock sirens of Clevermore that almost no one can really resist their call. And Gorgon goes running up on it, right? Just gets naked, starts taking his clothes off like, yeah, man, me and the rocks, we're gonna get it on. And then from there, you end up switching over to Merlin, who presents a challenge to the Horseman War and to Captain Britain and says, your challenge is to kill the kitten. That's your task. And like War just immediately goes to kill it. And Brian Braddock's like, no, you can't kill that kitten. That in that moment is basically him acquiescing. It's showing he wouldn't do it. Krakoa loses, right? So Arakko 17, Krakoa 5. And that's kind of how these things continue. But then you pick up with Storm and you pick up with the Horseman of Death. And the two of them, Storm really kind of seems to come to after having been intoxicated, right? Having been drunk. And they're brought to the realm of Sevalith, right? Kind of like this realm of vampires and so on. And the contest is again, basically a fight to the death. And where Storm initially says, no, we need to postpone this because something's wrong with me. Whatever it was that I had at that bar of Jim Jaspers, I'm effectively drunk now. The response of Death is, no, but you can, but if you do, then you'll have to forfeit. And that's when she realizes he intentionally did this to her, right? He got her drunk, sapped her power, and now like she's gonna have to fight in traditional hand-to-hand combat. The thing about this though, is Storm is no slouch, and she's also one of the best fighters in Marvel. Not the best, right? She's not like in the top 5 or probably even the top 10, but she's a really good fighter and able to hold her own. And as she's fighting this conflict against Death, she gets the upper hand and actually destroys his sword in the process. And so in response to that, Death removes his helmet and he basically intends to use the Death Stare. Now the Death Stare is basically those individuals who look upon it effectively die, right? If you look into his face, his stare will kill you. Hence the reason why he was given the name Death. But he's not immune to his own powers. He's just highly resistant to them. And this comes in the form that when he emits the Death Stare and that kind of substance comes out and intends to kill Storm, she reflects it back at him using her sword because her sword is pristine and it's basically a mirror. And so it basically kind of, incapacitates him for a moment. She plunges the sword through his chest and kills the Horseman of Death. This, of course, leads to all the vampires basically tearing him apart, and the point goes to Krakoa. So at this point right now, because of Storm, they've managed to bounce back, but they're still losing terribly. Right now, the score is 17 Arakko, 6 to Krakoa. No earthly clue how in the world they could possibly make that up. Okay, so before we start this video, two things. One, for those of you guys who are curious about the selling of RobCore rings, that was not a one-off. I'm gonna sell them again, but I'm gonna do it again. I'm not gonna leave you guys just once. Two, those rings sold out in 2 hours. Now, I have not found a way on Etsy to show that the rings were sold out, right? As soon as a single ring type sold out, then like Etsy automatically delisted it, right? So that's why some of you guys went to the store and you didn't see anything there because they were all sold out, right? But in 2 hours, they were all gone. For those of you guys who did buy RobCore rings, you should be able to go onto Etsy and you should see the status of your order. They should all be on their way. The only exception is we got an order from a guy in Norway and we had a little bit of a complication. It was on our end. It was not anything you did wrong, but we fixed it and everything's all sorted out. So we will order more RobCore rings and we will send out more RobCore rings and I will place more up for sale. So keep your ears open and I will let you guys know when you can buy them. So anyway, on to the video. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking up with the conclusion of X of Swords. I hope you guys had a great Thanksgiving week. I know I did. I definitely needed that break. I absolutely needed that break. I was going nuts. I think we've been probably doing this nonstop for about 2 years without really taking a break, so I needed one. But we are picking back up with the conclusion of X of Swords, right? We're wrapping this whole thing up. And initially I thought about doing each of these individuals separately, but I think at this point we can just kind of do all the videos together and just sort of call it a day. I do want to touch on the Hellions because we're going to kind of skip over this. The Hellions was a totally unnecessary story. I'm not really sure why it was included in this in the first place. The only real takeaway, for those of you guys who remember, the only real thing going on with the Hellions is that their goal was to get into Otherworld and steal the swords of Araco so they couldn't even compete in the first place, which would basically seem to nullify the entire tournament. Now, as we saw, not all the fights were being done with swords. Really, only those who needed swords would be disqualified, but then Saturnyne probably would have changed things. What ended up happening with the Hellions, however, is that it was revealed that Sinister simply wanted to just steal genes of mutants that existed out there. And once the other Hellions found out, Sinister managed to achieve his goal to a degree, and then came back to the Krakoan Gate, back into the main Marvel universe, so to speak, and then pretty much killed all the Hellions, and that was basically it, right? So there's a little bit going on there, but not a whole lot. Certainly nothing that that warrants us covering the entirety of the story. But what's really important here is we pick up with the next part of the tournament, which takes place in Cable, and this is done by virtue of Cable having to face off against Bay. Now, of course, Bay is the wife of Doug Ramsey, right? She's the wife of Cypher, and so Cable's kind of watching all this, or I guess he's really kind of engaging in this, knowing that he's probably going to have to kill the wife of Doug Ramsey, and in that moment of hesitation, Bay gets the upper hand. Now, here's the big difference, because Cable says things like, if I had been who I was before, then this probably never would have been a problem in the first place, and that's true. One of the things, for those of you guys who aren't really familiar here, and I've heard people ask this, why is Cable so young? Marvel introduced a retcon by basically having Cable's younger self kill his older self and then take his place as kind of like the new Cable. It was a way for Marvel to kind of reinvigorate the character a little bit. I kind of feel like it was unnecessary. The older Cable had a lot of great storytelling going on, and I think in situations, he would have been a lot more interesting, useful, and would have made the stories a lot more intriguing, but such as it is, we ended up getting younger Cable instead. Now, the problem with younger Cable is he's not quite battle hardened yet, not in the same way that his older self is. And he's right when he says, if this was his older self, he would have killed Bay like that, right? It would have just been over. Like, he would have just killed her in an instant and would have been like, cool, like, we get the point, done. And he would have like watched Doug Ramsey cry, and he probably would have comforted him and said, hey man, I'm sorry, but like, the entire kingdom of Krakoa and the entire, like, our entire earth is more important than your wife, right? So with that being the case, with Bay getting the upper hand, with Cable kind of hesitating for a moment, Bay basically topples him, she breaks his arm, and then she goes for the killing blow, and Doug jumps in and asks her to stop, right? He says, like, stop, like, you've basically won, this is supposed to be finished, right? And Saturnyne had kind of declared this was going to be a battle to the death, right? It was going to be a fight to the actual death itself, but then she kind of relinquishes here and says, but some deaths are of the spirit, right? So in the end, I award the point to Araco. Krakoa is now down, basically it's 18-6, right? They're down by 12 points. This is a pretty huge number to have to catch up. Now from there, you end up picking up with Cable contacting Jean Grey and Cyclops directly, which is something that he's not really supposed to be doing, right? Using his telepathy and managing to reach to them. But the fact that he was able to do this, to essentially use his telepathic powers to reach across dimensional barriers and contact Jean and Cyclops, that's a huge thing, right? This is really more of an act of desperation. But for people who create like respect threads, right? Like the power of the telepathy of the power of like Cable's telepathy, or like Jean Grey's telepathy or something like that. This is one of those examples they will use, right? They'll just say like, was able to use his telepathy across dimensional barriers, right? Or something along those lines, right? That's where this kind of stuff comes from. But the reality of this is Cable looks at the situation and says, it's dire and we're probably going to lose. right? Like we're down 18-6. The deck basically seems to be stacked against us, like she wants us to lose. I'm not really sure why, you know, I'm not really sure what's going on here. I'm gonna stay here and fight as much as I can, but like tell Esme, right, of the Stepbroker coups, the kind of girlfriend of Cable, tell her I love her, right? I mean, that's kind of where this is. Now Saturnyne steps in and cuts off his connection, and that's when Cyclops and Jean are like, okay, we need to do something. Now we'll get back to them here in a second. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna focus on Gorgon, right? He's the next fight. Now Gorgon is one of these guys, and the reason why he wears a bandana around his head is that if he takes it off and he looks at you, you'll turn to stone. But he's being made to face off against White Sword. But facing off against White Sword is not just fighting him, it's fighting his 100 soldiers. And so he says, like, you'll fight me after you fight all of them. And so he says, like, once you get through all 100 of these guys, then we'll battle. And so he says, number 1, right? This first guy comes running in, gets his head chopped off in an instant. Then it's 2 and 3. Those guys get taken down. Then it's 4, 5, and 6, right? Those guys get turned to stone, and one of them manages to make it through and gouge out the eyes of Gorgon. So his primary power is basically gone here. And so now he's basically just fighting using his own prodigious martial arts skill, but then it's, now you have to fight all the rest of the other ones, right? You have to fight seemingly all of them. And so what ends up happening is that Gorgon actually takes out something like 13 of like the White Sword's champions, which moves the number up, right? So it actually gives them a lead, right? Because each one of these individuals that he kills counts as a point. So it kind of seems like Saturnyne's more or less balancing the numbers. And so now Krakoa is ahead 19-8. And that's when the horsemen step in and say, end this, right? Because if he kills all 100 of your soldiers, it's going to move them up. They're going to be 106-18. They're going to crush us, right? Like there's not going to be any chance for us to win. Like the tournament will basically be over, right? I mean, there's not enough, not enough opponents for us to face off against to finish this, right? To come out on top. Now, so that's when White Sword steps in and says, okay, fine, then the battle will be between the two of us. And it's one of these things where Gorgon knows he's not going to win, right? Like he knows he cannot come out on top here. There's no possible way for that to happen. And the White Sword says, I'm going to kill you, and then I will bring you into my army. And the response of Gorgon is, not a chance, right? I walk my own path. Whatever happens to me after this, whatever death awaits me, whatever comes next in this afterlife, it will not be as one of your henchmen, right? And that's when White Sword's like, okay, fine. If you don't want to be, then you don't have to be, right? And then just plunges a sword through his chest and basically kills him. Now, there's two cool things that come out of this. The first is Apocalypse kind of commenting and saying, this is how a mutant dies. If you're going to die, you die on your own terms. You die in saying, I'm not going to be a subject to anybody else, right? You die with what you perceive to be your own honor. The other thing that comes out of this is that Gorgon was, I wouldn't necessarily say an essential member of the X-Men roster, but somebody who probably could do with a bit of revamping. And the reason why is because Gorgon's never really had major roles in Marvel for quite some time. This is kind of an exciting moment because it could be one of these things where Marvel just never chooses to bring him back, right? Hickman just kind of writes him out and he's gone. Or it could be they bring him back and he's totally changed, because remember, he died here in Otherworld, which means if they resurrect him, he'll come back in any number of different versions of himself from across the multiverse. We don't know which version it'll be. So he could come back with better powers. He could come back weaker. He could come back as just some old sage wise man who never fights. He could come back in a wide array of different forms. But with Gorgon having been destroyed, right now the score is currently even. Arakko 19, Krakoa 19. And I need you to keep that in mind. Hold that in your mind as long as you can, because this will become important, because this leads into the final battle between Apocalypse and his wife, who's donning the helmet of annihilation. One of the things that happens here is that Apocalypse challenges his wife to face him off as herself, right? To basically not use the power of annihilation or any of that stuff, to really just kind of husband and wife dueling each other. But the other thing that comes out of this is really more with Jean Grey and Cyclops, that with the message they receive from Cable and the fact that things seem so dire, they go to the Quiet Council, right? And they say, like, we need to go do this. Like, we need to go rescue our son. And the Quiet Council's in a bit of a predicament, right? Because the biggest issue they face is that when they ask Cyclops, what is it you intend to do? Cyclops' response is twofold. One, I'm going to assemble a strike team. This strike team is going to be a smash and grab job, right? We're just going to break into the Otherworld. We're going to pass in there. We're going to grab our X-Men and we're going to come back. We need you to hold the gate open until we do. Now, the issue with the Quiet Council is, but what if you die over there, right? If you die over there, there'd be no way for us to know, right? Because Saturnyne has cut off any telepathic communications to that realm. So it's not like we can maintain a telepathic lifeline and know whether or not you survived and say, oh my God, Cyclops and Jean and all the X-Men are dead. All right, close the portal so nobody can get in. They just kind of have to wait and see. But if they die over there and there's no way of knowing they died, they could potentially just be holding the portal open for an invasion invasion that they didn't know was coming. So they could literally sow their own end. The other part of this is that Jean Grey and Cyclops are part of the Quiet Council, and so it'd basically be taking away from their number. Now, anybody who's familiar with governmental positions knows that usually individuals who hold positions of government are not afforded the opportunity of putting their life on the line. Leaders don't have that luxury, right? Because somebody has to govern. It's the responsibility you take on. And so what this means is that while Cyclops and Jean are simply just going to go, right? It's one of these things where it's like, we're gonna find a way to leave. So you're gonna have to like lock us up or something. Then in turn, the Quiet Council, now that they're met with the idea that like Nightcrawler wants to go, their concern is, okay, then what do we do now, right? What do we do in this instance where the Quiet Council could potentially lose 3 or 4 of their number? Do we simply just hope they come back in one piece? Do we ensure the governing body can function the way that it's supposed to? Because remember, everybody here has a role to play. So the government has to continue on. And so in order to basically satisfy this need, to answer this question, a vote is given. And the vote is given in 2 forms. The first vote is, if you guys pass through that gate and you die, and there's no way for us to know that you die, and we could be holding the gate open for enemies, then that means we have to close the gate, right? We can't take the chance that if you perish there and we don't know, that we allow all the enemies to come flooding in, right? Any chance that we have of closing the gate will be gone at that point. And so what they say is, the first vote is, do we close the gate after the forces of the strike team, Jean Grey, Cyclops, after they all pass through? The answer is yes, right? We close the gate. The second concern is, what do we do about you guys leaving the Quiet Council and potentially dying? So do we just kind of hope that you guys make it back in one piece? Do we put the entire government on hold in order to find out whether you made it back, never knowing how long it could take you to get back? Then if something went wrong and you guys were stuck there for decades and decades, or you guys just grew old there and died because you could never find a way back, do we just kind of allow the Quiet Council to function in its own way without you guys there? Or do we fill your seats? And when they vote, the answer is, if you go, you lose your spot, right? We're going to replace you with somebody else. But at the end of the day, Jean and Cyclops don't care. Their stance is, we don't care. Like, we are going, right? We're going to go with this. Apocalypse is already there, right? And it may very well be that he might perish, that there's individuals who are out there that are supposed to be on the council that could very well die. And so because of that, they've already lost so many of their number, they effectively vote. If Jean Grey and Cyclops pass through this gate and they take this strike team and they go to Otherworld for this mission, then they give up their position on the Quiet Council. And Jean Grey and Cyclops say, we're okay with that, and they leave, right? They basically walk away. Because it's one of these things where they say, if the Quiet Council is the government of Krakoa, then the X-Men are its heroes. And of what use are heroes who refuse to fight? My allegiance is to the mutant population. My allegiance is to the people. And if we as the Quiet Council are going to sit and just rest on our laurels effectively, and just kind of not really do anything in the face of such dire straits, then of what use are we, right? And so Cyclops and Jean basically leave, and where you would expect some measure of condemnation from the Quiet Council, instead, it's really Magneto and Xavier who were just like, that's exactly how we raised you. That's exactly what we're supposed to do. And it's one of these things where we can kind of assume a lot of the reasons why some of these folks don't leave could very well be tied to like Moira McTaggart and the idea that like there's this kind of greater game that was established during the House and Powers of X, and the sense that like if they perish, everything would come to an end. It really seems to point to the idea that Jean Grey and Cyclops are not really that essential to the future survival of the X-Men. Either that, or this is something that has to happen, right? But regardless of the situation, they basically pass through and they go into Otherworld itself. And so picking back up with Apocalypse and his wife, things are interesting here. And this is kind of cool. It's this really, really amazing moment where the wife of Apocalypse gets the upper hand, right? Genesis gets the upper hand on him and like destroys his sword and says, okay, like I give you one last kiss, and then I will hear your surrender and welcome you back to your rightful place by my side. And then she like, once she destroys the sword, she asks like, will you yield, Apocalypse? Here's the thing to understand about Apocalypse, right? Always outnumbered, never outgunned, right? Apocalypse is not a guy who falls easily, right? This is not a man who yields. And that's exactly what he says, man. Jonathan Hickman, man. Man, it's like one of the coolest moments, because Apocalypse is like, I will not yield, not to fear, not to doubt, and not to love. Where Genesis thought she had the upper hand in 4 moves, it's bat, 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 and then she's done, right? That's the end of Genesis. Like literally, like just swipes right through, and that's that. And it's nuts, because that's the thing, man. Apocalypse, she's sleeping on Apocalypse, son. Like that's exactly what it is. And that's what makes it so crazy, is because with her basically being defeated, Apocalypse is like, I don't want this, right? He looks at Saturnyne and he's like, I don't want this, right? I don't want to kill my own wife. I'm not in favor of this. Now keep in mind, the score is still 19-19. Whoever wins this wins the contest. this. And so with that, Saturnyne's like, I don't really care what it is that you want, right? Like, the tournament must go on. You must slay your wife or be slayed by your wife for a victor to be determined here. But in this moment, when Apocalypse and Saturnyne are having this conversation, then suddenly, like, Genesis puts on the helmet of annihilation, completely heals herself, and it's just like, nothing is settled, right? Like, I, Annihilation, am now in total control here. Nothing is settled, right? Like, this will go on and we will fight. Now, when that happens, right? Like, when she dons the helmet of annihilation, she calls in everyone, like literally all the forces of Ammon just come pouring into Otherworld. At this point, it's just like, man, the hell with the tournament, son. Like, we're just gonna do this right now. Like, that's exactly what this is, right? Now, the different little fairy people, whatever they are, the fish folk of, like the forces of Saturnyne, right here, little assistants, aides, whatever they are, they immediately run and grab like the little, like this kind of box, right? That contains all these little puzzle pieces, more or less. And the idea is that when Saturnyne puts this together, it will effectively give her an answer on what her next move needs to be, on what it is that she needs to do in this. But without, beyond Saturnyne, what's going on right now is all hell is breaking loose, son. Like, all these forces of Ammon are pouring in here, and you've got like 6 X-Men and Captain Britain basically facing off against them all, doing everything they can. Now, where Ammon goes for the killing blow against Apocalypse, and seemingly he's just gonna let it happen, right? Like, out of nowhere, she's struck by lightning, right? Out of nowhere, she's struck by lightning, enters Storm, right? Storm's like, okay, so she's only gonna be delayed for so long, right? Like, she's only gonna be delayed for so long. Like, we've got her armies routed. We have to get out of here, right? Like, we have to leave. And the response of Apocalypse is like, not a chance, man. Like, no way there's no way I'm leaving my wife behind. But at this point, it's not even the stance of Apocalypse and what he wants. It's like run away, live to fight another day, right? Like, we can get out of here. We can get back to Krakoa. Yes, I guess, the score is currently tied. We can figure this out later, right? But like, for right now, we need reinforcements or numbers or something. While that's going on, Bay actually ends up abandoning the forces of Arakko, grabs Doug Ramsey, and just runs, right? Just like takes off running, right? It's just like, okay. So like, she snatches up her husband, right? Because, she's like, hey, I need to make a man out of you before we're done. So she snatches him up. They just go running. And so all the X-Men, what's left of these guys, are basically just fighting to the point of exhaustion. They're just fighting like to this moment, to this point of exhaustion. And there's not a whole lot that they can do here. It's just like at this point, you've got what? You've got Captain Britain, you've got Wolverine, you've got Apocalypse, you got Storm, and you got Magik. And that's it against this virtually endless horde of all these guys. Well, then out of nowhere, here comes Jubilee, right? Like, here comes Jubilee coming in with like all these fairy folk, right? Because she was just kind of hanging out with them for a little while, I guess. It's by no means like a turn, like it's not like it's like the battle is turned, right? I mean, it's Jubilee. She creates fireworks, right? She's like, pew 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 pew. She creates fireworks, right? There's really nothing going on there. But at the very least, their numbers are temporarily bolstered, and it does give them a chance to kind of survive this experience. Now, what you also end up having is Doug Ramsey talking to Bay and saying, look, like, basically, I love you, right? I mean, that's more or less what he says, right? It's this declaration of love, like, I absolutely love you, but we cannot stay here, right? We can't just run away from my friends. We have to go back. We have to help them survive. Like, we have to make sure that they live through all this, right? We have to find a way to end this tournament. I can't just leave them alone. And so one of the things he kind of asks her, he's like, you don't have to stay here, right? You don't have to stay with Arakko. You can come back. When this is all said and done, you can come back to Krakoa and you can live among us, right? You can live at my place. Like, we're married, right? So, I mean, it'll take a little bit of decorating. I mean, it's a bachelor pad. It was a bachelor pad until like a day ago when we got married, and happened out of nowhere, and I wasn't really expecting it. But, I mean, surprises happen in this game of life. I don't know what to tell you. So it's kind of a it's kind of a cool little thing. But like, basically, of course, Bay ends up traveling back, and it's so the forces are marshaled a little bit larger, but still, there's not much they can do here. The funny thing about that is that when all this begins to happen, as all this is taking place, Annihilation, basically Genesis, that's more or less possessed by Annihilation now. It's like we won, right? Like, we basically won here. This not necessarily formal because I haven't killed Apocalypse, but I'm going to, right? I'm going to destroy this guy. Well, then from there, we switch over to Saturnyne. And as Saturnyne is assembling this puzzle piece, that's when she begins to realize, oh my God, right? She has to reassemble the Captain Britain core. More so than that, this kind of puzzle that seems to have existed before she ever took over was, it's a little ambiguous. It all seems to point to the idea of like the definitive Captain Britain. And the definitive Captain Britain is Betsy Braddock, right? Like, the fates have more or less determined it's Betsy Braddock. Now, when I say the fates, I don't mean some individual out there who put this, box of pieces here and then said, okay, now Saturnyne, you're in for a surprise when you find out who the person's supposed to be. It's just one of these things where it looks like it's out of her control. That's one of the things about Otherworld is it's very, very ambiguous, right? There's a lot of talk about the fates and how things things could unfold and, how it could end and whether or not things would turn out the way that you hoped it to. It's one of those things that's a little ambiguous, but the big takeaway from all this is the Captain Britain Corps completely gets reformed by Saturnyne, right? She reforms the entire Corps, and the entire Corps comes responding, right? They come pouring in, right? They all come flying in, and it's like, okay, like our numbers are bolstered, like we have a chance. The fact that the Captain Britain Corps is reformed is pretty cool, right? We haven't seen them since the events of the Incursions when they were all killed by the map makers and the Beyonders, right? So this is the first time that we're seeing the Captain Britain Corps fully reassembled. Now, for the forces of Annihilation, as she continues fighting and as the Captain Britain Corps comes showing up, they're not really putting up a huge fight, right? There's not really a whole lot doing here, and they're actually getting taken out quite readily. But what she says in response to all this is like, they summon an army, summon one of our own, and she talks to like war, right? She's like, summon one of our own. So they summon all these just hellious looking creatures, all these just terrible looking monsters from the world of like, literally from like Annihilation's realm. Summon like all these different huge monstrous beasts and things like that. Like, it's getting kind of crazy, right? It's getting absolutely bonkers. And it's one of these things where you end up having Cyclops and Jean who chime into Magik. Now here's the thing that happens, man. Here's the thing that happens. Here's the thing that happens, man. So she hits up Cyclops and Jean. Man, let me tell you something. Like, Cyclops and Jean hit up Magik and they say, okay, like, you need to open a portal for us, right? Like, we have our forces here. You need to open a portal. And they're like, she's like, okay, like, I was wondering how long it would take for you guys to get here, right? So slams her sword into the ground, opens a portal, and when she does, it brings in the entire Sword space station, right? This whole Sword space station, when it opens up, everybody comes pouring out, right? So you've got Gwenpool, you've got Dupe, you've got Gambit, right? You've got all kinds of people here. You've got Quentin Quire. So you've got like this huge mishmash of like all these Omega level mutants and all that stuff. Like, it's like almost the entire forces of Krakoa. Like, everybody who's currently an X-Man comes pouring out into this thing, and all hell breaks loose. Man, let me tell you something. Jonathan Hickman, man. Jonathan Hickman, man. Man, they were not prepared. Dude, the forces of Amethyst, just like it is an absolute massacre, right? Like, it's an absolute bloodbath. So they start summoning even more of their monsters, right? Like, even more of their absolute monsters. They're like, she's like, summon it all, summon everything, right? Bring everything in here that you possibly can. So all these monsters start pouring in here, right? Like, all these things just start dumping in here. The X-Men are all like fighting for their fighting for their lives, man. Like, it's absolutely bonkers. And so from there, like you have Cable, who's kind of watching all this unfold, and he's like, it doesn't look like there's really a way for us to win. And Saturnyne's kind of talking to him, and she's like, what card were you dealt? And he was like, the Fool. And she's like, only a fool would really look at this sword and believes that's all he's really holding. Now, remember back when X's Swords was going on, remember back when they were in the Sword space station, and the whole Sword space station was taken over by those crazy looking monsters, right? Those crazy looking monsters that only desire death and destruction, right? You guys remember that? And they managed to push them all back through that portal and lock them away in their realm of death. What ends up happening is Cable's just like, oh my God, right? Like, I totally forgot about that. This is why Jonathan Hickman does this stuff, because they've got an army of forces that are just in the thousands and thousands and thousands that seemingly match the forces of Arakko, right? Or at least that seems to be the case, right? That like match that huge army, the forces of Amethyst. Like, it's just waiting in the wings. All they have to do is just unleash it, right? And so like Cable's like, get me to the ship, right? Get me to the Sword ship, get me to that device where all we have to do is unlock it. And they're like, okay. So as soon as they get in there and they literally unlock that door, all those forces come pouring in like hell, right? Like, Ileana Rasputin makes a portal. So they all go flying into that portal and they show up into this realm and just start killing everything they find, right? I mean, if anything, it's like Lord of the Rings. You guys remember like that army of the dead guys, the ghosts or whatever it is? Like, as soon as they show up, like the whole battle just turns, right? That's exactly what happens. There's this amazing moment, right? Where like one of these monster things are like, we've suffered in a dead realm for far too long, picked its bones, examined it fully. Now we seek a heartier meal. And like in Amethyst, right? Annihilation, right? Like this chick, the helmet chick with the wife of Apocalypse. She's like, you want the full measure of a world? Then come, creature, taste my metal and feast on Amethyst. And like just annihilates this guy, right? Like, I love the way that Jonathan Hickman does like these one-liners. Like, they're just so ridiculously cool. And so like from there, like where she goes to make this other statement, Apocalypse grabs her, right? It's like tackles her down to the ground and rips the helmet off her face, right? Like rips the helmet of Amenth off the face of Genesis. And remember, the helmet of Amenth has its own mind, right? It does its own thing. You know, anybody who wears the helmet is possessed by the helmet. And so Apocalypse puts the helmet on. Everybody stops, right? Everybody stops and just like, dude, holy cow, is this really gonna happen right now? Is Apocalypse gonna put the helmet on? And Apocalypse grabs it and sits it on its head. And like, and literally, he's just like, I am remade, right? I am Apocalypse, you know, I am totally remade. And Annihilation Amenth tries to take over Apocalypse, right? Like Annihilation tries to take over Apocalypse, and like, and initially it seems to be successful, but then like Apocalypse takes over control, right? He takes over control of the helmet, and it's just like, no, like I am Apocalypse. I'm not some servant to some arbitrary object that exists out there that some demon entity's in possession of, right? Like when you step into the realm of Apocalypse's sphere of influence, you fall to the influence of Apocalypse, right? I will not be controlled by anybody, and just totally dominates the helmet. Now, while all that's happening, and the way in which we know that everything is going to turn is Iska turns against the forces of Arakko, and that's when they realize we're not going to win, right? Like literally her power is to always win. So as soon as she turncoats, then it's like, okay, then we've basically lost here. And that's when Apocalypse steps to Saturnyne and says, can you hear me? And she says, yes, I can hear you and I can see you. And then he says, then fine, I, as a host of Annihilation and the leader of the forces of the Arakko army, I surrender, and just gives up. And that gives the win to Krakoa, right? Krakoa wins. Dude, it's amazing, man. It's just like, dude, that's such a ridiculously cool idea. And then Saturnyne's like, cool, done, let's do this, right? So she goes flying in with the Shogo dragon, right? Whose dragon fire, remember, has the ability to melt realms, and just like literally punches a hole in this fabric of space, which rips through all the forces of Amenth, right? It rips them all through, and even those weird demonic looking force entity guys, right? Like, so they're all more or less out of the way. The weird guys from the other dimension, they're all pulled back in. The forces of Amenth are just kind of waiting to find out what their orders are going to be, essentially, like what do we do now? And so essentially the helmet is pulled off of Apocalypse. Saturnyne restructures it and turns it into a staff, which is actually really cool. And then from there, it's kind of like, okay, so like now that this contest is basically done, then I want a show of good faith, right? I want a show of good faith that you guys are not going to wage war against each other again. And when the question is, what's this show of good faith? She's like, I want a mutant from Krakoa to go to Arakko, and I want a mutant from Arakko to go to Krakoa. That's what I require. That's what I ask. Now, with Apocalypse, basically he ends up going with the Arakko forces, right? He ends up joining Arakko. Now, this does not mean that Marvel's getting rid of Apocalypse. If anything, they're probably just kind of keeping him on the back burner for a little while, because in reality, this whole X of Swords event was a story about Apocalypse, right? That's basically all this was. It was just a story about Apocalypse. But when the question's asked, who basically speaks for Krakoa? Who from Krakoa is going to demand somebody from Arakko come to their location? Apocalypse says, as the only member, or really the highest ranking member of the Quiet Council here, I will speak for Krakoa. And the person that I choose from Arakko to come to Krakoa is the entire Arakko nation, the entire island itself, right? I want the island of Arakko. And that's true. Remember, Arakko is a sentient island, and it was one half of Krakoa when they were Okara, right? That's the whole idea. And they were split in the sense of like all these forces showing up in the first place. And Apocalypse was basically the one that did it. He's reuniting the island of Krakoa with Arakko, recreating Okara, but he's doing it at the sacrifice of himself. He is leading with his forces. And it's one of these cool things, because what it does is it transforms the character of Apocalypse. It takes him away from this guy who's just like, oh, we're just gonna destroy stuff and test the people who are, you know, the most fit to make sure they're actually fit, you know, and just kind of be a dick from time to time. And, and it transformed him from like that guy into, I am basically sacrificing my place on the Quiet Council so I can be with my wife and my kids, right? It makes him a tragic hero, and it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. That's why stories like this are so cool, because Jonathan Hickman is so good at changing up the entirety of characters. And so what you get here is a little bit of an epilogue, and I'm not going to spoil too much here because I believe this is going to go into, what is it, the Reign of X, and okay, I'll throw this out there. It looks like Jim Jaspers is going to kind of seize control, right? Like it's going to focus on Jim Jaspers kind of rising to control, and then who knows what's going to happen, right? Who has an answer? Because here's something I want to make clear to you guys. Saturnyne was bound by magic, right? She's bound by the limits of magic. So there's only so much you can do there. She's bound by like the limits of fate and all that kind of stuff. When it comes to Otherworld, it's all kinds of tradition, fate, all pomp and circumstance, all that kind of stuff. Jim Jaspers is a crazy guy with the ability to manipulate up to, you know, everything up to and including the multiverse, right? This guy is just a is on a whole nother level, right? Like Jim Jaspers is ridiculous. Now, like Jim Jaspers, if he's anything like the way he was before, but has more fine-tuned control over his powers, then they've probably been expanded, right? And if they've been expanded, if Jim, let me put it this way. If Jim Jaspers' weakness that he has to have a reality to manipulate in order to, be at his absolute peak, if that weakness is removed, Jim Jaspers is right up there with like the Living Tribunal. If that's removed, I'm not saying it is, but if that's removed, Jim Jaspers is well beyond the Marquis of Death and Matthew Malloy and Protege and all those guys. He's right up there with the Living Tribunal, if not between the Living Tribunal and the one above all, right? There's no limit to what he can do. That's a big if, and we don't even have any idea what they're going to do with this character, right? So don't take this as an absolute truth. I'm not saying that it is, but it's kind of bonkers, right? It's kind of crazy because when the dust settles and everything, Saturnyne really kind of retakes her place as the Omniversal Magistrix, and she got pretty much everything she wanted. The reformation of the Captain Britain Corps. The one person she didn't get was Brian Braddock. She of course wanted him more than anybody else, but in essence, the entire Omniversal Development Corps has been restored. She's back to being the Omniversal Magistrix, and the Captain Britain Corps has been returned. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to cover the original Mad Jim Jaspers story. All that stuff is coming back, right? All that stuff is basically back to the way it was before. So with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this video to an end. I loved X of Swords. I love the X of Swords event. It was so good. But if you guys are new here to Comics Explained, make sure you guys hit the sub button to become part of the Rob Corps. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you drop a like, and I will catch you all later. Peace.